Chapter 187. There's another piece of news. The Sword Sect and the Yao clan of Yu City seem to be interested in roping Bei Meng in. Should we send someone to warn them? Asked Qing Ning. Ning Chen shook his head and said, there's no need. The Sword Sect isn't like the Yao clan and Wang clan, and it hasn't reached the point of falling out with the Grand Xia dynasty. Forcing it too much would cause it to backfire instead. But if we allow Bei Meng to continue to rope in the two clans, will there be any accidents? Qing Ning asked worriedly. They won't. The Sword Sect and Yao clan are currently observing the attitude of the Grand Xia dynasty's imperial court towards the Wang clan. So long as the Wang clan is dealt with, the Sword Sect and Yao clan will become much more obedient. Of course, if the imperial court can't even deal with the Wang clan, then it means that the Grand Xia dynasty has really reached a point where it's unable to deal with anything else. At that time, the two clans will naturally not have any misgivings. After explaining, Ning Chun felt that something was amiss. He said softly, Sister Qing Ning, I thought you never asked about these things? What's going on tonight? Nothing, just asking, Qing Ning said awkwardly. Ning Chun was a smart man. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on. He chuckled softly and said, Sister Qing Ning, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. For example, Sister Qing Ning is good at martial arts but bad at scheming. On the contrary, although my martial arts talent is not as good, scheming is not too difficult for me. I can handle these things in Donglan. Don't worry. Qing Ning sighed in her heart. As expected, she couldn't hide her thoughts from him. She wanted to share his burden, but unfortunately, she wasn't that smart. Ning Chun stepped forward and gently hugged the woman who had always treated him like an elder sister. He said softly, Sister Qing Ning, thank you. Qing Ning's ears turned slightly red, and she discreetly pushed the young man in front of her away. This brat was asking for a beating again. Didn't he know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Ning Chun took a step back and smiled. All right, Sister Qing Ning, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be able to leave for the next 2 days. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the Wang clan's movements. Also, have you, Hani, and the spies of the imperial court investigate the distribution of the Wang clan's forces. However, don't act rashly. Wait until I return. Yes, I understand. Don't worry about it. Qing Ning nodded. After giving his instructions, Ning Chun turned around and left. In the room, Qing Ning looked at the back of the former through the window. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. The ghost palanquin traveled northwest and swept across the void at high speed. A pitch-black light streaked across the night sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 hours later, the ghost palanquin stopped in front of Azure Frost Valley in the northwest. Ning Chen stepped out and walked into the valley. At the entrance of Green Frost Valley, the young man who used to wear the black and white cloak was no longer here. The place that was bitterly cold all year round was now completely silent. He came to find Mu Qianshang, but no one knew where the compassionate Sword Heavenly Pavilion was. If he wanted to enter, he needed someone to lead him. The Azure Frost Valley had always belonged to the Heavenly Pavilion of Compassion. If he wanted to enter the Heavenly Pavilion of Compassion, he could only wait here. Snowflakes drifted in the wind, just as cold as before. Ning Chun stood on the ice lake, looking at the beautiful snow-white surroundings. His heart was inexplicably complicated. It had only been half a year since he last came here, but it felt like a long time had passed. It turned out that so many things had happened in this short half a year. After waiting for a long time, the person he was waiting for still did not appear. Ning Chun had no choice but to leave and return to the underworld. Now, he was also a person who could not see the light. If he wanted to live, he had to stay in the darkness forever. For the next 2 days, every night, Ning Chun would wait in the Azure Frost Valley. He believed that after Mu Qianshang received the news, he would definitely come see him. The cold Azure Frost Valley, where snow fell all year round, was the most suitable place to cultivate the emotion art of quick snow. Unfortunately, his meridians were all shattered, and he could no longer use his qi. The night was like water. The moon hung high in the sky. Ning Chun was still waiting, not in a hurry, his expression calm. Suddenly, a sword light slashed over without any warning. Only a red light flashed, approaching him. Ning Chun moved, dodging the sword light. With his hands behind his back, he pulled out his black sword. Sword light flashed, blocking the sword in front of him. Inside the Azure Frost Valley, one's cultivation was suppressed to the maximum. The person who came took 3 steps back. Under the moonlight, her face was revealed. This is a young girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her face was beautiful and her temperament was extraordinary. However, her eyes were filled with arrogance. She was the kind of young miss that was not to be trifled with. Ning Chen disliked dealing with this kind of girl the most. It was too troublesome. De Xia Jiming Marquis is only so. Mu Qianyu sneered and mocked. Ning Chun unconsciously frowned. He was not stupid. He naturally knew that this girl was most likely from the compassionate Sword Heavenly Pavilion. May I ask how I should address you? Ning Chun asked politely. Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu said proudly. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He continued to ask, Who is Mu Qianshang to you? Defeat the sword in my hand, and I will tell you. Before she finished speaking, Mu Qianyu moved again. Her red sword was like blood as it slashed down. Ning Chun frowned again. This girl's character was really not likable. She was unreasonable. With a clang, his black sword met her. When the two swords collided, it was a battle of faster moves. A sword that fought bravely would not allow anyone to humiliate it easily. With a sword in hand, Ning Chen's moves were fast and powerful. As his figure spun, his white robe fluttered. He was once at the peak of the 9th grade. Now, even if he had lost his cultivation, facing Mu Qianyu, one sword was still enough. Bang! After a few moves, the red sword and the black sword collided. The tip of the sword turned, the spinning sword shattered, and the black sword sealed the throat. In the face of life and death, Ning Chun stopped his sword and stood still like a mountain. Ta! At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. In the distance, in the falling snow, a devilishly handsome figure slowly walked over. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. His breath was illusory and hard to capture. Seeing the person who came, Ning Chun sheathed his sword and looked at the person calmly. Little sister was rude and offended you. Please forgive her. Mu Qianshang stopped in front of the two and said, It's fine. Ning Chen shook his head lightly and did not mind. Brother Ning, is there something you need? Mu Qianshang asked. Ning Chen nodded and said, I need your help to kill someone. Who? If it's the Northern Ming military advisor, I cannot help you. Mu Qianshang's eyes flashed as he slowly said. Northern Ming had one of the 3 disasters. He did not want to bring unnecessary trouble to the compassionate Sword Heavenly Pavilion. It's not family Yue, it's the Wang family's ancestor. Ning Chun said seriously. Wang family's ancestor. Mu Qianshang narrowed his eyes and said, He's still alive. He's alive, and it's possible that he has already passed the Xiantian Third Tribulation. Ning Chen honestly said, Xiantian Third Tribulation? Do you want my brother to die? Mu Qianyu angrily said. Qianyu, don't be rude. Mu Qianshang softly reprimanded, then said, You found the wrong person. If the Wang family's ancestor has really passed the Xiantian Third Tribulation, I can't kill him. There will be 2 Xiantian experts working with you. Ning Chen calmly said. Mu Qianshang was silent for a moment before saying, Let me think about it for 2 days. I'll give you an answer the day after tomorrow. I'll wait for your news. Ning Chun did not say anything else. After receiving Mu Qianshang's promise, he left. The ghost palanquin flew through the air and disappeared into the night. Brother, you can't agree to this. If it fails, it will bring great trouble to Sword Pavilion. Mu Qianyu anxiously said, I know what I'm doing. Let's go. Mu Qianshang replied, then turned around and walked out of Azure Frost Valley. Mu Qianyu angrily stomped her foot, but there was nothing she could do. She followed after him. In the Netherworld Palace, Ning Chun looked at the beautiful figure in front of him and softly said, Miss Mu, have you thought about it? Clang! In front of the stone room, the bearing shadow and stopping spear collided. In a deadlock, the 2 completely different sword intents were constantly released, reaching a distance of 300 meters. Affected by the sword intense, Ning Chen's true qi was constantly fluctuating, wanting to rush out as Dantian's qi see and scatter. Mu Qingxue did not reply. With a move of his hand, the bearing shadow rapidly changed direction, and with a clang, it advanced another 3 inches. The stopping spear trembled. For the first time in several days, it had left its original position. Immediately, an incomparably vast aura spread out. The powerful sword intent instantly sent Mu Qingxue and Ning Chen flying. Suffering another unexpected calamity, Ning Chen vomited blood and splashed on the ground. On the other side, Mu Qingxue barely stabilized his body. The corner of his mouth was dyed red, and his aura was constantly fluctuating, extremely unstable. Ning Chen's expression changed. Without caring about his own injuries, he immediately went forward and circulated his martial arts. The energy passed through his body and gathered on his right hand. In the next moment, his sword fingers condensed into frost and poured it into Mu Qingxue's body. True qi penetrated his body, bringing unparalleled pain. Blood sprayed out like a waterfall, dyeing his black robe red in an instant. Are you crazy? With the help of the life scrolls, true qi, Mu Qingxue was instantly clear-headed. The moment he regained his senses, he pushed Ning Chen away with a palm strike. Immediately, he circulated his martial arts, trying his best to suppress the surging blood qi in his body. Ning Chen retreated a few steps and awkwardly leaned against the stone wall. He anxiously said, "Quickly leave this place. The heavenly fire tribulation cannot descend in the Netherworld Palace." Mu Qingxue suppressed the surging blood qi. With a move of his feet, he instantly disappeared. Ning Chen was worried, but he immediately followed. At the end of the misty forest, at the entrance of the Netherworld Palace, the moment Mu Qingxue went out, the clear sky with the sun shining high in the sky immediately turned dark, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The heavenly fire tribulation of the 9 heavens and the endless sea of lightning arrived. Ning Chen stood at the entrance of the Netherworld Palace, unable to take half a step out. The distance of 1 step was the difference between the mortal world and hell. He, who was in the seamless realm, could not see the light. The vast heavenly fire tribulation descended from the 9 heavens. A beautiful figure stood in the middle of the heavenly fire tribulation. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and there was no trace of panic on her face. Boom! Thunder rumbled and flames burned the sky, bringing a shocking scene of fear. The scene of the end of the world shook the world. Thousands of miles away, countless gazes were looking at the heavenly fire tribulation. Some were confused, some were worried, and some were shocked. In Donglin City, after seeing the scene thousands of miles away, Qing Ning's expression suddenly changed. She began to feel fear in her heart. In the Confucian School Dragon Garden, Prince Yin looked at the distant sky and subconsciously frowned. "It's not him." Beside him, a man looked up and said softly. She could sense that he was fine. Chapter 188. At the end of the misty forest, the heavenly fire burned the 9 heavens. Waves of fire rolled. Its power was earth-shattering. Mu Qingxue stood in the midst of the heavenly fire. His hair danced in the wind. The Chongying sword in his hand kept buzzing. Sword chi flowed, unwilling to yield. Ning Chen stood at the entrance of the underworld. He looked outside through the blurry restriction ripples. He could not hide the worry in his eyes. He had experienced the pain of being burned by the heavenly fire. He knew how difficult the heavenly fire tribulation was. Moreover, Mu Qingxue's heavenly fire was obviously much stronger than the one that descended on him that day. Ning Chen clenched his fists, showing his restlessness. The feeling of not being able to exert his strength was driving him crazy. Everyone had weaknesses. The more you cared, the more you could not face it calmly. The emotionless and calm he usually was, but the moment the woman in front of him faced the tribulation, it all turned into nothing. Emotions were the most uncontrollable thing in this world. They cannot be changed by one's will. There was no right or wrong, no reason. Under the heavenly fire, Mu Qingxue roared. White light rose from his body, and a vast aura surged. He flew up and rushed to the nine heavens. The endless sea of fire surged violently. Huge fireballs fell like a meteor shower, smashing towards the heaven-defying cultivator. Mu Qingshue's sword intent surged. Sword chi gathered and soared to the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs and sword chi exploded. The remaining flames scattered and scattered in the sky. After the first rain of fire, the anger of the heavens towards the humans seemed to have increased. With a boom, pillars of fire fell, connecting the heaven and earth, forming a huge cage. In an instant, the nine heavens seemed to have collapsed. Endless heavenly fire poured down like a waterfall, drowning the figure in it. In the underworld, Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the falling sea of fire, he desperately searched for the familiar figure. Flying sword feather. At this moment, in the sea of fire, a huge pair of wings spread out, blowing away the flames around her. After a while, the sword wings flapped. The figure in the sea of fire suddenly disappeared. She turned into a white light and rose against the flames again. The nine heavens were furious. Above the misty forest, the waves of fire roared. The sound intensified like thunder and lightning, echoing in the sky. The color of the heavenly fire changed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a bewitching red color. Rainbow tribulation. Thousands of miles away in the Confucian sect, Prince Yin narrowed his eyes. Who was it that was facing the tribulation? Why was the heavens so angry? Above the nine heavens, the crimson heavenly fire suddenly increased in power by 70%. The pure and powerful flames burned everything in the world. Even the air was burning intensely at this moment, turning into a sea of fire. Mu Qingxue, who was still at ease a moment ago, suddenly felt the pressure double. His reverse speed instantly decreased by more than half. The nine heavens were high and unreachable. Mu Qingshue's eyes were firm as he looked at the sky, not wavering even for a moment. The shadow-bearing sword moved rhythmically. The beautiful figure in the firelight gradually became blurry. The sword wings collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the next moment, sword light soared into the sky and the silhouette disappeared. It turned into a snow-white sword. In Huang City, swords were the strongest. No matter what, there was only one sword. The travel scroll was the fastest under the heavens. Swords were also based on speed. At this moment, the snow-white sword became the fastest sword in the world. It was dazzling, defying the heavens. Thunder roared in the nine heavens. The sea of fire fell, making its final struggle. However, the sword light still broke through the nine heavens. With one slash, it created a huge ravine in the horizon. The thunder and fire in the sky trembled. As it roared, it quickly dissipated. The snow-white sword disappeared above the nine heavens. When it reappeared, it was already at the entrance of the underworld. The sword disappeared and returned to its beautiful form. Mu Qingshue's face was pale. He staggered and was supported by a pair of hands. Go back and rest. Ning Chun supported the woman beside him and walked step by step into the underworld. Surprisingly, Mu Qingxue did not resist and let Ning Chen support him. He did not say anything and only walked forward tiredly. He said that they knew each other in the past. Perhaps it was true. Just now, when he was injured by the Zhiga sword, he chose to save her first. Was it because he had an immortal body? The moment her thoughts wavered, Mu Qingshue's heart pulse trembled. He vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing his white clothes red. She did not know that once she chose to forget her feelings, she could not turn back. Ningchen did not know either. Seeing Mu Qingshu vomit blood, his hands subconsciously tightened around the ladder. In the northern main camp, in the commander's tent, Fan Lingyue sat in front of the table. Looking at the letter from the northern main capital, he could not help but frown. Little Ming Yu's request was not easy to fulfill. The two dynasties were fighting to the death. Ningchen was not a fool. How could he send himself to death? Unfortunately, he still managed to escape from the previous encirclement. Otherwise, they would not have put in so much effort. On Donglin's side, the Wang family had already made up their mind. They would only fully support Northern Ming in their fight against the Great Xia after Su Fian entered the Northern Ming. This matter had to be settled as soon as possible. Men. Fan Lingyue's eyes flashed as he spoke. Present. A soldier walked in and said respectfully, "Send this letter to the Great Xia Palace as soon as possible." Fan Lingyue said calmly, "Yes." The soldier took the letter and walked out quickly. After sending out the letter, Fan Lingyue was about to stand up. Suddenly, he staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, staining the military map red. His sick body was deteriorating faster than expected. Fan Lingyue closed his eyes and leaned against the chair with difficulty. A strong sense of exhaustion rose in his heart. There were less than 3 months left. He had to hold on. The military map was stained with blood. Fan Lingyue slowly opened his eyes. Through the blood stains, he looked at the military map and continued to seriously consider every step in the future. The luck of the Great Xia was not over yet. She had forcefully brought this moment forward by 10 years. Whether or not they could succeed would depend on the last 2 months. In the Northern Ming camp outside, groups of patrolling soldiers walked past. Fan Lingyue walked out of the commander's tent and looked at the soldiers outside. His eyes were calm. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Great Xia. Even after several internal conflicts, their strength had been greatly reduced. However, to be able to hold on until today was enough to show the deep foundation of this dynasty. This time, Northern Ming had used all their strength to attack the Great Xia. Victory or defeat would determine whether Northern Ming could prosper in the next 100 years. At this point in the war between the two dynasties, there were no more secrets between Northern Ming and the Great Xia. After this, it would be the true battle of life and death. The Northern Ming cavalry was invincible. Fan Lingyue firmly believed in this. Reinforcements from Northern Ming were now continuously passing through Yangue City. On the Great Xia side, to the north of Heaven's Gate, other than the 300,000 soldiers of the 3 marquises, there were not many left. It was only a matter of time before the reinforcements broke through. Northern Ming had already given everything for this war. They could not afford to lose. Military advisor. The imperial advisor has sent a letter. A general ran over and handed over a letter. Fan Lingyue took the letter. After reading it, he clenched his fist and completely destroyed the letter. This was the best news. He hoped it would give the Great Xia a surprise. Boom! At this moment, thunder roared in the sky. Thousands of miles away, thunderclouds suddenly appeared. A sea of fire connected to the sky, forming a terrifying scene of burning the sky. A cold light flashed in Fan Lingyue's eyes. He quietly looked at the great tribulation of heavenly fire from beginning to end. He did not say a word. It was not him. Fan Lingyue turned and returned to her tent. From today onwards, there was one more second tribulation Xiantian expert in the world. This era was a great era. It was now at the beginning of the great era. In the future, there would be young geniuses stepping into the Xiantian realm. Unfortunately, she would not be able to see it. In the Confucian sect's dragon garden, a Confucian scholar came forward. Looking at the azure-robed figure in the courtyard, he bowed respectfully and said, "Yin Qin Wang, the military commander invites you to the weapon pool." Yin Qin Wang replied. Looking at a man who was fighting with a dragonfly not far away, he said, man, you come too." A man reluctantly looked at the little dragonfly that had flown away, but she still obediently responded and trotted over. The Confucian sect's weapon pool was 10 miles away from the dragon garden. The Confucian scholar brought the two of them there. After arriving, he bowed and left. The weapon pool was a forbidden area of the Confucian sect. Apart from the military commander, no one was allowed to enter. The two of them stepped into the weapon pool. It was an ancient land filled with sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Along the way, there were weapons everywhere. Their sharp edges pierced their hearts, making them feel like they were in a sea of weapons. A man didn't like cultivating, nor did she like fighting. She was completely indifferent to these divine weapons that people yearned for. Yin Qin Wang had wanted to bring a man along to choose a weapon, but seeing her completely indifferent appearance, he knew he couldn't force her. He didn't say anything and continued onward. This sea of weapons had been accumulated over 1,000 years by the Confucian sect. There was no lack of true divine weapons waiting for their masters to arrive. The two of them continued onward. After 990 steps, they arrived at the end of the sea of weapons. A huge earth flame pool appeared in front of them. A wave of unbearable heat immediately hit them. At the center of the earth flame pool was an azure-colored sword. Cold chi circulated, constantly colliding with the heat of the earth flame. Just at this moment, the military commander walked over. He was a man around 40 years old. Although his face was ordinary, he possessed an indescribably sharp aura that made people subconsciously feel reverence. Yin Qinhuang, I'll leave the final step to you, said the military commander. Yes. Yin Qinhuang nodded. He arrived in front of the azure-colored sword and stood on top of the earth flame. In the next moment, the sword holder shook and the red sword flew out with a clang, landing beside the azure-colored sword. The azure-colored sword and the red sword resonated with each other. Immediately, half of the sea of flames and the other half of ice began to rapidly spread throughout the weapon pool. The sea of weapons was affected by the aura of the two swords. They began to tremble, celebrating the rebirth of the azure-colored sword. Yin Qinhuang's right hand brushed the sword, and a smear of blood fell onto it. In an instant, the cold chi surged. The red sword and the azure-colored sword were connected by chi, and waves of fire soared into the sky. The two swords flew out, ice and fire intertwining, drawing two beautiful rainbows in the air. A moment later, the reborn azure-colored sword flew to Yin Qinhuang's side. It constantly trembled, silently telling him of its departure. It says it missed you. A man's smile blossomed. Chapter 189. A bright smile appeared on Man's beautiful face. It was so simple and pure. She was just happy for the azure sword. However, this was what truly shocked Yin Qinhuang and the soldier commander. Sword aura. Yin Qinhuang was the only person in the world who could understand sword aura. He naturally knew what the azure sword meant. As for the soldier commander, although he couldn't sense the sword aura, he could just barely determine each weapon's emotions. After a moment of shock, the soldier commander came back to his senses. He still found it hard to believe. He would rather believe that this was just a coincidence. Yin Qinhuang waved his hand. The red, sand, and abyss swords flew out and floated in front of Man. Feel the aura of these three swords. See if you can sense anything, said Yin Qinhuang calmly. Okay. Man didn't know what he meant, but she still obediently agreed. She took half a step forward and touched the three swords. The red sword said it was very happy. The sand sword didn't say anything. I can't sense anything from this black sword, said Man after touching the three swords. The soldier commander looked at Yin Qinhuang questioningly. Yin Qinhuang nodded. That was basically the right answer. Now the soldier commander could no longer conceal his shock. This was a true genius. Miss Man, do you have a master? How about joining the Confucian sect? In less than 10 years, there will definitely be a position for you among the 4 leaders of the Confucian sect. Seeing such a rare genius, the soldier commander didn't care about Yin Qinhuang's presence. Yin Qinhuang didn't say anything to stop him. He sheathed his sword. He knew very well that Man wouldn't agree. I don't want to. As expected, Man didn't even think about it and refused without hesitation. Why? Does Miss Man already have a master? Asked the soldier commander. He already knew that Yin Qinhuang and Man weren't master and disciple, but he didn't know if Man had a master or not. I don't, said Man honestly. Then why? The army commander was even more confused. I'm very busy. Man counted her future schedule. Senior told me to carry his sword for half a year. Then I have to go find Ningchen. Once I find him, I have to go back and apologize to my father. I snuck out, so I don't know if my father will confine me. If he doesn't confine me, then I'll know what to do next. The military commander felt dizzy listening to Man. For a moment, he couldn't keep up with Man's rhythm. What was going on? Prince Yin could not bear to continue watching, so he could only interrupt. Commander, don't waste your energy. She can't join the Confucian school. I once wanted to teach her swordsmanship, but she also refused. There was another thing Prince Yin didn't say. With Wild's personality, if no one forced him, let alone 10 years, even 20 years wouldn't be enough for him to become the head of the Confucian school. Commander Bing was startled. He shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. What a pity, what a pity. Miss Wild, if you like any of the swords in this sea of weapons, you can choose any one of them. It can also be considered as forming good karma with my Confucian sect. The military commander looked at the girl in front of him. Pick one. Prince Yin said before a man could refuse. A man was a little troubled. She didn't use a sword. Is that all right? A man glanced at the sea of swords before he casually pointed at a light blue sword and asked. Looking in the direction Wild was pointing, the military commander's mouth twitched, but he quickly covered it up and dryly laughed. Yes. The Confucian sect's rules were that people had to keep their promises. He had to maintain his bearing as a commander. Prince Yin looked at the sword Wild had chosen and smiled faintly. Now the Confucian sect would feel pain for a long time. He knew this sword. It was a famous sword of the Confucian sect. It went without saying that when it came to foresight and luck, even 10 Ning Chins added together couldn't compare to one Wild. Hearing the military commander agree, Wild walked up and pulled out the Origin Heart Sword. Thinking for a moment, she ran over to the sword rack. Senior, I'll use the sword rack. As you wish. Prince Yin smiled. Wild placed the Origin Heart Sword back into the rack, and then turned to give the military commander a junior's bow. Thank you, Senior Military Commander. No problem. The military commander's mouth twitched once more. Now that the Azure Sword had been repaired, Prince Yin didn't stay any longer. He bid farewell to the military commander and left with Wild. Senior Military Commander is a good person. Based on her impression of him, Wild objectively evaluated him. Perhaps. Prince Yin didn't comment and just smiled. The human heart was much more complicated than the sword heart. Furthermore, the current Confucian sect was no longer the Confucian sect of the past. However, he had no interest in such matters. In the Grand Xia's Donglin city, Ning Chun appeared in the 100-flower pavilion. Looking at the kneeling figure, he calmly said, "Rise." Many thanks, Marquis. The man stood up, his expression nervous. He unconsciously took half a step back. He had never imagined that the person the imperial court had sent to deal with the Wang family would be the legendary Jiming Marquis, who had died to the wrath of the heavens. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The Jiming Marquis hadn't been a marquis for long, but his reputation in the Grand Xia had already surpassed all the other marquises. However, this reputation was infamy. The common people said that the Jiming Marquis was the reincarnation of an Azura. Killing was his second nature, and that was why he had been punished by the heavens. Ning Chun didn't care about this person's performance. He didn't care what the common people thought of him. Have you investigated the Wang family's hidden forces? Ning Chun indifferently asked. Reporting to the Marquis, it's all been investigated, the man nervously said. Then he took 2 steps forward and handed over a secret report. Ning Chun looked at the names on the secret report, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming a cold arc. The Wang family's power really wasn't small. You can leave. Go back and continue monitoring the Wang family's movements, Ning Chun calmly said. Yes. The man quickly left, not daring to stay a moment longer. Yuhani walked into the room and closed the door. She softly asked, Marquis, what are you planning to do? It's very simple. Kill without mercy, Ning Chun calmly said. Yuhani was startled. No, they only had a list of names, but they didn't have enough evidence. If they directly sent troops to encircle and suppress them, it would cause the common people to panic and the other sects and aristocratic families to denounce them. Ning Chun stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the scenery outside, he said, There's nothing that can't be done. Other people can't do it, but I can. The Wang family's matter was neither simple nor troublesome. If there weren't any battles in the north, he could have slowly dealt with it. But now he didn't have the time. He could only use the quickest method. As for how to wrap things up, Xiaoming Tian would quickly understand. In the past 1,000 years, the Grand Xia had never crippled a martial marquis. Perhaps he would become the first. This was also the reason why he hadn't wanted Xia Zi to succeed him. He had to be decisive. As an emperor, he had to be ruthless. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Then a woman's voice rang out. Sister Hani. Ning Chun turned around, frowning. He looked at Yu Hani questioningly. Yu Hani nodded, indicating that this person was trustworthy. Come in, said Yu Hani. Sister Hani. A beautiful woman pushed open the door and entered. When she saw Ning Chun, her expression shook. She immediately knelt down and bowed. Greetings to the Marquis. Milan, is there something you need? Asked Yu Hani. The palace just sent a letter for the Marquis, said Milan respectfully. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Why would the palace send a letter at this time? Milan handed over the letter and waited quietly on the side. Ning Chun read the letter, and his eyes twitched. The letter wasn't for him, but for Fan Lingwei. It seemed that Fan Lingwei had directly sent this letter to the Grand Xiao Palace. Mingyu wanted to take an empress, and even wanted to invite him over. What was going on? The problem that Fan Lingwei had thrown to him was inconceivable. The letter didn't mention who the empress was. However, no matter who it was too early for Mingyu to take an empress at this age. Not only was it inappropriate, it was also inappropriate. What was Fan Lingwei thinking? If he was only using this method to lure him over, it would be too obvious. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chun turned around and came to the table. He wrote a letter, folded it, and handed it to Milan. Send this letter to the Northern Ming camp's Fan Lingwei. Yes. Milan didn't dare to ask anything. She took the letter and left immediately. Outside the window, the moon was moving westward. It was past midnight. Ning Chun finished dealing with the matters here and also got up to leave. He had to make arrangements for the Wang clan as soon as possible. He had to uproot all the hidden forces of the Wang clan in one go. The ghost palanquin streaked across the sky and headed towards the east. After traveling for about 600 miles, the ghost palanquin stopped in a small city. Ning Chun walked out and headed toward the pavilion not far away. The pavilion was the Earth Pavilion of the Dangerous Pavilions. It was one of the 3 pavilions, Heaven, Earth, and Man. When he was the head of the Department of Justice, he had found out some things that he didn't know before. This pavilion was one of them. The Dangerous Pavilions were the most mysterious of all the sects in Grand Xia. Even the Department of Justice couldn't find much information about them. It wasn't easy to find this Earth Pavilion. Grand Xia had been suppressing all the sects for 1,000 years. Regardless of which sect or ancient martial arts family, they had no choice but to hide their edge and return to the shadows. Among them, the Dangerous Pavilions were a special existence. The reason was very simple. Regardless of whether it was an era of imperial power or an era where sects were flourishing, assassin organizations couldn't walk in the open. Thus, Grand Xiao's strength had the least influence on the Dangerous Pavilions. After Ning Chun entered the Earth Pavilion, he casually found a seat and sat down, waiting for the person to come. As expected, not long after, a young man dressed as a servant walked over and respectfully said, "Young master, it's too late. If you want to buy anything, please come back tomorrow. I'm here to buy a life." "There's no need to wait until tomorrow," said Ning Chun. Hearing this reply, the young servant's eyes instantly exploded with a fierce killing intent. He coldly said, "Who are you?" "Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis," said Ning Chun indifferently as he took out his Marquis medallion. The young man's expression shook. The killing intent in his eyes immediately disappeared. He smiled and said, "Marquis, please wait a moment. I'll go get the steward." "Go. I'll be waiting," said Ning Chun calmly. Chapter 190. About a quarter of an hour later, an old man walked over to Ning Chun. He chuckled. "I didn't know Marshal Marquis would come. I hope you can forgive me. I'm just here to talk about a deal. I just don't know if Wei Lu would dare accept," said Ning Chun indifferently. The old man smiled and asked, "Whose life does Marshal Marquis want to buy?" "The people on this list." Ning Chun handed over a piece of paper. The old man glanced at the name on the list, and his expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Marshal Marquis, please come upstairs with me. Lead the way." Ning Chun nodded. The old man respectfully bowed and led the way upstairs. The Earth Tower was 3 stories high. The old man brought Ning Chun up to the 3rd floor. After passing through 6 rooms with different names, he knocked on the door of the last room. Marquis Z, an important guest has come to visit, said the old man respectfully. Oh, what kind of guest would require Marshal Uncle to personally receive him? The door opened, and a purple-robed youth appeared out of thin air. He had a gentle smile on his face, as if he was a harmless, ordinary person. Marquis Z, this is the Imperial Court's knowledge Marquis. He's come to make a deal, said the old man softly. Marquis Z looked at Ning Chun and smiled. Marquis coming personally really brings light to the Earth Tower. You're too polite. Ning Chun calmly walked into the room. The old man handed over the list and silently left. He closed the door and left the two of them to talk. It said that the Earth Tower's 7 Marquis are all rare experts. Now that I've met you, you really do live up to your reputation, said Ning Chun slowly. Marquis is too kind. Ning Chun lightly smiled. The people on this list aren't difficult for Wei Lu. I just don't know if Marquis dares to accept. Marquis looked at the list and his eyes flashed. I'm a bit curious. With Marquis's power, killing these people shouldn't be difficult. Why do you need Wei Lu to do it for you? Isn't Wei Lu's principle to only talk about the price and not the reason? Could it be that when it comes to Marquis, you still have to explain the reason? Asked Ning Chun. Marquis Z lightly smiled. Of course there's no need. However, the identities of the people on this list aren't simple, so the price naturally won't be low. 30,000 taels of silver per person. Ning Chun calmly said. The Marquis is straightforward. Wei Lu will accept this business deal. Zijun did not hesitate and replied. This Marquis will send someone to deliver the money. We will meet again. After he finished speaking, Ning Chun didn't stay any longer, and he turned around and walked out. Before he walked out of the room, he glanced meaningfully at a corner of the room, and then he left with large strides. The Grand Xia Jiming Marquis really isn't simple. After Ning Chun left, a red-robed figure walked out from a corner and spoke softly. Jun, if you were to take action, how confident are you in being able to keep him here? Asked Zijun. 10%. The woman in red answered honestly. I didn't think that the proud Jun would be so humble one day. Zijun smiled warmly. I've never been modest. You and I can both see that Jiming Marquis is seriously injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a 10% chance. Jun said coldly. We've all underestimated the ability of the Imperial Court and this Jiming Marquis. Zijun sighed softly. The location of Wei Lu's 3 floors had always been a top secret. Who would have thought that the Imperial Court would find it? If it wasn't the Jiming Marquis who came today, but the Grand Xia's army, Wei Lu would definitely not be able to escape. Jun walked forward and picked up the list of names on the table. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, Why is the Jiming Marquis here? I don't understand. Jun shook her head and said, Compared to the Jiming Marquis martial prowess, his intelligence is even more terrifying. Jun nodded her head. Among the nobles of the Grand Xia, she was the most wary of this Jiming Marquis. These days, Beiming had been in constant contact with the various large sects and aristocratic families in the southeast of the Grand Xia. Wei Lu's attitude was the calmest because they knew that Wei Lu's existence could not be seen in any era. It made no difference who controlled the world. The other large sects hoped that the Grand Xia would be destroyed so that they would have enough space to develop. However, Wei Lu did not need this. Although the Grand Xia was now in a period of turmoil, the Grand Xia's 1,000 years of foundation was still there. No one knew if this colossus would come back from the jaws of death. The Imperial Court's motive for sending the Jiming Marquis here was very obvious. It was most likely to deal with the matters of the large sections. Tonight, the arrival of the Jiming Marquis was a wake-up call for Wei Lu and made them even more certain of their original thoughts. Thinking of this, Jun suggested, should we summon Qin Jun and Lan Jun back to discuss this mission together? Yes. Jun nodded her head and said, ask them to stop what they are doing and rush back within 2 days. Jun agreed. After a while, her figure faded and disappeared. Jun looked at the list in her hand and frowned slightly. She still could not understand why the Jiming Marquis with his strength and authority, did not need to borrow the hands of Wei Lu. What was the purpose of such an unnecessary action? In the netherworld, after Mu Qingxue passed the second tribulation of the Xiantian realm, he had been recuperating in the netherworld. He did not wake up for 2 days. Currently, Ning Chun was the only one awake in the entire underworld. During the day, he stayed in the underworld in silence. No one spoke, and he couldn't cultivate. The only thing that remained was an unchanging loneliness and solitude. On the stone table, a red wooden box lay there quietly. Within it was the Emperor's sword of the Zine Empire, the Green Sparrow Sword. After the Great Xia destroyed the Zine Empire, they suppressed the Dane Green Sparrow Sword into the nation treasure and stripped away the Dragon Chi in the sword. The current Dane Green Sparrow Sword was no longer the divine sword that could destroy the world. It was more like a memory of the past. He took this sword from Xiao Mingri's hands in exchange for Mu Qingxue's help. Mu Qingxue was a descendant of the Zine Empire's royal family. The significance of this sword was extraordinary. Only this sword could get Mu Qingxue to help. Outside the netherworld, the sun rose from the east and then set in the west. Inside the netherworld, Ning Chun waited for another day. Only Ning Chun knew how it felt to wait from sunrise to sunset every day. However, he could not see the light, so he could only wait. Mu Qingxue still did not wake up. Clearly, he had suffered heavy injuries from the heavenly flame tribulation. Time slowly passed. After sunset, Mu Qingxue still did not wake up. It seemed that he did not show any signs of waking up. Ning Chun was disappointed once again. He sighed softly and opened the gates to the netherworld, preparing to leave. However, at this moment, an evil and handsome figure appeared and struck out with a palm. Ning Chun did not have time to react and was sent flying. He staggered to stabilize himself and vomited a mouthful of blood. He said in shock, "It's you. Is it unexpected? Long time no see," smiled Underworld Child. The figure walked over step by step. His dark blue battle clothes gave off a strange light in the dusky netherworld. "It's been a long time since I've been back. The feeling of coming home is always nostalgic." Underworld Child touched his lips and smiled like a demon. "Oh, what a powerful aura. One is a Xiantian, and the other is my dear fellow cultivator. What a pity." Underworld Child moved and arrived in front of Ning Chun. He condensed evil energy in his palm and pressed down. Ning Chun forcefully circulated his energy and blocked with a backhand. However, his shatter meridians were unable to withstand the impact of true chi. Immediately, blood and chi surged out from his skin. With a bang, his white clothes flew out and his body was dyed with blood. Underworld Child took half a step back and suppressed the surging energy in his body. He praised, as expected of the Grand Xia's knowledge Marquis. "Even with such injuries, you still have the ability to injure a tiger." Ning Chun steadied himself and said indifferently, "You're only half right. Here, not only do I have the ability to injure a tiger, but I also have the ability to kill one." "Ha, then come." Underworld Child laughed crazily. Evil energy flowed out from his body and spread out. "Since we've met again in the netherworld, how can I not let you experience the power of the Earth Scroll?" Ning Chun sneered and circulated his energy. He crushed the ground in front of him, and his energy erupted. A dark yellow light flourished, and the ground shook. A powerful aura, accompanied by a bloody mist, reverberated between heaven and earth, causing people to tremble. Earth Scroll. Underworld Child narrowed his eyes. While he was puzzled, he secretly circulated his energy and focused all of his attention. "Leave first." Before he finished speaking, the figure in the dust had already disappeared and was rushing toward the netherworld. Underworld Child was momentarily stunned when he saw that he had fallen into a trap. But soon after, a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Knowledge Marquis, you've made me want to kill." With that, Underworld Child took a step forward and turned into a streak of light, chasing after Ning Chun. The two rapidly moving figures flitted through the netherworld one after the other. At this moment, it was a race between life and death. In front of them, Black blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth and body. The pain of true qi piercing through his body was like being cut by 1,000 blades. It was a pain worse than death. Underworld flames burned the heavens. Underworld child, who was chasing after Ning Chun, shouted. Dark blue flames rose around his body. He flipped his palm, and a majestic palm energy shot out. With danger descending, Ning Chun had no choice but to turn around and block with his black sword. With a bang, blood once more sprayed out. However, Ning Chun didn't care about his injuries at all. Before he could even stabilize himself, he immediately rushed forward. Let's see just how long you can run for. Underworld child followed closely behind him. The two of them were getting closer and closer. Ning Chen's injuries were too heavy, and his true qi couldn't circulate smoothly. It severely limited his strength. Just when the distance between the two of them was less than 300 feet, Ning Chun suddenly stopped moving forward. Why aren't you running anymore? Have you run out of energy? Underworld child also stopped. I still have energy, but there's no need to run. Ning Chun, turn around. After saying that, Ning Chun clenched his hand. The Jiga sword stabbed into the ground in front of the ghost woman's stone room was pulled by his true qi and flew into the air. Immediately, an unprecedented sword intent awakened and rapidly spread. I've already said that not only do I have the power to injure a tiger, but I also have the power to kill a tiger. As he spoke, Ning Chen's thick earth qi poured into the Jiga sword. A familiar aura appeared, and the sword intent within the Jiga sword grew even stronger. As the sword intent shook, the ground also began to shake. Chapter 191. Jiga's sword intent shook violently. After being activated by his true qi, the heavy qi of earth spread out in all directions, shaking the ground. Underworld child's expression hardened. He raised his right hand, and the blue flames rose once more, engulfing everything within 100 feet. The sword intent collided with the flames, and, as expected, the boundless sword intent showed an unstoppable force, quickly annihilating the flames in the surroundings. Underworld child spat out blood and retreated dozens of feet. 3 disasters expert. Underworld child narrowed his eyes. Only 3 disasters expert could gather his sword intent without dissipating. Ordinary Xiantian experts couldn't do it. Ning Chen's body moved, and his sword slashed down. The ground in front of him split open, extending hundreds of feet. Evil desolate devours the heavens. Underworld child's body was fully activated. Evil qi filled the air. He flipped his palm, and a majestic palm energy shot out. Ugh! After the collision, a waterfall of blood scattered outwards. Underworld child's body was blasted flying again, and his blood dyed the sky red. Go! Underworld child stepped into the air and turned into a streak of light. Ning Chun was about to chase after him when he suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. He almost fell to the ground. In Donglin City, Qing Ning, who had been waiting in the inn, was worried. He had said he would come tonight. Why hadn't he arrived yet? 2 hours later, the ghost carriage flew through the air, rushing toward the southeast of the Grand Xia. There was a knock on the inn's door. Qing Ning immediately went to open it. Seeing Ning Chen outside, she let out a sigh of relief. Is there any movement from the Wang family? Asked Ning Chun. Su Fian was sent out of the Wang family early this morning. She was accompanied by several rank 9 experts. And just now, another group of people from the Wang family took advantage of the night to leave. They were also protected by rank 9 experts, replied Qing Ning. Hearing this, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Wang family was leaving a way out for themselves. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the Wang family would make a big move in the near future. Someone's coming. Qing Ning's expression hardened. As soon as she said that, a dazzling sword light appeared in the air and pierced towards Ning Chun. Qing Ning's eyes turned cold. Her slender hand glowed brightly, and powerful true qi spread out, instantly sending the person flying. The way the 7 lords of the earthly tower greet each other is really special. Ning Chen stopped Qing Ning and said indifferently, Lan Jun, don't be impudent. 3 figures arrived. They were Lord Zijun, Lord Qi, and Lord Green. The figure that had been sent flying also walked in through the door. It was a petite girl in a blue dress. She had a baby face and looked very delicate. However, her expression was not very friendly, as if she did not like anyone. It's rumored that the Imperial Palace's Empress has a woman who has stepped into the Xiantian realm by her side. That must be her, said Zijun with a smile. Qing Ning didn't say anything. She took half a step back and stood behind Ning Chun. This action made Zijun and the other's eyes flash with an imperceptible light. In this world, there were very few primordial masters and they had high statuses. Even the Marquis could not order them around at will. The actions of the woman in front of them undoubtedly showed that everything here was decided by the Marquis. Gigolo, Lan Jun said disdainfully. He looked down on him. Before Ning Chun could react, Qing Ning was already frowning. A cold aura began to circulate around her, bringing with it a hint of killing intent. Lan Jun! Lord Z's expression turned cold as he berated. Lan Jun unhappily snorted and turned his head away, no longer saying anything. Ning Chen didn't take Lan Jun's rudeness to heart. He didn't know why this baby-faced woman hated him so much. But he could see that her sword, just now, was more to teach him a lesson than to take his life. Otherwise, Qing Ning wouldn't have just sent him flying. Marquis, Lan Jun is still young. If he has offended you, please forgive him, said Zijun apologetically. It's fine. Ning Chen shook his head. Marquis, Wei Lu can attack at any time. We're just waiting for your order, said Zijun politely. We're not his subordinates. Lan Jun couldn't hold back and sneered. To the side, the indifferent Lord Qi patted Lan Jun's head as a warning. Lan Jun shut his mouth, unwilling to accept this. Ning Chen automatically ignored Lan Jun's existence and nodded. In the next 2 days, I'll send someone to notify you. Zijun smiled. No need to go through so much trouble. Lan Jun will stay here, and the Earth Tower has been in disrepair for many years. It's time to move. Ning Chun understood the meaning behind Zijun's words, but he didn't point it out. That's good too. It'll save us a lot of trouble. After the discussion, Lord Qi and Lord Green left. Zijun gave Lan Jun a warning glance before leaving as well. Only Qing Ning, Ning Chun, and a sulking Lan Jun were left in the room. Sister Qing Ning, I still have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Ning Chun didn't even glance at the woman not far away. He turned to leave. Stop. Lan Jun finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Ning Chun stopped and indifferently said, Miss, we don't know each other. There's no enmity between us. Don't go too far. You really don't know me? Asked Lan Jun angrily. Ning Chun frowned and carefully thought about it. After confirming that he really had no impression of her, he said, I don't know her. What's your surname? Asked Lan Jun. Ning, said Ning Chun calmly. My surname is also Ning, said Lan Jun angrily. A bad premonition arose in Ning Chen's heart. This woman couldn't really be related to him, right? After coming to this world, he had no relatives or friends. His memories of this were very limited. He only knew that he was an orphan and that his parents had died long ago. Beside him, Qing Ning also noticed that something was amiss. She rarely heard Ning Chen talk about his past. However, those who were able to enter the palace generally had clean backgrounds. She guessed that Ning Chun was an orphan, so she didn't dare to ask too much. Miss Lan Jun, did you recognize the wrong person? Asked Qing Ning softly. I grew up with him. How could I recognize the wrong person? Tears welled up in Lan Jun's eyes. Even someone as smart as Ning Chun didn't know what to say. Surprise? It didn't count as joy. It was more like shock. Ning Chun, do you know how many years I've been searching for you? Asked Lan Jun tearfully. Qing Ning calmly walked over to Ning Chun and transmitted, Do you recognize who she is to you? Ning Chun helplessly shook his head. How could he know? With his limited memories, he could only vaguely remember a few things that had happened in the past 2 years. Miss, I was injured in the past and injure my head. There are many things that I don't remember. Can you be more specific? Asked Ning Chun apologetically. I'm Ning Shi, your cousin. There's a scar on your left shoulder. When we were fighting when we were young, I accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and burned it. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Lan Jun finally couldn't hold back her tears, and they fell. Qing Ming looked over. Ning Chen bitterly smiled. There's no need to look. It really is there. Ning Chun, Ning Shi, Chun Shi. The meaning behind these names wasn't bad. There was an 80 to 90% chance that this woman was telling the truth. For a cousin to suddenly appear out of nowhere, he didn't know what to do. Where are your parents? Asked Ning Chen. They passed away a few years ago, whispered Lan Jun. Ning Chun sighed. He had asked for nothing. How could a family with parents allow their children to suffer like this and become an assassin that couldn't see the light of day? Something like family was a kind of fetter. But for the current him, it was too extravagant. He had dragged Wei Lu into this matter to deal with the Wang family. He hadn't expected such a variable to appear. Heaven's plans were not as good as man's. Right now, there were two paths in front of him. One was to tell Lan Jun the whole story and give Wei Lu a way out. The other was to act as if nothing had happened. While destroying the Wang family, he could also deal a heavy blow to Wei Lu. In the end, Ning Chun didn't say anything. He handed Lan Jun to Qing Ming and left in the ghost carriage. Compared to Wei Lu and a cousin he had just met, he was more concerned about the safety of Qing Ning and the others. In the netherworld underworld, Ning Chen once again patiently waited. Mu Qingxue had said that she would wake up in, at most, 4 days. This was already the 4th day. It was about time for her to wake up. Boom, boom. After waiting for about 4 hours, the stone room suddenly began to shake. Waves of powerful aura surged out. In the next moment, the restrictions outside collapsed, and a beautiful figure slowly walked out. Ning Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he frowned. Something wasn't right. The unfamiliar cold aura was just like when Mu Qingxue had broken through to the innate realm. It had become emotionless and cold again. How can this be? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He couldn't understand. After Mu Qingxue came out of seclusion, he didn't even look at Ning Chun. He walked step by step to the stone table nearby. With a wave of his hand, the red wooden box opened. The great green sparrow sword flew out and landed in his hand. With a clang, the great green sparrow sword was unsheathed. After feeling the familiar aura, it vibrated violently. The ancient sword had a spirit. Even after 1,000 years, it could still feel the unique royal bloodline. As the sword slashed down, the ground split open. Although the Emperor's sword had lost its dragon aura, it still retained its former sharpness. When will you act? Mu Qingxue glanced at Ning Chun and asked. The night after tomorrow, Ning Chun said in a low voice. Mu Qingxue turned around and returned to the stone room. With a wave of his hand, the stone door closed with a rumble. After a short meeting, Ning Chen's mood became even heavier. Mu Qingxue seemed to have forgotten something again. What was going on? He had never heard of any cultivation technique that could cause people to lose their memories and emotions again. And Mu Qingxue's change happened before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. This seemed to be an endless cycle. It kept happening, and she kept forgetting. What was left in her heart? Could it be that only supreme cultivation was the most important thing? Ning Chen's heart was filled with exhaustion. This time, he felt powerless like never before. He wasn't omnipotent. There were also things he couldn't do. Mu Qingxue's change really made him feel despair. Chapter 192. When Mu Qingxue came out of seclusion, the last person had also arrived. Ning Chun sent a letter to the palace of Great Xia, asking Xia Mingri to send people to set up an ambush outside Heaven's Gate to stop the forces of Su Fian and the Wang family. The Wang family had been operating for thousands of years, and their secret forces were unfathomable. If these people reached northern Meng safely, the threat to Great Xia would be much more serious than imagined. He was not stupid enough to think that the imperial court had already investigated all the forces of the Wang family. There was a high chance that some big fish had escaped the net, and he could not give the Wang family any chance to make a comeback. Ning Chun went to Green Frost Valley again, and then returned to Donglin City to meet Lan Jun to make the final arrangements. Although Ning Chun still felt strange about the fact that he had an additional cousin, he had to accept it. Lan Jun looked unruly and willful, but it was just a disguise to protect himself. After acknowledging his cousin, he became much quieter. There was still some unfamiliarity between the two of them, but Ning Chun still tried his best to adapt to the identity of his cousin. It was impossible for him to not care about the only relative in this world who was related by blood. After 2 days of consideration, Ning Chun finally opened his mouth and asked seriously, "Ning Shi, have you ever thought of leaving the dangerous building?" Lan Jun was silent for a long time before replying, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Every rank, 9 expert in the dangerous building had a soul brought back to the Heaven Tower by the messenger. Once they rebel, they will definitely die." Ning Chun frowned and asked, "Where is the Heaven Tower?" Lan Jun shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but I heard from Zi Jun that there is at least 1 Xiantian expert in the Heaven Tower." At the side, Qing Ning's eyes flashed. This was not good news. Ning Chun was silent. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Great Xia's strength for thousands of years made all the sects not dare to show their faces. However, 1,000 years was a long time. Generation after generation of geniuses, there would always be someone who could step into the Xiantian realm. When Great Xia was at its peak, these Xiantian experts could only keep a low profile until they died. However, now that Great Xia was in danger, it was hard to say whether the few Xiantian experts who were still alive would continue to keep a low profile. The Wang family had an elder, and the dangerous building had a Heaven Tower. In this way, it was not strange for Sword Sect or Yu City Yao family to have another Xiantian expert, since there were innate experts everywhere in this world. The only good news was that she didn't seem to have any sense of belonging to the building, which made it less difficult for him. "Can I ask you a question?" Lan Jun hesitated for a moment before asking. Ning Chun shook his head and said, "No, at least before tomorrow night, I won't say anything." He knew what She wanted to ask, but there was no absolute trust between the two of them, so he wouldn't reveal anything. Lan Jun's eyes dimmed. It turned out that he still didn't trust her. At the side, Qing Ning couldn't stand it anymore. She secretly pinched Ning Chun and told him to be more tactful. Sometimes being overly rational was too hurtful. "Don't overthink it. Even hid it from me." Qing Ning patted Lan Jun's head and comforted him. Lan Jun forced a smile. She knew very well that Sister Qing Ning did not know because she did not ask. Ning Chun didn't explain. He left in the ghost palanquin and headed north. Don't blame him. He still cares about you. It's just that the burden on his shoulders is too heavy. He has to be careful. Qing Ning sighed softly as she watched Ning Chun leave. Lan Jun nodded. He sat there quietly and didn't say anything. The ghost palanquin continued north, catching up to Su Fian and the others. They had already been on the road for 2 days, but they still didn't stop. Ning Chun stood on the high ground, looking at the people hurrying along. A cold light flickered in his eyes. According to the speed at which these people traveled without rest and without hesitation, they should be able to pass through Heaven's Gate by tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, he had to deal with Donglin City's matters. He couldn't be distracted, so he could only leave these people to Xiam Mingri. No matter what, the Wang family's power had to be dealt with in one night. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. 15 minutes later, the northbound group gradually disappeared into the night. Ning Chun also left, returning to the underworld. In the Grand Xiao Palace, after Xiao Mingri received the news from Ning Chun, he immediately gave a secret order to Marquis Gu outside the Heaven Gate to send people to intercept and kill. The atmosphere in Donglin City was as calm as usual. The imperial court didn't make any moves. After Xiao Mingri handed this matter to Ning Chun, he suppressed all the officials' memorials and pretended not to know. The Wang family spies in the palace didn't notice anything and could only continue to wait. In the underworld, after sunset on the second day, Mu Qingxue walked out of the stone room. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the green sparrow sword. "Let's go." "Okay." The two of them left the underworld and rushed towards Donglin City. At the same time, in the northwest of the Grand Xia, in Green Frost Valley, the void trembled. A handsome and devilish figure walked out and disappeared after a step. Donglin City, Ing City, Yongqing City. Black shadows appeared one after another, taking advantage of the night to sneak into the beautiful courtyards. In the next moment, blood flashed in the night. Without a sound, it started and ended. The same scene kept happening in the three cities. Wei Lu sent out the most elite assassins to ensure that nothing went wrong. However, the people on Ning Chen's list all had unusual identities. Accidents still happened. 7 assassins ran into trouble and were discovered in the process of hiding. The first assassin of Wei Lu fell. His heart meridian was shattered by a 9th-grade expert's palm, and he stopped breathing. As for the other 6, after a fierce battle, 4 of them completed their mission and left with injuries. The remaining 2 were unfortunately caught and killed themselves by breaking their hidden fangs. In Donglin City, Lord Z, Lord Green, and Lord Qi also made their moves. Without a doubt, they slaughtered and took away one life after another. These were the hidden forces of the Wang family. The imperial court had been investigating for decades and centuries. Tonight they were uprooted. As for the forces of the Wang family on the surface, or perhaps not hidden deeply, none of them were on the list that Ning Chen gave to Wei Lu. In Donglin City, on the highest wishing tower in the city, Ning Chen took out the broken death bow and shot the first arrow at the strongest aura in the city lord's residence. The city lord of Donglin City only felt a tremor all over, and his hair stood on end. He subconsciously tilted his body and avoided the fatal arrow. A touch of coldness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He activated the life scroll forcefully. In the blood mist, the silver light reappeared. 3 arrows flew in succession, chasing after the stars and the moon. With strong killing intent, they rushed toward the city lord of Donglin City. In the face of the sudden arrow light, the city lord of Donglin City was shocked and angry. He was shocked because the archer was so capable. He was angry because someone dared to assassinate him in Donglin City. The power of the arrow light was stronger than the previous one. The city lord of Donglin City blocked the first 2 arrows. Seeing the 3rd arrow coming toward him, he had to stomp his feet and fly up to avoid the 3rd arrow. On the wishing tower, Ning Chen's lips curved slightly. In the past, his arrows could only be blocked but not avoided. At this moment, the silver light flashed through the void at an extremely fast speed. The lord of Donglin City was horrified. Before he could react in the air, the silver arrow pierced through his chest. With a boom, it pierced through the entire lord's mansion. Cough, cough. The night wind blew. Ning Chen coughed a few times, and a trace of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After wiping it, he turned and went down the tower. In the Wang family, Ning Chen came and handed over the Marquis token. After seeing the Marquis token, the guard was shocked and immediately ran back to the residence to report the news. In the main pavilion, the Wang family master looked at the Marquis token in his hand and was shocked. "Are you surprised?" As he spoke, a blood-stained figure in plain clothes came. He looked indifferent and held an inked sword in his hand. Blood kept dripping down. The men of sacrifice of the Wang family stepped forward, but they could not stop the edge of the inked sword. Even if they did not use their genuine Qi, an expert at the peak of level 9 could not be stopped by ordinary experts. Marquis Jiming, I don't know if I should say that you are confident or arrogant. You dare to break into the Wang family alone. The Wang family master's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "Very soon, it won't be just me." Ning Chen's foot moved, and the inked sword slashed out, blowing away a level 7 death warrior in front of him. On the hilt of the black sword, black blood flowed down. The sword light of no regrets was 30 feet closer. The sharpness of the black sword pierced into the mind. The head of the Wang family flipped his right palm and blocked in front of the black sword with a bang. When the two collided, Ning Chen was forced back half a step, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had once been the strongest person under Xiantian, but now that he had lost his meridians, he had lost for the first time. However, Ning Chen didn't care. His sword glowed, and a streak of frost flashed. The famous Jiming Marquis is only SOSO. The Wang family master coldly snorted. His palms shook heaven and earth. He was not the slightest bit afraid of the inked sword's attack. In that instant, ink blood splashed out. Ning Chen's sword was faster than the previous one. Each sword brought with it a black mist of blood. This was the price of true qi piercing through flesh. At that moment, the Wang family's hidden level 9 expert walked out, but he saw a green figure blocking his path. Her slender hand pierced through the air. With a bang, the level 9 expert's Dantian Sea of Qi was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Qing Ning disappeared. When she reappeared, there was another groan. The second level 9 expert's cultivation was destroyed. In the Wang family, apart from the person who went to the north, there were still 6 ninth grade consecrators left. In less than 15 minutes, all of them lost their cultivation. Qing Ning did not like killing, so she only destroyed their cultivation. She did not kill them. How dare you? Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura awakened in the depths of the Wang family. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual qi gathered and formed a huge whirlpool. Ancestor. The Wang family master was overjoyed. He pushed Ning Chen away and turned to look at the depths of the mansion. The ancestor was about to come out. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be distracted in battle? As he spoke, frost gathered on the ink sword. Snow filled the sky. The Love Sutra danced out. Love Sutra, 3,000 miles of ice. A snow-colored light spread out. The sword was as fast as a ray of light. It danced in the ice and snow for 3,000 miles. The moment it shone, the sword went for the throat. How can this be? The Wang family master's expression froze. The moment he came back to his senses, the light in his eyes faded. Chapter 193. The fallen figure was filled with shock and unwillingness. He did not understand why Jiming Marquis, who was suppressed by him earlier, would suddenly have such a huge change. What he did not know was that Ning Chen was suppressed because his qi was restricted, but it did not mean that he was unable to use his full strength. In front of the fallen Wang clan head, Ning Chen's black sword was leaning on the ground. Black blood flowed down the sword. After using his full strength, it was difficult for him to attack again. The pain was unbearable. At this moment, even standing became difficult. You're really crazy. Mu Qingxue walked over step by step and looked at Ning Chen coldly. He did not say anything else and focused on the strong practitioner who was about to be born. Qing Ning's figure flashed and came to Ning Chen's side. Worry flashed in her eyes and she asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine. You fight. Don't worry about me." After speaking, Ning Chen endured the pain and walked away, leaving the battlefield to the two. In the Wang clan, the terrifying aura was recovering faster and faster. The heaven and earthling qi was attracted and stirred violently, crazily rushing towards the deepest part of the residence. Ningchen walked very far away. The battle between Xiantian experts was not something he could interfere with now. He could not be a burden to Qing Ning and the others. In Donglin City, Lord Zi, Lord Qing, and the others were shocked by the powerful aura. They looked at the Wang clan residence with shock. What happened? Lord Qing quickly came to Lord Zi and asked. Lord Zi looked at the Wang clan residence with a gloomy expression and said, "The birth of an Xiantian expert in the Wang clan is most likely related to Jiming Marquis. We might have been tricked." 15 minutes later, Lord Qi and Lord Lan also arrived. They looked at the Wang clan with a serious expression. In the depths of the Wang clan residence, the ground was constantly shaking. An old figure walked out, wrapped in light. The powerful aura caused the surrounding space to distort. Qing Ning turned her hands, and the silver spear handle and blade combined, turning into a silver divine weapon. She faced the upcoming battle head-on. Am I late? At this moment, a devilishly handsome figure slowly walked over. Behind his ink-white clothes was a snow-white sword that exuded a sharp chill. "No, now is the time," Ning Chen said calmly. "That's good." As he spoke, Mu Qianshang stepped forward step by step. In a flash, he had already arrived beside Mu Qingxue and Qing Ning. The three powerhouses fought against the three tribulations. Around the four of them, their martial arts rose. 4 colors of brilliance soared into the sky, dyeing the entire night sky into 4 different colored worlds. The third Kane tribulation was a watershed for the 5th tribulation realm. After crossing it, one's strength would increase rapidly. The Wang family patriarch's aura was shockingly majestic. Without a doubt, he had already crossed this threshold. Mu Qingxue waved his hand, and the Cheng Ying's sword flew to his side. His white robe flashed, and his sword was without a shadow. Bang! The Wang family ancestor's palm energy spat out as he blocked the Cheng Ying attack. Then, the palm energy was deflected, and the beautiful figure in front of him was sent flying. Mu Qingxue took a step in the air, turning back. She was like lightning, instantly arriving in front of him. The Wang clan ancestor snorted coldly, his right hand holding the Cheng Ying sword, striking out again. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dust flew into the air. The silvery white spear blocked the terrifying palm, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. The combination of the Cheng Ying sword and the silver sharp sword allowed them to attack and defend as one. They fought against the three tribulations together. The terrifying battle erupted. The Wang family patriarch was unshakable. Every move he made caused the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. Houses couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle and kept collapsing. Mu Qingshue's figure was as fast as a flash. After one strike, he quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, another strike swept past. Fast, fast, fast. Other than fast, there was still more fast. In the blink of an eye, sword beams appeared in the night sky. The moment they clashed, one couldn't look away. Wang family patriarch's true qi surged around him, blocking the sword beams again and again. He raised his true qi with a flip of his palm, causing the sky to shake and the earth to shake. Qingming focused on defense. Her silver spear spun rapidly, piercing through the air. Seeing the battle intensifying, the Wang family patriarch didn't want the Wang family to be affected. He stomped his feet and flew into the sky. Mu Qingxue and Qing Ning stomped their feet, following him like a shadow, pressing forward again. The battle between the three became more and more intense. Shocking explosions rang out one after another. The entire Donglin city was awakened by the terrifying noise. They looked in the direction of the Wang family and trembled. Lord Zi, Lord Qi, and the others looked at the three figures with ugly expressions. Without a doubt, they had been tricked by Jiming Marquis. "There's something wrong with that list," said Lord Zi slowly. "The people on that list are all hidden forces of the Wang family." Ningchen walked over and said calmly, "You're using Wei Lu to deal with the Wang family," said Lord Zi with a gloomy expression. "Wei Lu is in the business of killing people for money. Don't need to pick a target?" said Ning Chun indifferently. "You slaughtered the Wang family's people for no reason. Aren't you afraid of causing panic among the other sects and causing them to use this as an excuse to officially declare war with the imperial court?" "You're thinking too much," sneered Ning Chun. "What happened tonight was done by Jiming Marquis and Wei Lu. The imperial court didn't do anything. The people who died tonight were all killed by Wei Lu. The imperial court didn't move a single soldier. Moreover, the imperial edict should be here soon. What reason do you think the other sects have to vent their anger on the imperial court?" "You..." Lord Z's expression changed again and again. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. "I still have a list of the Wang family's forces on the surface. Do you want to consider eliminating them?" Ning Chun took out a piece of paper and threw it over. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. The Wang family's forces are much more terrifying than they appear on the surface. After tonight, if the Wang family still has the strength to take revenge, Wei Lu will be in trouble." The naked threat was like 1,000 knives scraping at Lord Z's heart. If the people on the first list were all hidden forces of the Wang family, then it was really terrifying. Lan Jun stepped forward and took the list. After glancing at it, he turned and left. "Lord Lan, where are you going?" Lord Qing and Lord Qi were startled and asked. "To kill." Lan Jun stopped and said lightly, "Wei Lu has already offended the Wang family. If he offends the imperial court, then there is no way out." Lord Zi clenched his fists until they turned pale. After a long time, he slowly relaxed and said in a low voice, "Jiming Marquis, we are working for you. Shouldn't the imperial court give us a promise? All these years, Wei Lu has not done anything too overboard. I think the imperial court will not have any thoughts of targeting Wei Lu for the time being." As for the Wang family, after tonight, Ning Chun said calmly. Hearing Ning Chen's promise, Lord Zi's expression softened slightly. He looked at Lord Qing and Lord Qi and said, "Let's go." The three of them left. Ning Chen leaned on the street and looked at the battle in the sky tiredly. Now, it was up to Mu Qingxue and the rest to deal with the biggest threat. In the sky, the battle between the three had reached its climax. Cheng Ying and Silver Spear, one attacking and one defending, the battle was dazzling. Even someone as strong as the Wang family's old ancestor could not win in a short time. Below, Mu Qianshang stood quietly. His pair of demonic eyes watched quietly, waiting for the best moment to make his move. Shui Yan's sword was slightly unsheathed. A sharp sword intent was faintly discernible, as if it would cut open the 9 heavens in the next moment. Flying sword feather. Mu Qingxue took a step in the air and flew into the 9 heavens. The sword Qi in the sky gathered and condensed into a pair of huge sword wings. The sword wings flapped, and a waterfall of sword Qi swept past like rain, drawing out a dazzling brilliance. Facing the sky full of sword rain, the Wang family's old ancestors' aura sank. With a flip of his hand, he drew in the Qi of heaven and earth, forming an impenetrable Qi barrier in front of him. With a loud bang, the sword rain collided with the Qi barrier, creating a terrifying sound. In an instant, a large part of the void collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying power. Qing Ning's right hand loosened, and the silver spear turned rapidly. It drew a silver light, and with a bang, it collided with the Qi barrier again. The spinning spear blade collided fiercely with the Qi shield. Qing Ning moved her feet and arrived at the end of the spear. She slapped the end of the spear with her palm. With an ear-piercing sound, the silver spear was 3 inches away. The Qi shield immediately became unstable. The Wang family's old ancestor's expression turned cold. With a flip of his hand, a vast palm power surged out and sent the girl in front of him flying. In that instant, Mu Qianshang, who had been waiting, made his move. The snow sword was unsheathed, and the mountain river sword, intent, slashed forward. In an instant, the whole world turned into a beautiful painting. The snow sword swept past and brought along a black sword light to the front of the Wang family's old ancestor. With a clang, it pierced the flaw left by the silver spear. At the same location, the Qi shield that had been heavily injured and hadn't had time to recover was instantly shattered and scattered. The intense power spread out, and both of them were affected and retreated a few steps. Sword leaving scars. At this moment, the beautiful figure in the 9 heavens disappeared, and a fast sword light swept past. The white robe instantly appeared in front of the old ancestor. The sword entered his body and brought along a waterfall of dazzling blood. The Wang family's old ancestor's chest was dyed red as he was injured for the first time. Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After 100 years, this was the first time he was injured, which aroused the killing intent in the Wang family's old ancestor's heart. His face was filled with rage, and his body erupted, violently shaking. Mu Chengxue, who bore the brunt of the shock, was immediately sent flying, his mouth dyed red. At the same time, in front of the Heaven's Gate, Su Fei Yin and the others rushed over. Yang Hong, who was in charge of guarding the gate, opened the huge black iron gate and let the group out. After leaving the gate, the group continued on their way, avoiding the Kuei city, where Marquis Ji-Yu's troops were stationed, quickly heading north. Just as the group was 300 li away, a group of people who had been lying in ambush for a long time walked out and surrounded Su Fei Yan's group. Marquis Ji-Yu had personally appeared, and 1,000 personal guard were on standby. They were determined to leave the Wang family's remnants here. A half-step Xintian Marshal Marquis, 7 9th ranked and above experts in the army, plus the Marquis personal guards who were all 4th ranked and above experts. Su Fei Yin and the others were shocked, their expressions extremely ugly. Were their whereabouts exposed? Or was it that the imperial court had their eyes on them? No matter how puzzled they were, it was already too late. Marquis Ji-Yu gave the order, and the 7 ninth-ranked experts stepped forward, about to start another massacre. However, at this moment, a sky full of sword energy appeared. In the distance, 2 figures slowly walked over, one in white, one in purple. The moment they appeared, the swords in everyone's hands all trembled. The people who came were the future swords of Sword City, Jian, Yi, and Jian Air. Marquis of Xia, please withdraw your troops. Jian Yi spoke in a casual tone that did not carry any threat, but caused the hearts of everyone present to tighten and their expressions to turn serious. Chapter 194. The arrival of Sword 1 and Sword 2 changed the situation of the encirclement. Marquis Ji's expression was incomparably grave. Looking at that incomparable sword intent, he guessed the identity of the newcomers. Only people from Sword City could have such an unusual sword intent. You guys go first, the 2 of us will bring up the rear. Sword 2 smiled warmly towards Su Fian and the others. Many thanks. Su Fian clasped her hands and, without another word, led her group away. Stop them, Marquis Ji coldly said. Yes. The guard received the order and were about to stop them. But at that moment, Sword 1 moved. He took a step forward, and a sharp sword intent swept out. The guards who were about to stop him were immediately sent flying. Their armor dyed red with blood. When the 7 experts saw that, they immediately rushed forward. 3 of them blocked in front of Sword 1, while the remaining 4 chased after him. Sword 2's figure flashed, and a huge gap appeared in front of them, causing the 4 of them to pause. You guys bring people to chase after him. I'll stop him. Marquis Ji's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the 4 of them. He waved his hand to disperse the sword intent. Marquis really is confident. Sword 2 smiled lightly. Against you, it's enough. Marquis Ji replied. I'm not saying I'm here. Sword 2 didn't rush to attack. Instead, he looked toward Sword 1. Marquis Ji frowned and followed Sword 2's gaze. A moment later, his pupils fiercely shrank. In Sword 1's hand, an ancient broken sword was unsheathed. In the instant that sword appeared, the 3 experts who were blocking him were immediately sent flying. That sword had been broken by Prince Yan's sword that day. When their sword intents collided, Sword 1 had lost by a bit. However, at that time, his opponent had been a legend of the Grand Xia. Losing by a bit was already difficult for ordinary people. Now that his opponent had changed, who would be able to block the future sword of Sword City? Without a doubt, in just one move, the 3 of them had been heavily injured. Sword 1's sword flew out and appeared in front of the 4 people who had gone to block him. Sword 1's figure also arrived, and with a slash of his sword, the 4 of them were immediately forced back. Over 10 guards went forward, but before they could even get close, Sword Chi flew out and blood dyed their armor red. They couldn't take even half a step forward. That unshakable figure, standing alone, shocked everyone. Marquis Ji's expression turned cold. Moving his feet, he swept towards Jian Yi. Marquis, if you ignore your opponent like this, it will make things difficult for me. Amidst the gentle voice, a wisp of sword light flashed past and stopped Marquis Ji. In Sword 2's hand, a strange long sword was swallowing and spitting out sword light. It was bone-piercing cold, like a venomous snake that was ready to swallow its target at any moment. Jian Air, the person who had fought the least in Sword City, had displayed unfathomable strength for the first time. Marquis Ji collected his thoughts and looked at the figure in front of him, not daring to be careless. With a raise of his hand, it was the ultimate move of a martial marquis. The blue light flourished, and with a flip of his hand, a sharp, killing light appeared. Sword 2 smiled faintly. The long sword circled around his arm, and with a swing of his sword, he sliced apart the brilliance in front of him. He moved again, and his sword swept towards the beating heart in front of him. Marquis Ji's expression changed slightly. He unleashed all of his martial arts. His fist smashed down and collided with the tip of the sword. A drop of blood dripped down from his fist. The sword pierced his skin, unable to get any closer. Oh! Jian Air let out a soft sound of praise. His sword swung, chopping towards Marquis Ji's throat. Boom! Another fist collided with the tip of the sword. Marquis Yu changed his gentle and refined scholarly appearance. His attack was domineering and fierce, not at all at a disadvantage. As Jian received the attack, he could not help but praise in his heart. The martial Marquis de Xia was indeed not easy to deal with. It seemed that the strength of de Xia was not a fluke. These martial Marquis were indeed rare opponents in the world. Since the world attacked de Xia, although the situation of de Xia had been deteriorating, the only martial Marquis who died in battle was Marquis Wang Chuan. Marquis Wang Chuan, the martial Marquis who was ranked second among the 10 martial Marquis, was ambushed and killed by the imperial advisor Bei Ming. Dying in the hands of the 3 disasters was an honorable death. The battle between Jian and Marquis Yu was unusually fierce. However, on the other side, the 7-rank, 9 powerhouses once again tried to break through Jian, but they were blocked again and again by a severed sword. Jian, he was not a person who liked to kill. He did not use many killing moves. However, even so, the 7 of them were still fighting very hard. Seeing that the battle was not going well, Marquis Yu had no choice but to order a retreat. Retreat. With an order, everyone quickly retreated. Marquis Yu and the 7-rank, 9 powerhouses stayed behind. After everyone retreated, they followed and left. Jian and Jian stopped and did not stop them. Their mission was to protect Su Fian and the others as they left. There was no need to fight to the death with the de Xia army. There were 1,000 martial Marquis personal guards and 7-rank, 9 powerhouses. Even if they could kill them all, they would have to pay a big price. Moreover, there was still a martial Marquis here. Before reaching the Xiantian stage, one's strength would eventually be limited. Unless it was a last resort, no one would be willing to fight against a well-organized army. Ning Chun, who was far away in Donglin City, did not know what was happening outside Tianmen Pass. However, even if he knew, it was too late to reverse the situation. In the sky above the Wang family, the battle continued. Qing Ning, Mu Chengxue, and Mu Qianshang joined forces to fight the Wang family elder. The terrifying air pressure shook the sky. The space was violently distorted and large pieces of it collapsed. Half a day's remnant red reflected on the river moon. Between the mountains and rivers, the snow sword in Mu Qianshang's hand danced. The remnant red reflected the sky, beautiful and sad. The bloodlight rose rapidly and rushed into the clouds. The extreme move caused the heaven and earth to lose balance. The remnant red reflected the bright moon, blooming in this dark night. At the same time, Qing Ning coordinated with her move. On the silver spear, flowing light overflowed, as bright as the stars in the 9th heaven. After a moment, the silver spear left her hand and rushed into the sky. The surging spear light fell from the 9th heaven, turning into a silver meteor, crashing down with a loud bang. Even the 3rd tribulation realm Wang family elder did not dare to be careless. He raised his left hand and gathered his qi. The surging true qi gathered and blocked the blood-red sword light. At the same time, the silver spear light also arrived. The Wang family elder's right hand glowed with green light, blocking the silver spear with his palm. In the moment of the stalemate, a bright arrow light suddenly arrived. It silently rushed into the elder's Dantian sea of qi. A person who hides his head and shows his tail, how shameless! The Wang family elder snorted angrily. The aura around him spread out. The arrow light shattered and dissipated in the air. In the distance, Ning Chun leaned against the wall behind him and coughed violently. The broken death bow in his hand dripped with black blood, dyeing the ground black. After blocking 3 moves, the Wang family elder waved his palm to push Mu Qianshang and Qing Ning back. When he regained his qi, he saw a white flowing light flash past. The sword moved in an instant and pierced towards his Dantian sea of qi again. The Wang family elder's expression turned serious. He forcefully raised his cultivation, but he did not have enough qi. The Cheng-Ying sword entered his body, splashing out a pool of red. The Cheng-Ying sword could not advance any further. The Wang family elder groaned and retreated a few steps. He then struck out a palm, imprinting it on Mu Chengshue's body. With a bang, Mu Chengshue flew out. The corner of his mouth was dyed red again. "Are you all right?" Qing Ning took a step forward and looked at the Wang family elder in front of her with a solemn expression. "I'm fine," Mu Chengshue calmly replied. A third tribulation realm expert is indeed harder to deal with than expected. Mu Qianshang suppressed the surging blood qi in his body and said, "Continue." With that, Qing Ning's feet moved. Her silver spear turned into a flowing light and rushed forward again. Mu Qianshang followed at the same time. His snow sword slashed across, leaving behind an inky white flowing shadow. Mu Qingshue's figure disappeared and instantly appeared in front of the Wang family elder. His sword was without a shadow, and in a blink of an eye, several moves were exchanged. The three of them worked together, attacking and defending at the same time. The Wang family elder showed signs of weakness. On the street far away, Ning Chun leaned against the wall behind him. He closed his eyes and remained motionless, accumulating his strength bit by bit. Lan Jun hurried over and supported him. She asked with a worried expression, "What happened to you?" "I'm fine." Ning Chun gently pushed Lan Jun away and said, "Don't come near me, I might hurt you." Lan Jun had no choice but to take 2 steps back and guard at the side. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable worry. Ning Chun held the broken death bow. Strands of true qi gushed out from his dantian, passing through his flesh and blood and gradually gathering together with the dripping blood. At the side, Lan Jun could feel the true qi in Ning Chen's body that was difficult to control. The worry in her eyes grew stronger. They could see that Ning Chan was injured, but they did not expect it to be so serious. Silver light gathered on the broken death bow, and a resplendent arrow appeared. It pointed into the distance, as if it could pierce through the sky at any time. In the sky above the Wang family elder suddenly felt a sense of danger. The moment he made his move, he froze for a moment. At this moment, Mu Chengshue moved and stabbed out with his sword, attacking that momentary flaw. The Wang family elder quickly reacted and put his hands together to block the Chang'ing sword. Qing Ning and Mu Qianshang immediately went forward. Silver Sharp and Snow Sword worked together to attack the Wang family elder's heart and dantian. "Impudent!" The Wang family elder roared, and his aura triggered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, erupting wildly. Boom! Boom! A loud collision sounded. Qing Ning and the other 2 were affected by the aftershock and were heavily injured. The 3 people flew out covered in blood. The Wang family elder also took a few steps back, and his qi and blood were violently surging. At this moment, a dazzling arrow light appeared again, and in a flash, it was already in front of him. The Wang family elder was shaken by the aftershock, and his body could not be used for a moment. In a hurry, he forcefully activated his remaining true qi and blocked the arrow light. However, after the first arrow, another 2 arrows followed closely behind. 3 arrows in a row, chasing after the stars and moon. The second arrow light broke through the last obstacle and went through the flaw that Mu Chengshue pierced and penetrated half an inch. A moment later, the third arrow arrived, and the danger of an inch was broken, causing the dantian to tremble. The dantian trembled, and blood flowed out from the corner of the Wang family elder's mouth. His true qi was scattered. Seeing this, Mu Chengshue endured his injuries and rushed forward again. The Chang'ing sword pierced through the dantian and dantian. Qing Ning and Mu Qianshang rushed forward at the same time, using both techniques to break the dantian's tough bones. Before he could finish his sentence, the Wang family elder forcefully used his remaining true qi and slapped out. The 3 of them were the first to bear the brunt of the attack and flew out covered in blood. More than 10 feet away, Mu Chengshue, Qing Ning, and Mu Qianshang stabilized themselves in a sorry state and vomited blood. Ha! In the next moment, the Wang family elder laughed hysterically and fell from the sky. Finally succeeded. On a street far away, Ningchen slowly closed his eyes and sighed tiredly. However, at this moment, Ningchen's closed eyes suddenly opened and looked at the place where the Wang family elder fell. The sudden appearance of the evil qi pervaded the entire heaven and earth. Along with the familiar crazy laughter, it reverberated between heaven and earth. Jiming Marquis, thank you. Chapter 195. The extremely evil and cold aura was so familiar, yet so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. The moment Ning Chan drew the Deathbreaker bow, a waterfall of blood flowed out. Above the Wang family, a figure wearing dark blue armor appeared. Evil Qi filled the sky as he grabbed the falling Wang family ancestor and stood in the air. At the same time, a silver arrow flew through the air like a meteor. Underworld Child chuckled and waved his hand. Evil Qi surged and the arrow shattered. Jiming Marquis, live well. I will wait for you in the Xiantian realm. Underworld Child's figure faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sudden change caused the heavily injured Qing Ning and Mu Qianshang's blood to surge. They could only watch as Underworld Child left with the Wang family ancestor. Ning Chen's expression was extremely ugly. He had calculated everything, but he still missed Underworld Child. He did not know what method Underworld Child used to have the aura of the Xiantian realm, but he was certain that Underworld Child had not stepped into the Xiantian realm. However, Ghost Woman had once said that Underworld had a forbidden technique that could devour other people's cultivation. For thousands of years, only this generation's Underworld Child had cultivated it and succeeded. The reason why Underworld Child was called an anomaly in Underworld was because he had devoured the cultivation of several Underworld experts. This was also the reason why Ghost Woman had always been afraid of Underworld Child. Now that the Wang family ancestor had fallen into Underworld Child's hands, it was undoubtedly the worst situation. Thinking of this, Ning Shun powerlessly put away the Deathbreaker bow and said with a tired face, Ning Shi, you go back first. Don't let them be suspicious. I will think of a way to get your lost soul back. Lan Jun's lips moved, but he did not say the name he wanted to call out. After a moment, he turned around and turned into a ray of light. That night, Donglin, Yongqing, and Ning's city were filled with slaughter. For of the 7 lords of earth, building appeared, together with the 29 most elite assassins of way building. The sky of the 3 cities was completely dyed red. Wang family's power suffered a great loss overnight. When the sky was about to brighten, Ning Chun and Mu Qingxue returned to Underworld. Qing Ning and Mu Qianshang also dragged their injured bodies and left to recuperate. As for what happened outside Heaven's Gate, Ning Chun still didn't know. After returning to the Underworld, he didn't come out again for 3 days. Mu Qingxue was in seclusion. There were layers of restrictions in front of the stone room, completely sealing him within. On the 2nd day of the Wang clan's calamity, the entire southeast region of the Great Xia dynasty was shaken. Jiming Marquis and Wei Lu had joined forces to inflict heavy losses on the Wang clan. The Wang clan head and the lord of Donglin City were both killed by Jiming Marquis. The common people were panicking. They found it difficult to accept such a tragedy, and rumors began to spread everywhere. The Sword sect, the Yao family of Yu City, and the other sects took the opportunity to question the imperial court's actions. The imperial court soon took action. An imperial edict was issued, shocking the world. Jiming Marquis Ningchen colluded with dangerous buildings and killed innocent people. His crimes are unforgivable. From today onwards, he will be stripped of his position as a marquis. Along with the order to depose the marquis, there was also a warrant for the arrest of the guilty Jiming Marquis. The fear and anger of the commoners were only slightly suppressed after the order to depose and arrest was issued. The imperial court did not move a single soldier for the Wang family's tragedy. With the Marquis decree, the imperial court was completely cut off from this matter. The Sword sect, the Yao family, and the other sects couldn't find a reason to do so, so they could only lay low for the time being. The imperial court's actions were not finished. Soon, a new lord of Donglin City was appointed. The imperial court also sent people to control the Wang family's forces in the open and in the dark. After the arrival of the new lord of Donglin City, for inconspicuous generals were promoted to high positions to fill the vacancies. Many generals of the Wang family were also demoted in secret. They were put aside and stripped of their military power. The imperial court quickly dealt with the Wang family's matter without bloodshed. By the time the common people reacted, the Donglin city had already changed. In the imperial court of Great Xia, Xia Mingri issued several secret orders in a row, asking the hidden dragon guards to do their best to collect evidence of the Wang family's involvement in Duke Shiyu's rebellion. In the Weiyang Palace, after knowing that Xia Mingri had issued the order to depose the Marquis, Zhang Sun remained silent, as usual, and said nothing. Qing Ning was seriously injured and didn't come out of seclusion. She knew nothing about what happened later. Only Xia Zi, after knowing Xia Mingri's decision, turned around and left. Even though he knew this was the best solution, he still couldn't accept Xia Mingri's cold way of doing things. On the night of the fourth day, Ning Chun, who had yet to appear, finally left the underworld and rushed towards the imperial city. He was looking for someone. It wasn't Xia Mingri or Zhang Sun, but the shopkeeper. Ning Chun appeared outside, doing pharmacy, and knocked on the door. The shopkeeper opened the door and was clearly startled when he saw who it was. A moment later, he reacted and immediately pulled him into the pharmacy. "Why do you still dare to come here?" asked the shopkeeper worriedly. "Has the imperial edict been issued?" "As expected, Xia Mingri is the most suitable person to be emperor," said Ning Chun indifferently. "Even if you know everything, why do you still dare to come back?" said the shopkeeper somewhat angrily. Ning Chun laughed softly and said, "I came back to ask you something." "What is it?" asked the shopkeeper. Ning Chun casually found a place to sit and poured himself a cup of tea. It had been a long time since he had drunk this. "You still don't remember someone called you Ling?" asked Ning Chun. "I remember. That woman who came with you half a year ago." "What about it?" asked the shopkeeper. "Does she really only have a year to live? Can that 1,000-year-old blood ginseng allow her to live a bit longer?" asked Ning Chun. "Impossible." The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Her body is already at the end of its life. A blood ginseng king can at most make her suffer less." At this point, the shopkeeper glanced at Ning Chun and warned, "If you see this friend of yours, try your best to persuade her to rest more. Working too hard will only increase the burden on her body and worsen her illness." Ning Chun nodded. This was the best news he had heard these days. "Shopkeeper, I also want to ask you for a favor," said Ning Chun softly. "Speak," replied the shopkeeper. Ning Chun stretched out his arm and said, "I've been fighting too many times these days, and there's something wrong with my body. See if there's any way to let me live a few more days. At the very least, I'll be more flexible than you." Originally, he could still hold on for 5 or 6 months. However, during the battle at Mount Tianhua, he was too injured and used the forbidden technique of a life scroll, causing the Yellow Springs flower's poison to spread rapidly. He was not sure how long he could last. It was better to be safe than sorry. If he died and Fan Linghua was still alive, how could he be at ease? Hearing Ning Chun's words, the shopkeeper doubtfully placed his finger on Ning Chun's pulse. A moment later, his expression changed. "I almost forgot. I'm already a person without a pulse." Ning Chun recalled something and apologetically withdrew his arm. How was that possible? The shopkeeper's face was filled with disbelief. As long as one was a person, they would have meridians. If one did not have a pulse, how could they still be alive? The story is a bit long, so I'll make it short. Ning Chun gave a simple explanation. The shopkeeper was a famous genius doctor in the imperial city and even the entire world. No matter what method he had to try. Yellow Springs flower, phoenix blood, these things from legends actually exist. Unbelievable. Hearing Ning Chun's story, the shopkeeper's expression was incomparably astonished. The world was so big and filled with all sorts of strange things. However, the existence of the Yellow Springs flower and phoenix blood was still unbelievable. Simply put, I've come here to ask you to help me suppress the Yellow Springs flower's poison. I don't want to become a mindless monster so quickly. Ning Chun did not say the rest. He had already made an agreement with Mu Qingxue that once he lost consciousness, it would be the time for her to kill him. With Mu Qingshua's current situation, he believed that this would definitely happen. The life scroll originally belonged to the Zin Empire. She had once given it to him. Now that he had forgotten about it, she naturally had to take it back. The shopkeeper frowned and paced back and forth in the room. He had treated illnesses his entire life, and countless people had been cured. Today, he was truly stumped. A 10,000-year-old medicine king was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. He did not have any. Apart from this, what else could slow down the spread of the Yellow Springs flower's poison? Ning Chun was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. He did not want to live too long. A few days longer than Fan Lingyue was enough. To be honest, he was already very tired. Got it. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly lit up. Permitha flower. The Yellow Springs flower was at the bottom of the weak water, while the Permitha flower was at the other side of the weak water. He had once read in an ancient book that the Yellow Springs and the Permitha flower were mutually exclusive. Perhaps it could be useful. Ning Chun saw the shopkeeper's exclamation and thought that there was hope. However, when he heard the words Permitha flower, his heart sank again. The underworld's Permitha flower had been destroyed by the underworld child 100 years ago. He had also tried to find it, but he had not been able to. The underworld no longer has the Permitha flower, Ning Chun said slowly. The Ruoshui may not only exist in the netherworld. According to myths and legends, the Ruoshui in the netherworld was also moved away by someone with great mana. Since so many legends have become the truth, this matter may also be true, the shopkeeper said seriously. Do you know where the legendary weak water source is? Ning Chun asked. There are 3 places. The end of the easternmost land, the northern Ming Imperial Court's Estranged Mountains, and Xia's Qizhou mountain range. Each legend is different. I'm also not sure where it is, the shopkeeper said seriously. Ning Chun sighed softly. These 3 places were really more dangerous than the previous. Needless to say, he had already been to Qizhou mountain range. He had not seen any weak water at all. The weak water of the underworld was a river that was so long that one could not see the end of it. As the source of the weak water, it must not be smaller than the underworld. Inferring from this, the legend of the weak water of the Qizhou mountain range was very likely fake. As for the northern Ming's estranged mountains and the end of the easternmost land, he had not been there, so he could not make a judgment. While Ning Chun was thinking, the shopkeeper returned to the back hall. After a long time, he came out with a pile of bottles and jars and placed them on the table. Take all the elixirs here. Anyway, you won't die from eating them. If you have nothing to do, just eat a few bottles. It will be of some use, the shopkeeper said helplessly. Thank you. Ning Chun did not stand on ceremony. He kept all the elixirs and asked casually, how much is it? He was now a rich man. Taking out 80 to 80,000 taels of silver was like playing with a toy. You can't afford it. Put on record, the shopkeeper said lightly. I have money. Ning Chun took out a stack of gold notes and said. This was what he had specially taken out when he returned to the Ho's residence. The shopkeeper glanced at the gold notes and said lightly again, the difference is too big. Put on record. Chapter 196. Ning Chun was shocked. He put away the gold notes in embarrassment. He had thought that he was rich, but he was still poor in front of the shopkeeper. He had given 2/3 of the money from the auction of the 9 Wonders separation flower to Zhang's son, and the remaining 1/3 was left in the Marquis manor. The last time he had returned, he had taken out a portion. After paying for the building, he still had some left. It seemed that the pills the shopkeeper had given him were truly extraordinary. Ning Chun casually took out a pill and threw it into the corner of his mouth. Immediately, a gentle medicinal power spread out and entered his body. I can't thank you enough. Ning Chun didn't know if it was useful or not, so he stood up and bowed. No need to thank me. I'll have a few more days and repay your debt, the shopkeeper said. Ning Chun smiled. I'll try my best. All right, you can leave. I know you have a lot of things to do, so I won't keep you. The shopkeeper sent him off. Shopkeeper understands me. See you later. Ning Chun smiled. See you later. The shopkeeper's expression was calm, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He hoped that they would meet again someday. Ning Chun left without stopping. He directly headed north toward Marquis Bloodclad's camp. Recently, the fighting between Northern Ming and Grand Xia had decreased, and it had calmed down. This made him even more worried. In Marquis Bloodclad's camp, a ghost palanquin arrived. When the guards in front of the commander's tent saw Ning Chun, they respectfully bowed and made way. Ning Chun entered the commander's tent. There was only Marquis Bloodclad inside. Marquis Bloodclad wasn't surprised. He had already expected Ning Chun to come. As a Marshal Marquis of Grand Xia, how could he not know what kind of sacrifice was behind this responsibility? How was the battle situation? It's not good. The two of them had a tacit understanding not to mention Donglin City and Marquis Bloodclad. They directly changed the topic to the most important battle. "Come over and take a look," Marquis Bloodclad said. Ning Chun walked over and looked at where Marquis Bloodclad was pointing. He frowned. "Shaoling Ancient Town. Yes, that's right. Northern Ming's army's current target is this place." "Have the commoners all moved away?" Ning Chun asked. "Almost all of them," the Marquis replied. "It's indeed a bit troublesome. Shaoling Ancient Town was a very big place, but the defense was very weak. It could not resist the iron hooves of the Northern Ming army. It was only a matter of time before Shaoling was taken. There was no suspense. The main problem is still Northern Ming's light and heavy cavalry. They are too difficult to deal with," the Marquis said with a sigh. Heavy cavalry was invincible against 10,000 men. This was an unchanging law. Northern Ming had nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry. With them as the vanguard and a large number of light cavalry who were good at riding and shooting, they were the symbol of invincibility. "We still need more training to deal with the 30,000 heavy cavalry. However, we should be able to do so soon. Try to delay the Northern Ming army for as long as possible," Ning Chun suggested. The Marquis nodded and said, "Jingwu Duke will be here soon. Together with the 55,000 Imperial Guards under my command, we should be able to buy some time. If the cavalry wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop them." However, the Northern Ming military advisor had always tried his best to avoid a head-on confrontation. As long as it was not a good opportunity, he would not easily mobilize his troops. At this point in the war, both sides were clear about their opponent's situation. There are no secrets. Whoever could create the best opportunity and seize it would be the winner. "There is one more thing that you might be more concerned about." The Marquis suddenly thought of something and said seriously, "In the Northern Ming imperial court, the news of the young emperor taking an empress has already spread like wildfire. However, the candidate for the empress has not been announced yet." Ning Chun's eyes narrowed. He knew about this, but he still did not understand what Fan Lingwei was doing. So many days had passed since he sent her the letter, and there was no news. He guessed that there would not be a reply. If he went to Northern Ming, with Fan Lingwei's style, he would definitely not return. Of course, there was another possibility. Fan Lingwei had asked Mingyu to take an empress, but Mingyu was unwilling. Therefore, she used him as a shield. Fan Lingwei was just passing this problem to him. If that was the case, Mingyu would really have given him and Fan Lingwei a headache. The little girl had grown up and become smarter. Although he and Fan Lingwei were at loggerheads, they both cared about Mingyu. If possible, neither of them wanted to disappoint the little girl too much. For experts close to the Xiantian realm, it would only take 1 or 2 days to travel between Northern Ming and Grand Xia. During Mingyu's wedding, Fan Lingwei would most likely have to go back. If both of them were present at the same time, it would be very troublesome. The more Ning Chun thought about it, the more his head hurt. It was not easy to find a foolproof plan. "Marquis, there's a letter from the Imperial Palace," a respectful voice reported from outside the tent. "Send it in," the Marquis said. As soon as he finished speaking, a green-armored soldier came in. After delivering the letter, he quickly retreated. The Marquis picked up the letter and opened it. There were 2 letters inside. "This one is for you," the Marquis said as he handed over one of the letters. Ning Chun took it. The more he read, the tighter his frown became. What he was afraid of had happened. "What's wrong?" the Marquis asked. "The remnants of the Wang family were rescued by the people of Desolate City," Ning Chun said as he handed the letter back. The Marquis took the letter. After reading it, His expression turned ugly. This result was indeed disappointing. In Grand Xia, the remnants of the Wang family were unknown. If at the critical moment they worked together to stab Grand Xia, it would be really troublesome. It's all for naught. Ning Chun felt somewhat helpless. How could he not expect that there would be problems at Heaven's Gate? Now that the Wang family's power had completely turned from the light to the dark, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. It's always useful. At least the Wang family has suffered such a huge loss. They won't do anything for a while. The Marquis comforted. Since things have come to this, we can only stabilize the war here and try not to give the Wang family any chance. Ning Chun sighed softly and said, in fact, this rescue of the remnants of the Wang family not only planted a hidden danger for Grand Xia, but also exposed a problem. Grand Xia's peak combat power was at a disadvantage. The two disciples of Sword City were obviously far stronger than ordinary peak rank. 9 experts. With Fan Lingwei, even Xiantian experts might not be able to take advantage of them. For thousands of years, Grand Xia had been producing countless experts. Unexpectedly, at this time, Grand Xia was at a disadvantage compared to the peak experts. The current situation for Grand Xia was becoming more and more unfavorable. In the following time, the two continued to discuss the situation of the war. Before dawn, Ning Chun left. There were still a few days before the official battle between the Northern Ming Army and Grand Xia. He couldn't wait forever. At least he took this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the red spider lilies. The next night, Ning Chun left the underworld in the ghost palanquin at a fast speed all the way north. Compared to the endless easternmost land, the easternmost mountain was more reliable. The ghost palanquin was extremely fast and soon arrived at Heaven's Gate. Yang Hong was guarding it. Ning Chun didn't want to force his way in and still chose to pass through the Qizhou Mountains. He shouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter Tao Tai eating every time. As for other dangers, he could still manage. The ghost palanquin sped. This time it was very smooth. It didn't encounter any strange birds or monsters and quickly passed through the mountains. After passing through the Qizhou Mountains, the ghost palanquin moved faster and faster. It turned into a black ray of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the ghost palanquin, Ning Chun's expression was solemn. Northern Ming's easternmost mountain wasn't much better than the Qizhou Mountains of Great Xia. It was the most primitive land in the world. It wasn't strange for all kinds of things to appear there. In this world, there were martial artists and Xiantian experts. There were monsters that couldn't be killed by human strength. He didn't doubt that in these primitive lands, something that he couldn't understand might appear again one day. As the ghost palanquin moved north, the easternmost mountain was getting closer. Ning Chun avoided human habitation and tried his best to move through the wilderness. After passing through the Beijing Plains, the ghost palanquin changed direction and rushed towards the northwest. Soon, a huge peak appeared in front of him. The surrounding peaks of various sizes were faintly discernible. It stretched along the northwest direction, and the end couldn't be seen. They had arrived at the easternmost mountain. The ghost palanquin drove directly into it, but its speed was greatly reduced. Ning Chun didn't know what dangers were waiting for him. It was better to be safe than sorry. The black and white impermanents, Oxhead and Horseface, appeared in front of and behind the palanquin. They brought along a ghostly aura that filled the sky. In the palanquin, Ning Chun took out a bottle of medicinal pills, poured out a handful, and swallowed them. The shopkeeper was right. His current situation couldn't get any worse. He could only try everything he could. No matter if these pills were useful or not, he had to try. He wouldn't die no matter how much he ate. The medicinal power spread out and quickly entered his internal organs, limbs, and bones. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. He didn't know if it was because it was useless or the effect wasn't obvious. He didn't feel it. The black and white impermanents led the way while Oxhead and Horseface carried the palanquin. They kept moving forward. Ning Chun rarely summoned these 4 weapon spirits of the ghost palanquin. To ordinary 9th-stage experts, the illusory black and white impermanents and the invulnerable Oxhead and Horseface might be difficult to deal with. But to Fan Lingwei, or Underworld Child, These four-weapon spirits were almost no threat to them. The reason why the ghost palanquin was indestructible was because of the existence of these four-weapon spirits. If it was destroyed in a battle, the losses would outweigh the gains. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth trembled and approached rapidly from afar. Inside the ghost palanquin, Ning Chen's expression immediately became interesting. Beast tide. The ghost palanquin immediately sped up, avoiding the direction of the beast tide, and swept to the side. A moment later, a large black mass of beasts stepped over the mountain and disappeared into the distance. The beast tide came quickly and left quickly as well. It was over in a few breaths of time, leaving behind only a desolation of devastation. Ning Chen didn't know how to express his feelings. Fortunately, it was just a beast tide. Compared to those unimaginable monsters in the Qizhou mountain range, this place was much more normal. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and continued forward. Above the ninth heaven, the bright moon moved westward. The night gradually deepened. The ghost palanquin went deeper and deeper. Soon, it was buried in the mountain range of ancient trees. Chapter 197. On Dredge Mountain, the ghost palanquin advanced. Sinister ghost qi continued to spread, causing many poisonous insects and beasts to stay away. There were no roads in the primitive lands. The black and white impermanence led the way, while Oxhead and Horseface followed closely behind. Dredge Mountain was continuous. The ghost palanquin passed through mountain after mountain, going deeper and deeper. Not long after, a turbulent river appeared in front of them. The waves reached the sky, cutting off the path ahead. Ning Chen did not get down from the palanquin. Instead, he continued forward. The black and white impermanence, Oxhead, and Horseface walked on the waves, heading toward the opposite shore. At this moment, an accident finally occurred on their journey that had been quite smooth. Amidst a sharp whistling sound, a huge wave that was over 30 meters tall surged up and smashed down with a loud bang. Under the terrifying might of heaven, the ghost palanquin was as insignificant as an ant. It was immediately swallowed up by the huge wave, its shadow nowhere to be seen. The next moment, a blurry, translucent figure appeared in the river. The sharp whistle pierced one's eardrums. A water demon? This world really is full of strange things. Under the huge wave, the ghost palanquin disappeared without a trace. Only Ning Chen stood on the water, his expression shocked. A large river was not weak water. Otherwise, even a peak rank 9 expert would not be able to borrow its strength. This was just an ordinary river, but it had given birth to a spirit like a water demon. This was clearly unusual. The water demon had already taken human form. It was female, but its facial features had yet to fully take shape. It was slightly blurry. All things had spirits. This water demon had clearly just gained intelligence. Its sharp whistle was both fearful and warning. Without a doubt, the ghost palanquin's crossing of the river had alerted the water demon. "I have no ill intentions. I'm just crossing the river," said Ning Chen as calmly as he could. "Ah." The sharp whistle still carried a strong sense of vigilance. Beside the water demon, waves surged, as if it would punish the intruder at any moment. Ning Chen frowned slightly. Not being able to understand human speech and communicate was not a good thing. He was in a hurry and could not waste too much time here. He could only force his way through. Strands of true qi circulated around his body. This time, the pain seemed to be less than before. It seemed that the pills he had swallowed had more or less alleviated the pain. Ning Chen walked forward step by step. Following that, the water demon's whistle became more and more frequent. The sense of warning grew stronger and stronger. Finally, the water demon let out a sharp whistle and attacked first. The river water churned as a huge wave rose up and smashed down. First defense, shocking waves splitting 10,000 li. Ning Chen used the triple success body and condensed qi with his sword finger. As the waves surged, the river water gathered rapidly and formed a huge sword. In a flash, the sword slashed down and broke the huge waves. Between the two of them, or perhaps it should be said that the difference in strength between a human and a demon was too great. The huge wave was split apart by the sword and scattered in all directions. The water demon was frightened. Her exquisite, transparent body kept shaking. Apparently, she was scared. Get out of the way. You're not my match. Ning Chen's tone was still calm, without any malice. However, what surprised everyone was that even though the water demon's body was shaking uncontrollably, it still stood in front of Ling Xian and refused to step back. Ning Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. Something wasn't right. Even if these elves and monsters didn't understand the human language, they should have the instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. They shouldn't act so recklessly. He still had to walk this path on his way back. If the water demon insisted on blocking him, it would waste quite a bit of his time. Ning Chun wasn't too willing to kill this kind of monster. Among all living things, there were far too few that could awaken intelligence. Furthermore, it would take countless years to do so. Killing one meant there would be one less. With a flip of his hand, an ancient mirror appeared. Ning Chun activated the life scroll, and the ancient mirror immediately awakened. A faint light shone down on the water demon's body. The water demon was startled and fiercely struggled. However, it was all in vain. The light blue mirror was like a cage that firmly locked her in place. A moment later, Ning Chun crossed the river, leaving behind the ancient mirror to lock down the water demon's body. He continued forward. This was the mirror he had taken from the ancient sage's tomb. He had pondered over it for a long time, but hadn't been able to figure out how to use it. Right now, the power he could use was just barely enough to trap the water demon. He didn't know whether it was because he hadn't found a way to use it or because the mirror didn't approve of him. In any case, this broken mirror's use was far less frightening than its origin. He crossed mountain after mountain. Time slowly passed, but Ning Chun still hadn't found any trace of Ruo Shui. It was getting late, and it would take some time to return. Ning Chun decisively decided to return first and come back tomorrow. Wah. However, just at this moment, a tender baby's cry rang out from the depths of Alienation Mountain. It was heart-wrenching. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. A chill rose in his heart. A moment later, he hastily retreated. However, he was still a step too late. Fog filled the world, trapping everything within dozens of miles. It formed a huge fog forest. Ning Chen's expression immediately became grave. This was troublesome. The fog was so dense that one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was hard to tell which direction to go. Wah! The baby's cry was getting closer and closer. It didn't take long for it to be right in front of him. Ning Chun unsheathed his ink sword, and frost condensed. He stood in the fog without moving a single step, waiting for the unknown enemy to arrive. This time, he really might have encountered a monster. Hopefully, he could still make it back in time. Swoosh! Suddenly, the mist 300 meters away stirred intensely and condensed into form. After that, it transformed into a water arrow that silently shot forward. Ning Chun only felt a chill on his back. He subconsciously tilted his body. He saw the water arrow brush past his sleeve and quickly disappear into the distance. In the next moment, the fog condensed again, and water arrows shot out one after another. Ning Chun waited with full concentration. As his feet moved, his plain clothes fluttered as if they were dancing. He dodged the water arrows that came from all directions. An unknown enemy with an unknown ability. Ning Chun couldn't find a clue. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged and wait for the enemy to appear. It would be difficult to kill him with just these water arrows. After a while, the enemy in the dark might have also discovered this problem. They stopped wasting their energy and calmed down. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He spread out his spiritual sense, trying to find the enemy's position. Why? At this moment, a baby's cry rang in his ears. Immediately, a huge mouth appeared and tried to swallow him. Ning Chen's body moved, and he moved 10 feet away. With a wave of his left hand, he dispersed the fog around him. The monster that appeared in front of him had the body of a snake and the head of a human. It had the face of a baby, and it kept crying. It made one's hair stand on end. Ning Chen quickly tried to figure out the monster's identity. After a while, his body trembled and he was shocked. Nine-headed snakelet. the legendary monster of water and fire. It could spit out water and fire. It had 9 heads, the face of a baby, and it cried. Therefore, it was called Nine-Headed Snakelet. There were many legends in the world. Only Nine-Headed Snakelet could match the monster in front of him. However, this monster seemed to only have 1 head. Or perhaps, only this head came out to hunt. No matter what, 1 head was much easier to deal with than 9 heads. The legendary Nine-Headed Snakelet was a ferocious beast that could be compared to Tao Tai. It was extremely terrifying. With his ability, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for such a ferocious beast. Once he encountered it, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Previously, if it wasn't for Dao Kuei's help, he would have been trapped in Tao Tai's body forever. According to the legends, Nine-Headed Snakelet had 9 heads. 5 of them were male, and 4 were female. Male snakelings were good at using water, while female snakelings were good at using fire. The head in front of him could control the water vapor of heaven and earth. It was obviously male. It was no wonder that the water demons in the river would stop him at all costs. There was a ferocious beast like Nine-Headed Snakelet in Dredge Mountain. No matter what kind of demon it was, they could only submit to it. After determining that the monster in front of him was Nine-Headed Snakelet, Ning Chun immediately turned and ran. Whether he could defeat it or not, he didn't have much time left. It was getting closer to daybreak. If he didn't go back now, he could only wait to be burned to death by the heavenly fire. The area covered by the fog was huge. Ning Chun used his spiritual awareness to explore the way and quickly rushed in a direction. No matter where it led, he had to escape first. Nine-Headed Snakelet followed closely behind. Its cries came one after another. Every time it opened its mouth, it would spit out a black water arrow. It had a strong toxicity and was aimed at the human in front of it. Ning Chun didn't dare to take it head-on. He ran and dodged at the same time, trying his best not to let the black water touch him. His body was already in a mess. It would be best if he didn't add anything else to it. Boom! Nine-Headed Snakelet behind him seemed to be tired of following him. Its huge snake body swept horizontally. With a loud boom, the ancient trees collapsed. Ning Chun, who couldn't dodge in time, was swept away and sent flying far away. After running for half a day with great difficulty, he suddenly didn't know where to go. Ning Chun was really angry. He knew that it was too late to find another way out. Fortunately, he stopped running. He raised his sword and slashed at Nine-Headed Snakelet. With a loud clang, Ning Chun immediately felt his right arm go numb. Sparks flew, and the tip of the sword in his hand couldn't penetrate even half an inch. What a tough skin! Ning Chun was shocked. He immediately turned and ran. What was there to fight? Nine-Headed Snakelet continued to chase. It kept going back and forth and was unusually persistent. It had to swallow the human in front of it. The chase between the two continued until daybreak. Once Ning Chun found an opportunity, he would turn around and slash. Unfortunately, Nine-Headed Snakelet's skin was shockingly tough. It was unharmed. The sky in the east gradually turned white. The first light of dawn was about to fall. After tormenting for half a night, Ning Chun, who couldn't win or escape, stopped running. Cold greed flashed in Nine-Headed Snakelet's huge eyes. It opened its huge mouth, and a huge suction force was emitted. Ning Chun laughed coldly. Didn't you want to eat people? I'll teach you a lesson. With a step, Ning Chun's body turned into a ray of light and entered Nine-Headed Snakelet's mouth. At this moment, heavenly fire filled the sky above the 9 heavens. It brought with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth and landed on Nine-Headed Snakelet's body. Wah! A mournful cry sounded. Nine-Headed Snakelet's body twisted violently and crashed onto the ground with a loud boom. It startled the birds and beasts in the sky and flew away. Inside Nine-Headed Snakelet's body, Ning Chun's black sword was firmly inserted into its flesh. No matter how Nine-Headed Snakelet struggled, it refused to let go. Chapter 198. On Dredge Mountain, heavenly fire gathered. The blazing flames continued to rise, forming a scene that could burn the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Within the flames, the nine-headed snakelet's huge snake body rolled violently, smashing through ancient trees one after another. The deafening sounds of collision caused the entire Dredge-Lee Mountain to tremble. Inside the nine-headed snakelet, Ning Chun stabilized his body with the black sword and rolled along with the snake body. The heavenly fire burned the sky and destroyed the earth. The nine-headed snakelet's shrill cries could be heard. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape the burning of the heavenly fire. The nine-headed snakelet realized that its action of swallowing the human was wrong. It opened its huge mouth and tried to spit out the human in its stomach. Black poisonous water gushed out and sprinkled on the ground. The surrounding rocks and trees immediately turned black and were corroded into a mess. In the nine-headed snakelet's stomach, Ning Chun did not retreat. Instead, he went deeper into the snake's stomach with all his might. A human and a monster were competing in strength. One was drilling in, while the other was spitting out. They were in a stalemate. The heavenly fire was still burning. The nine-headed snakelet's vitality was frighteningly strong. After being burned for half a day, it was still struggling violently. Many people in the world saw this unbelievable scene. The flames in the sky continued to burn and did not extinguish. No one knew what was happening. If an innate expert was undergoing a tribulation, no one would be able to survive for such a long time. The nine-headed snakelet dragged its burning body and continued to struggle. Ningchen refused to come out. The more he drilled, the deeper he went. After half a day, the nine-headed snakelet's struggles became weaker and weaker. Its cries also became weaker and weaker. It seemed to have lost its strength. On Dredge-Lee Mountain, a huge snake body stretched across half of the mountain. It was motionless. Only the flames on the snake's body continued to burn, showing no signs of extinguishing. Ningchen did not know where he had drilled to. When he felt that the nine-headed snakelet was no longer struggling, he finally had the energy to look at his surroundings. The surroundings seemed to be different from the snake's stomach he was in previously. The flesh and blood gradually disappeared and turned into something that looked like stone. Ning Chun recalled the situation he encountered when he entered the Tao Tai's stomach. After an unknown period of time, Ning Chun found another nine-headed snakelet's body. It looked very similar to the one he was swallowed in. The only difference was that this snake's body was made of stone. Gradually, the third snake body, the fourth, the fifth, Ning Chun found all 9 snake bodies. Just like the second one, they were all made of stone and not flesh and blood. This gigantic monster seemed to be living in another form of existence. It had turned its flesh and blood into stone and was in deep slumber all year round. For some reason, the only body of flesh and blood was not asleep. It was still awake, guarding the Alienation Mountain. Ningchen was a little shocked. The 2 primitive places in the world both had legendary ferocious beasts. If it was a coincidence, it wouldn't make sense. Did they willingly sleep here, or were they sealed by someone? If such a thing were to truly awaken and wreak havoc on the world, even Xiantian experts of the 3 disasters realm would find it difficult to subdue it. What made him even more worried was that there were 2 other primitive lands in the world. He wondered if there were other monsters of this level in the world. The Tao Tai and the nine-headed snakelet were notorious vicious beasts in myths and legends. They had caused a lot of trouble in ancient times and were eventually subdued by the gods. Their whereabouts were unknown. He could accept the existence of martial artists, innate masters, and even monsters. However, when it came to gods, he would rather believe that they were just legends. If there were gods in the world, that would be the worst thing. The nine-headed snakelet's body seemed to be a huge space. On its body, the 9 snake bodies were spread out and the head and tail could not be seen. The sky outside was already dark. After sunset, the heavenly fire dissipated. According to legends, each head of the 9-headed snakelet represented a life. Ningchen did not know if the head that swallowed him was still alive. He did not want to take the risk and decided to wait for another day. Inside the 9-headed snakelet's body, there were some artifacts from the human world. These artifacts had been through countless years and had almost turned to dust. They could no longer be used. Of course, not everything had been destroyed. Ning Chen had also noticed some items that were relatively intact. There was a spear, a copper cauldron, and an iron sword. All of them were mottled with rust and seemed as if they would break at any moment. The three items were not far from each other. The halberd was already damaged and broken. It told of the intense battle that the owner of the halberd had experienced when he was alive. However, Ning Chun still felt an indescribable chill from the halberd. It was similar to the feeling he had when he met Jingye Tai Chu, but it was not exactly the same. Without a doubt, the halberd was extraordinary. Even though most of its sharpness had been eroded by time, there was still a trace of strength left. As for the bronze cauldron and metal sword, Ning Chun kept them. He did not care if they were useful or not. He would take them away first. When the sun rose the next day, the heavenly fire descended once again. The nine-headed snakelet's body gradually could not hold on and started to burn from the inside. After a day, there was no more movement. When the people of the world saw the flames in the sky again, they did not know what to say. Strange things happened every year, but there were especially many this year. In thousands of years, this was the first time they had heard that the heavenly fire tribulation could burn for 2 days. The raging flames shone in the sky. The nine-headed snakelet's petrified body had already merged with the dredge mountain. It did not have any reaction to the heavenly fire. Only the flesh and blood of the nine-headed snakelet continued to burn. Only when the sky turned dark did it slowly extinguish. When half the night had passed, Ning Chun struggled to get out. He summoned the ghost palanquin and immediately left this damned place. The nine-headed snakelet's huge snake body had already destroyed the main peak of the dredge mountain. It was extremely desolate. When he passed by the river of water demons, Ning Chun retrieved the ancient realm and left immediately. Ruoshui clearly did not stay in the dredge mountain. Now the only hope was the easternmost land. This place was frighteningly far. Even if he had the ghost palanquin, he might not be able to make it back in time. Tonight, no matter what, it was impossible. After returning to the underworld, Ning Chun heaved a sigh of relief. If possible, he really did not want to face these things that were beyond common sense. Being able to survive this time did not mean that he could survive the next time. In the depths of the underworld, the ghost woman was still in seclusion. It seemed that she would not come out until she reached the Xiantian realm. Ning Chun hoped that the ghost woman would come out as soon as possible. The underworld child had taken away the Wang clan's ancestor. The longer time passed, the more dangerous it would be. In this world, only the ghost woman could find the whereabouts of the underworld child. He did not have much contact with the underworld child, but he could still feel the terror of the underworld child. This terror did not refer to the underworld child's strength, but the latter's capricious personality. He did not follow any rules or morals. Everything he did was crazy and unpredictable. If such a person was allowed to reach the Xiantian realm, it would be a very scary thing. Only the Xiantian realm could kill the Xiantian realm. However, once the underworld child reached the Xiantian realm, he would definitely not be a match for an ordinary Xiantian realm expert. On the northern battlefield, the Shaoling ancient town had been conquered by the northern Ming army. There were no accidents. The 20,000 steel cavalry returned and regrouped with the army. Close to 10,000 heavy cavalry and 80,000 steel cavalry responded to each other. The banners were connected together, black and heavy, making it difficult for people to breathe. Duke Jingwu and the Marquis of Bloodygar were finally able to gather their troops outside the Shaoling ancient town. The 130,000 Imperial army stood in formation, trying to stop the northern Ming army here. After nightfall, Ning Chun did not rush to the easternmost land. Instead, he went to the barracks. His matters could be discussed later. Before that, he had to finish this battle first. In the commander's tent, Duke Jingwu nodded when he saw Ning Chun. Ning Chun returned the greeting and did not say anything else. He respected Jingwu Duke very much, but that didn't mean that his relationship with Jingwu Duke would improve even further. The third prince was Duke Jingwu's only disciple, and he was the one who forced the third prince to his death. This grudge had no right or wrong, and there was no way to resolve it. Duke Jingwu obviously had the same attitude. In one night, they only talked about the battle and did not talk about anything else. The Marquis of Bloody Garb handed the authority to Duke Jingwu to command the overall situation. He himself returned to the position of a general, which was what he was best at. The title of Bloody Garb was obtained through killing on the battlefield. After being bestowed the title of Marquis, there were many restrictions. In the imperial city, it had not been peaceful for the past few days. After Ning Qin's title of Marshal Marquis was stripped, many people who were dissatisfied with him in the past repeatedly added insult to injury. They almost found Ning Qin and skinned him alive. However, a few people who knew the truth knew what was going on. Even the Marquis house was not taken back by Xiao Mingri. Instead, he secretly sent many people to protect them. Some officials who did not have eyes, who dared to gossip or condone their subordinates and juniors to cause trouble in the Jiming house, were fined their salaries. The serious ones were directly banished out of the imperial city by Xiao Mingri and exiled to the desolate lands. In the beginning, many officials did not know what was going on and thought it was just a coincidence. Later on, they felt that something was wrong. While keeping their mouths shut, they also strictly restricted their subordinates to not provoke the Jiming house. During this time, Zhang Sun did not say a word. He really stayed away from the court and did not interfere with any of Xiao Mingri's decisions. The dukes and marquises in the north did not care about this at all. Every night, they would seriously discuss future war matters under the lights, trying their best to fight for the last hope of Great Xia. Ning Qin, Marquis Bloodgarb, and Duke Jingwu had not rested for 3 consecutive nights, trying their best to think of a plan and strategy. Today, Great Xia's situation could not get any worse. Their opponent was the smartest person in the world and the strong Northern Ming Iron Cavalry. They could not afford to be careless. Since the start of the war between the two dynasties, the Northern Ming strategists had come up with many ideas that were hard to defend against. This time, they had to be wary of any accidents and pull the war back to the initial battle of tactics and military strength. In the ancient town of Shaoling, a lady in a blue dress stood quietly in front of the formation. Her beautiful face had a sickly pale look. As the night wind blew, she would cough lightly. Her weak look made one's heart ache. If it were not for the great Xia land that was riddled with holes behind her, who would have thought that this beautiful and weak girl was the Northern Ming strategist that everyone feared, the smartest person in the world? Chapter 199. Since ancient times, heroes were created in times of chaos. Fan Lingyue's appearance changed this truth. When Great Xia was at its peak, he appeared out of nowhere and destroyed this strong dynasty. Originally, this was not an era that created heroes. Great Xia, that had been invincible for 1,000 years, was far from falling. However, Fan Lingyue used an unreasonable method to forcefully change the pace of the era. The people of the world were fortunate because they were born in the same era as Fan Lingyue and witnessed him changing an era with his own strength. The people of the world were also unfortunate because they were born in the same era as Fan Lingyue and had to experience the cruelty of war. In the world, even if there was the invincible Great Xia and the unfathomable Eternal Night God sect, during the era that Fan Lingyue was alive, the most terrifying was still the Beiming imperial court. Ning Qin and Fan Lingyue were the most similar people in the world and the people who knew each other the best. As such, they were the people who wanted the other to die the most. The standoff between the two armies lasted for 3 days. No one dared to move. Now was the most crucial moment, and every action would affect the direction of the battle. Fan Lingyue's Beiming army did not have any abnormalities. After many days of marching, they rested up and did everything according to plan. In comparison, the Great Xia side was more nervous. After so many battles, the Great Xia soldiers were more or less fearful of the military advisor of Northern Ming. This was unavoidable. Losing once was not scary. What was scary was losing again and again. The war between the two dynasties had lasted for half a year, and Great Xia had not won a single time. Luckily, the combat quality of the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps was far from what normal soldiers could compare to. Even if their hearts were affected, they could still maintain strict discipline and high morale. After the fourth day, the two armies finally started to clash. On the Great Xia side, Duke Jingwu led the entire situation while Marquis Bloodcloak became the strongest general. He led the troops in every battle and was unstoppable. On the Beimeng side, the heavy cavalry was still the vanguard. The light cavalry and other soldier types worked together to complete the missions that Fan Lingwei gave them. They were like war machines, cold and strong. In the day, they beat the drums and beat the gongs at night. The battle between the two armies lasted for 10 days. The Imperial Army went from 130,000 soldiers to 110,000 soldiers. On the other hand, Northern Ming lost 80,000 cavalrymen and more than 10,000 infantrymen. Both armies suffered roughly the same losses. In truth, this seemingly equal number of casualties was the biggest imbalance. The Great Xia Guards Legion Corps were all carefully selected soldiers, and their individual combat strength was really strong. Not to say that they could fight 1 against 10, but 1 against 5 was not an exaggeration. However, facing the Northern Ming army that was mainly cavalry and had 3 armies working together, the strong Great Xia Guards Legion Corps could not gain any advantage. Ning Chun, Duke Jingwu, and Marquis Bloodrobe once again shifted their gazes to the nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry. The war between the two dynasties had been going on for so long, but these 10,000 heavy cavalry had only lost 1,000 when North River was covering the retreat. Other times, there were almost no casualties. We have to think of a way to stall these 9,000 heavy cavalry. Otherwise, we'll be too passive, Duke Jingwu said in a low voice. You can consider sending the Divine Wind Battalion out to fight while the rest of the Imperial Army provides cover. Elite against elite, forcefully separating these heavy cavalry from the other soldiers of Northern Ming, the Marquis suggested. Ningchen frowned but did not say anything. He was also worried about the matter of the heavy cavalry. The 30,000 cavalry in the Imperial City were still unable to fight. Facing the Northern Ming heavy cavalry here was too difficult. This was also the key reason why the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps had not been able to gain the upper hand. After thinking for a moment, Duke Jingwu approved of this idea. The Divine Wind Battalion was the strongest battalion of the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps aside from the Dragon Guards. They might be able to block the Northern Ming heavy cavalry in a direct confrontation. It's better to be careful. Just as Ning Chun was about to speak, a powerful pressure suddenly came from the heavens and the earth. The 3 of their expressions changed, and they immediately walked out of the camp. They saw 2 figures flying through the air, directly rushing towards Shaoling City. They did not conceal their auras at all, and they were so powerful that it was shocking. All the soldiers below could clearly sense this kind of strength that surpassed humans. Xiantian experts. Ning Chen's expression was extremely grave. Without a doubt, they were Xiantian experts. Furthermore, there were 2 of them. How is this possible? The number of Xiantian experts in this world could be counted, and he recognized most of them. However, these 2 people were extremely unfamiliar to him. They are heading toward Northern Ming, Marquis Bloodrobe said with a gloomy expression. What was going on? Ning Chen's eyes flickered. Where did these 2 people come from? Their appearance at this time was too suspicious. In the ancient town of Shaoling, in front of the Northern Ming army, Fan Lingwei also walked out of the commander's tent. Looking at the 2 figures rushing over from afar, he frowned slightly. The 2 figures became more and more energetic, and in a short while, they arrived in front of the Northern Ming army. All the soldiers of Northern Ming were shocked by this terrifying pressure. However, the soldiers guarding the commander's tent still blocked in front of them, disregarding their lives to protect the tent. Everyone, retreat, Fan Lingwei ordered. Hearing the order, the soldiers immediately retreated like the tide, without a moment of hesitation. You are the military advisor of the Northern Ming Imperial Court? Among the 2, a green-robed old man said coldly. Yes, I am. May I know where you 2 are from? Fan Lingwei asked. Ascension Valley, the red-robed woman beside the green-robed old man said arrogantly. Fan Lingwei's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew this place. Many Xiantian experts who had disappeared in the world had gone there. Legend had it that Ascension Valley had a method to make people live forever. Thus, some Sciention experts who were nearing the end of their lifespans were unwilling to die, just like that. In the end, they all went to Ascension Valley. "Why have the two of you come here?" Fan Lingwe asked calmly. "We've come to make a deal with you," the green-robed old man said slowly. "Oh, what kind of deal?" Fan Lingwe asked. "Let that three disasters expert of Northern Ming help my Ascension Valley and open up the boundary. In exchange, when the Realm Master descends in the future, he will also leave a piece of land for the Northern Ming Imperial Court," the green-robed old man replied. Hearing these words, Fan Lingwe laughed instead and said, "Looks like the so-called Realm Master you speak of has already taken this piece of land as something that belongs to him. Am I, Fan Lingwe, too stupid, or have you all lived for too long, and your brains have become dull to actually have such ideas about me? The Ascension Valley came to find you because they think highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit," the red-robed woman snorted coldly. "If I don't agree, what will you do?" Fan Lingwe said indifferently. "I've heard that other than Imperial Preceptor Northern Ming, the Eternal Night Cult also has a martial lord. I think that he will be more sensible than you. Having one spokesperson for the Ascension Valley in the human world is enough. As for the others, there is no need for them to exist," the red-robed woman threatened. "I don't know if a martial lord is sensible or not, but I know that as long as I'm alive, the Eternal Night Cult won't have the guts. Since I can cripple the Great Xia, the Eternal Night Cult can also do the same." After saying that, Fan Lingwe took a step forward. His body shone with white light. With a wave of his hand, Jingye Taichu flew out from the tent and floated in front of him. "Humph, you don't know what's good for you." The red-robed woman took a step forward, and her Sciention cultivation erupted, shaking heaven and earth. In front of the Great Xia's tent, Ning Chun felt the shaking of heaven and earth in the distance. He summoned his ghost palanquin and immediately rushed over. The Marquis was worried that this was a scheme of the Northern Ming Imperial Preceptor, so he followed with worry. The two of them were extremely fast. Before long, they were 10 miles away from the Northern Ming camp. As a result, a shocking scene appeared in front of the two of them. In front of the Northern Ming army, Fan Lingwe's white light illuminated heaven and earth. The Jingye Taichu in his hand was unusually swift and fierce. He was fighting one against two, but he was still able to suppress the two of them. Ning Chan was shocked, and even more shocked. He had also fought against Sciention experts before, and he could barely keep himself from being defeated. He didn't expect Fan Lingwe to be able to suppress two Sciention experts by himself. Beside him, the Marquis' eyes were also filled with shock. It was difficult for a Hotian to fight against an Sciention expert, but it wasn't impossible. However, it was almost impossible for a Hotian to suppress an Sciention expert, not to mention fighting one against two. Not only Ning Chun and the Marquis, even the red-robed woman and the green-robed old man were shocked. Their moves quickly dissipated in the lustrous white light. They were completely useless. Even Sciention experts didn't dare to face the Jingye Taichu head-on. As they attacked, blood could already be seen. The more the red-robed woman fought, the more shocked she became. She said anxiously, "Fan Lingwe, don't you want to take down to Xia? Ascension Valley can help you realize this wish. As for Northern Ming's future, the Valley Master is kind and will definitely not mistreat you." Fan Lingwe's eyes were cold, and the white light on his body became even brighter. He said, "Whether I could take down to Xia or not is my own business. The future of Northern Ming and the Divine Great Land is not up to Ascension Valley to decide." When Ning Chun and Marquis, blood-robed Marquis, who were 10 miles away, heard the name of the Ascension Valley, their faces turned pale. As a martial Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty, he naturally knew more things than ordinary warriors. The Ascension Valley was the most mysterious, unknown place in the world. Hundreds of years ago, a Sciention from the Great Xia dynasty's royal family had entered and died there, never to leave again. Legend had it that Ascension Valley had the secret of longevity, but no one knew whether it was true or not. This was because no one had ever seen anyone walk out of Ascension Valley alive. Scroll of the Moon, silent moonfall. Behind Fan Lingyue, the white light bloomed like a second moon rising, illuminating the world. The Scroll of the Moon technique reappeared in the world. Instantly, wherever the moonlight shone, everything became silent and still. The green-robed old man and the red-robed woman froze, unable to move. In that instant, Jingye Taichu's sword cut his throat. The green-robed old man's eyes widened, and he fell down unwillingly. At this moment, the red-robed woman broke free from her restraints. She was so shocked that she no longer dared to fight. Her figure flashed, and she quickly fled. Fan Lingyue did not chase after her. He covered his mouth and coughed violently. Blood spurted out and flowed through the gaps between his fingers. Have you seen enough? If you want to kill me, now is the best time. After a moment of gasping for breath, Fan Lingyue raised his head and looked at Ningchen and the Marquis in the distance. See you on the battlefield, Ningchen replied and turned to leave. The Marquis also left without making a move. Fan Lingyue's strength was shocking. Even in their current state, they were not confident that they could win. In addition, they did not want to make a move tonight. Chapter 200. When Ningchen left, it was already late, and he didn't have time to return to the Great Xia camp. After bidding farewell to Marquis Bloodrobed, he returned to the underworld. Marquis Bloodrobed sent the news of Ascension Valley's appearance back to the palace. This was a big deal. If Ascension Valley appeared, the situation would be even more complicated. Another thing was Fan Lingyue's strength. Tonight, they were truly shocked. In this world, the person who fought with Fan Lingyue the most was Ningchen. They fought twice, and both times, they lost miserably. Therefore, they couldn't figure out the upper limit of Fan Lingyue's strength. Tonight, even two innate experts were defeated. One died and the other escaped. What a terrifying battle record. After tonight's incident, one thing was basically confirmed. It was impossible to assassinate Fan Lingyue. As long as they couldn't break the white light and defend Jingye Taichu, no one in this world could kill her. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Fan Lingyue would be if she broke through to the innate realm. Fortunately, this was an impossible assumption. Otherwise, Great Xia would be finished. No matter how strong one was, there would be a time when they were exhausted and still belonged to the category of humans. Once they entered the innate realm, they would have to add the word heaven before humans. As a celestial, they couldn't be killed by human strength. After Ningchen returned to the underworld, he had been thinking about Ascension Valley. He and Marquis Bloodrobe didn't hear the whole thing, but they heard a few key points. The woman in red mentioned the term Realm Master and also mentioned helping Northern Meng defeat Great Xia. From the conversation, Ascension Valley had something to ask Fan Lingyue for help. The price was to help Northern Meng destroy Great Xia, but Fan Lingyue rejected it. Fan Lingyue said that Northern Meng and the Divine Continent weren't in Ascension Valley's control. The meaning behind this was thought-provoking. Obviously, Fan Lingyue knew something that he didn't. Before tonight, he had never heard of any Realm Master in Ascension Valley. Listening to the woman in red's tone, she seemed to be very respectful to this Realm Master. A person who could be respected by innate experts was undoubtedly at least a 3 disasters expert. Realm Master, Lord of a Realm. This was the most superficial meaning. He didn't even dare to think about the deeper matters. He would rather believe that this was just a title and not something he didn't dare to think about. This world was already chaotic enough. It could no longer withstand the invasion of another realm. Ningchen knocked hard on his head and stopped thinking about random things. Since Ascension Valley had asked Fan Lingyue for help, it meant that Ascension Valley was still unable to come into being. It wouldn't be a major problem for the time being. Currently, the greatest enemy of Great Xia was still Fan Lingyue. No matter what, this war had to end as soon as possible. The earlier it ended, the earlier Great Xia could rest up and deal with future problems. In Northern Meng's camp, in the commander's tent, Fan Lingyue, who had just gone through a great battle, looked a little pale. However, he still dragged his sick body and thought about the battle step by step. Beimeng had already fought his way here and would soon crush the final resistance of Great Xia. She had to do her best to hold on. As for the Ascension Valley, she was not worried. There were countless experts in the Divine Prefecture. Regardless of whether the future owner was Great Xia or Northern Ming, they were not afraid of the ambitious realm. Military advisor Xiao Wanhua said worriedly as he walked into the tent. Marquis Xiao, what's the matter? Fan Lingwei raised his head and asked calmly. The Imperial Preceptor has already made the necessary preparations, and he'll be here soon. Are we really not going to wait any longer? Xiao Wanhua asked. We're not going to wait any longer. Fan Lingwei shook her head. Originally, this was the surprise she had prepared for Great Xia. However, since Ning Chan said that they would meet on the battlefield, then this time, victory and defeat would be decided on the battlefield. Even if she didn't use any surprise troops, she wasn't afraid of anyone in terms of formations. Continue to send troops to attack. Don't give the Great Xia Imperial Army a chance to breathe, Fan Lingwei said. Yes, Xiao Wanhua respectfully accepted the order and immediately left. Inside the Netherworld Mansion, Ning Chun recalled the countermeasure that the Marquis of Bloodrobe and Jing Wugong had discussed last night. Using the Divine Wind Battalion to hold back the Northern Ming Heavy Cavalry was not a wrong idea. Generally speaking, using elites to fight elites was the best way to reduce the losses. However, he was worried that once the Divine Wind Battalion and the Heavy Cavalry were pulled out alone, would the remaining Imperial Army be able to stop the flood-like Northern Ming Cavalry? Northern Ming still had 70,000 elite cavalry and 60,000 infantry. It was hard to say whether Great Xia could stop them or not. Outside of Shaoling, the two armies clashed, and it was abnormally intense. The Divine Wind Battalion moved out and used their powerful combat strength to block the charge of the Northern Ming Heavy Cavalry. The cavalry that flanked them were also blocked by the Imperial Army. The battle lasted from noon to sunset before the two armies retreated. Fan Lingwei stood at the front of the formation and watched the battle. Looking at the formation Great Xia sent out, the light in her eyes kept jumping. Using force against force was indeed a good method. Duke Jingwu and Marquis Bloodclad were indeed much stronger than those useless generals of Great Xia. Retreat. Seeing that it was getting late, Fan Lingwei ordered. A moment later, the gong sounded, and the Northern Ming army retreated like a flood. They were orderly and without a trace of panic. On the other side, the Great Xia Imperial Army also retreated. They were similarly disciplined and not anxious. Without a doubt, the Great Xia Imperial Army and Northern Ming cavalry outside of Shaoling were the most elite forces in the world. In comparison, the Great Xia Imperial Army's individual combat ability was stronger, while the Northern Ming cavalry's group charging ability was unparalleled. Both armies had their own advantages and trump cards. Overall, Northern Ming had more troops and had a slight advantage, but it was not too obvious. Let the soldiers have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we will go down south. Fan Lingwei said to Xiao Wanhua before returning to the commander's tent. Xiao Wanhua understood and immediately went to make arrangements. When night was about to fall, Fan Lingwei came to a tent and said, Mr. Jian, please help me with something. Jian walked out and looked at the woman in front of him. He smiled and said, If you want me to kill that Jiming Marquis, then I am powerless. I alone cannot do it. There is no need to kill him. Mr. Jian, you just have to stop him. The battle tomorrow is extremely important, and I do not wish for him to appear in the Great Xia camp tonight. That is not difficult. However, after the last encirclement, he appeared in a different location every time. Can you calculate where he will appear from? Jian asked curiously. Of course. Fan Lingwei nodded and said, Mr. Jian, please follow me. After saying that, the two walked toward the empty space far away from the tent. Under the night sky, they stopped facing the west. Fan Lingwei's body was covered in white light. She flipped her hand, and a golden ancient scroll flew out. In an instant, the golden brilliance illuminated the world, extremely dazzling. Chaos Scroll. Jian eyes flashed, and the smile on his face disappeared. So the Chaos Scroll was really in Fan Lingwei's hands. The moment the Chaos Scroll appeared, The eternal night scripture slowly opened in the sea of nothingness of the eternal night sect. The black light shone brightly, constantly swallowing everything around it. In the first shrine, the martial lord who had returned to his shrine to recuperate sensed the changes in the scripture. He narrowed his eyes and disappeared. A moment later, the martial lord appeared in the sea of nothingness. Looking at the eternal night scripture that he was flipping, he immediately understood what was going on. In this world, the only thing that could interfere with the Chaos Scroll was the Chaos Scroll in Fan Lingyue's hands. "What do you want to know?" the martial lord coldly asked. Fan Lingyue, who was thousands of miles away, seemed to be able to hear it. She used the Chaos Scroll to guide the aura of the Sea of Nothingness and condensed the two words Ning Chun. In the blink of an eye, it scattered into the void. "I'll help you this time, but there won't be a next time." The martial lord flipped his palm and activated the Eternal Night Scripture. It quickly flipped, and rays of black light spread out, inspecting the world. Northwest of Fog Forest. The Eternal Night Scripture quickly found Ning Chen's whereabouts. Fan Lingyue, who was thousands of miles away, immediately stopped after seeing through the Chaos Scroll. He took the northwest route of Fog Forest. It's very likely that he will pass by Chongli City. Mr. Jianair can go there and stop him. Fan Lingyue said with a trace of exhaustion in her voice. Jianair nodded and said nothing. His feet moved, and he turned into a ray of sword light and flew away. In the sea of nothingness, the martial lord waved his hand and closed the Eternal Night Scripture. Rays of innate qi sealed the scripture surroundings, completely blocking the possibility of the Chaos Scroll interfering. The current Eternal Night Scripture was not only the Light Scroll, but also controlled too many secrets of the Eternal Night cult. He absolutely could not let Fan Lingyue have the opportunity to invade. Far away from the northern main camp, under the night sky, Fan Lingyue coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her expression was extremely cold. She saw something she shouldn't have. The Eternal Night cult's goal was indeed not as simple as it seemed. She had some suspicions before, and today it was finally confirmed. Mars guarding the heart. 100 years of darkness in the mortal world. As it turned out, the source of this disaster was really the Eternal Night cult. The Xia's fate began to weaken 2 days before Mars guarding the heart. When Mars guarding the heart appeared, the fate above the northern Ming Imperial Palace, Barbarian King Palace, Buddha Kingdoms, Mijia Mountain, and other places also weakened to varying degrees. It was just that it was not as obvious as the Xia's. She had not completely guessed whether this 100 years referred to the 100 years of war or other disasters. However, there was no doubt that the Eternal Night cult was the biggest source of the disaster. The Eternal Night cult had 2 experts of the 3 disasters, but also a martial monarch. There was still another one who had not made any moves. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious. Moreover, she also knew that the Eternal Night cult had more than one temple. In the past, before the rise of the Great Xia, the Eternal Night cult was at its peak. The first temple was only the vanguard responsible for expanding the territory. There was another temple behind it that was responsible for managing the internal affairs of the temples and resolving all the worries of the first temple. If she guessed correctly, the instigator of this disaster was the second temple that had been silent all this time. What an amazing junior. What a pity. In the academy, the moment the Book of Chaos interfered with the mysteries of heaven, the headmaster's muddled eyes became clear for a brief moment. He looked at the ancient town of Shaoling and sighed in his heart. There was actually such a powerful woman in the future. It was a pity that the heavens were jealous of her. The heavens were flawed, and so were humans. Perfect people should not appear. It's really a pity. The headmaster sighed softly and turned back to the wooden house. This woman was destined not to live for long. Otherwise, even if the Xia was defeated, it would be worth it. Chapter 201. The night wind blew and the moonlight was enchanting. Outside Chongli City, Sword 2 stood in the wilderness, his gentle expression without any killing intent as he waited for the person to arrive. The ghost palanquin appeared in the distant night, silently speeding over. The corner of Sword Two's mouth curled up slightly, his smile warm. Very far away, the palanquin stopped, no longer moving forward. Don't worry, it's just me, Sword Two chuckled. Ning Chen got off the palanquin and observed for a long time before walking forward. You are? Ning Chen asked with a doubtful expression. Sword Two. Sword Two answered honestly. Ning Chen's eyes twitched. How did the second disciple of Sword City know his whereabouts? You can't go over tonight. However, it's up to you to decide whether to fight or not, Sword Two said amiably. Fan Linguist sent you? Ning Chen frowned and asked. You can say that, Sword Two answered. Then let's fight. Ning Chen's figure moved, arriving in front of Sword Two. Frost condensed on his fingers as he drew a silver sword aura. Sword Two leaned to the side, his left face brushing past the sword aura. With a flip of his palm, he blocked the sword aura. The two of them each took half a step back, testing each other's moves. It was a draw. Ning Chen drew his sword following him as he pressed forward again. The cold sword danced in the night. The injured man and sword were no longer as strong as before, but their battle intent had never weakened. I can't kill you, and you can't go over either. Why do you still want to fight? Sword Two waved his right hand, and his sword flew out of its sheath into his hand, blocking the black sword aura. There aren't so many reasons in the world. If I have to say, it's just that I don't like you. The black sword in Ning Chen's hand became stronger. His sword intent spread out, giving off a soul-threatening, killing aura. You only have sword intent and no power. You have no chance of winning. Sword Two blocked the sword aura in front of him and pushed his cultivation, striking out with his sword. Ning Chen blocked the attack, but his figure suddenly retreated. The difference between their cultivation was obvious at this moment. His once peerless foundation had now become an illusion. His vital energy was severely hindered, and even the 3 scrolls of heavenly tomes were useless. Ning Chen's moves were light and quick. He played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. He tried his best to turn the battle into a competition of moves. Jian Tu remained unmoved. His sword was heavy, and every move of his strange sword was activated. His powerful foundation was unshakable. It was an unfair battle. The battle outside Chongli City was unusually fierce. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. It was natural for the strong to be the king. Ning Chen and Jian Er both understood this principle. Therefore, once they made a move, they would use their killing moves without mercy. Jian Er was the disciple who fought the least in Desolate City. His strength was unfathomable. After meeting him today, Ning Chen realized that the second disciple of Sword City was unimaginably strong. Waves of the world flow to the east. With a flip of his palm, Ning Chen's left and right palm swords moved side by side. After a palm strike, the ink sword immediately arrived. It's useless. Sword Two slashed apart the huge wave and blocked the black sword. His genuine chi vibrated and instantly sent the figure in front of him flying. Ning Chen fell to the ground in a sorry state and took several steps back. Black blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes black. How sad it is for a hero to be short of breath. Jian Er sighed and said with emotion, a man's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The Marquis of Jiming was so powerful that he was unparalleled under the nascent heaven realm. He defeated the Buddha in the human world and fought to a draw with the young master of the heavenly pavilion of compassion who was half a step away from the nascent heaven realm. He had shocked the world again and again. You're wrong about one thing. I've never been a hero. Ning Chen forcefully activated his martial arts and condensed them around his body. Frost surged, and he stabbed his sword into the ground. When the snow is about to fall, the sword will snow for 3,000 miles. As the sword stabbed into the ground, the slowly falling wind and snow suddenly dispersed. The sword intent burst out like thousands of ice swords exploding and sweeping across the world. First move, Jian Er said softly. Then he fully activated his martial arts, and the sword power surged. It turned into a purple divine sword that reached the 9th heaven and chopped down. The two moves collided and the sky collapsed. In the fierce wind, Ning Chen flew out. Even Jian Er couldn't withstand the extreme power. He took 2 steps back and his qi and blood surged. After one move, Ning Chen was injured and Jian Er retreated. Genuine qi overflowed and Ning Chen's figure flew out again. His sword split the waves and his power shook the sky. Second move, Jian Er said. His sword shone brightly and once again collided with Ning Chen's all-out move. The sword of opening the sky and severing the sea against the barren city's unique martial arts. Originally, they were evenly matched. However, because of the difference in foundation and martial arts, the situation gradually changed. After another collision, the corner of Jian Er's mouth was dyed red. His expression was still calm and indifferent. More than 10 steps away, Ning Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. That's the second move. With your current body, how many more moves can you make like this? Jian Er said calmly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. On the opposite side, Ning Chen coughed violently. After only 2 moves, his body began to weaken. Blood stained his ink-black clothes and was extremely dazzling. One night is actually very short. However, if we continue to fight, perhaps I can kill you alone. Jian Er glanced at the gradually darkening night and said lightly. Outside Changli City, people had arrived at some point and were increasing in number. They were watching the two fighting from afar. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Who is that?" The Marquis of Jiming. This sudden shout immediately caused an uproar. The more people looked at him, the more they found him to be the Marquis of Jiming, who had been stripped of his title and was wanted by the whole country. Jian Er stopped his sword and said softly, "It seems that even if I don't stop you tonight, it will be very difficult for you to pass." The people in the night quickly rushed towards the two. At this time, those who had not returned to the city to rest were mostly warriors who made a living outside. When they saw the Marquis of Jiming, who was wanted by the imperial court, it was as if they saw a white reward. The crowd surrounded Ning Chen and immediately rushed forward. It was said that the Marquis of Jiming's martial arts were extraordinary. However, they had the advantage in numbers. What was there to be afraid of? Stupid people. How sad. Jian Er sighed and stepped back, leaving the place for the upcoming battle. Ning Chen, who had not retreated even when he faced Sword 2, subconsciously retreated step by step when he saw the citizens surrounding him. You can kill them. This is not difficult for you. After all, you have killed tens of thousands of people. A few more won't make a difference. Jian Er suggested. His tone was calm, but there was an indescribable coldness. Everyone, let's go together. After we catch him, the reward of 100,000 taels of silver is enough for us to split. In the crowd, a bare-chested man in linen clothes shouted and immediately rushed forward. The crowd was encouraged and rushed forward at the same time. The sword light was piercing, cutting into the hearts of the people who were protecting them. The sharp-ink sword was no longer sharp. Ning Chen moved his sword, but he could not find a reason to use it. He had killed tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples and made the entire Yunling blood flow like a river, leaving no one alive. However, at this moment, facing the people of the Xia kingdom, his ink sword was as heavy as a mountain. After losing its sharpness, all that was left was the helplessness of his fists and feet. Ning Chen's fists and elbows continuously forced the crowd away. He did not kill them, but deterred them first. However, Ning Chen underestimated the temptation of 100,000 taels of silver to these people. After being knocked down once, they got up and continued to rush forward. In this world, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Now that he was just knocked down, how could it stop the madness of the people? Not far away, Jian Er watched this scene quietly. Under his gentle smile, there was coldness. This was human nature. It was naked, undisguised, and extremely ugly. More and more people gathered around, from dozens of people to more than 100 people, until it was too many to count. This place was not far from Changli City, and the previous battle had already alarmed too many people. Jiming Marquis, you have killed the innocent and harmed the loyal. Heaven will not tolerate this. Tonight, no matter what, you will not escape." The words pierced through the heart, and the cold blade was threatening. The angry people and the righteous people wanted to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eliminate the scum of the imperial court in front of them. Ning Chen's punches and kicks were getting slower and slower. The blade wounds on his body were also increasing. The black blood was telling the most ruthless and cruel truth. His blood is black. He is indeed a monster. The people were getting angrier and angrier. Looking at the unkillable monster in front of them, their anger reached its peak. Facing the angry people, Ning Chen was having a hard time dealing with them. "Let me help you." Jian Er moved his sword, and a sharp sword light flashed across, sweeping towards the few people who attacked the most ruthlessly. Seeing this, Ning Chen's pupils constricted. He slapped away the few people beside him, and his body moved. He took 2 steps forward, and his ink sword condensed into frost. With a bang, it dispersed the sword light. At the same time, numerous blade lights slashed down from behind him. Ning Chen could not dodge in time, and blood gushed out from his back like a waterfall. Ning Chen's stumbling figure barely stabilized. He did not know how many blade wounds he had. After slapping away the people beside him, he looked more and more tired. Faster, faster. In the distance, groups of soldiers heard the news and rushed over. When they saw Jiming Marquis, they quickly surrounded him. "Capture him, life or death." The leading general waved his hand and said coldly. Jian Er smiled lightly, turned around and left step by step. "Jiming Marquis, this is the great Xia that you are protecting. Tonight I have learned something new. There will be a later stage." The mocking words of parting were ear-piercing. Ning Chen, who was standing among the soldiers, looked at the people around him who were either greedy or angry. He felt an indescribable helplessness in his heart. He would never have thought that one day the people blocking his path would not be the Northern Ming Imperial Court, but the soldiers and civilians of Great Xia. The bright moon traveled west. Half a night had passed, and it was impossible to travel north. Ning Chen sighed heavily in his heart and turned around to leave. Hundreds of soldiers raised their weapons and charged over, but they felt an irresistible force sweep them away. The 100 or so people closest to Ning Chen were instantly thrown off their horses and fell to the ground. In the next moment, the ghost carriage appeared, and Ning Chen walked in. He did not look back again. The ghost carriage traveled south, returning to the netherworld. When the sky was about to brighten, Jian Er returned to the Northern Ming camp. Fan Lingwei was waiting in front of the commander's tent. Seeing him return, she said calmly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Sword 2 smiled and didn't say anything else. He went straight back to his own tent. Fan Lingwei did not ask anything either. If she only wanted the result, that Ning Chen did not come tonight, that was enough. "Advisor, everything is ready." Xiao Wanhua walked over and said respectfully, "Thank you, Marquis Xiao." Fan Lingwei nodded. Chapter 202. As the sky lit up, the two armies faced each other. In front of the Northern Ming army, 9,000 heavy cavalry were clad in black armor, revealing only their eyes. They were filled with killing intent. Behind the heavy cavalry was the tide-like Northern Ming cavalry. Once the 70,000 cavalry charged, it was enough to flatten all obstacles. The Northern Ming Imperial Court was a country on horseback. Their people were valiant, and everyone could ride and shoot. They were the best at fighting. In front of the three armies, Xiao Wanhua sat on horseback with a halberd in his hand. He looked at the blood-robed figure in the distance with a cold expression. In front of the Great Xia army, Marquis Bloodrobe's eyes were filled with anger. Great Xia had been shamed by Northern Ming for 1,000 years. The two marquises, who were once subjects of the same palace, met today. On the battlefield, there was nothing to say. Only blood could wash away the hatred in their hearts. Kill! With a single order, the two armies charged forward, and soon after, they clashed. The invincible heavy cavalry was still unstoppable, like a sharp blade stabbing into the Great Xia camp. In the next moment, the 30,000 elite guards of the Divine Wind Battalion stepped forward, blocking the path of the heavy cavalry. The remaining 80,000 guards fought against the 70,000 cavalry of northern Ming. The moment they clashed, blood flowed like a river. In the intense battle, wave after wave of attacks, the northern Ming cavalry and the Great Xia Imperial Army engaged in an all-out battle, and the battle instantly reached its climax. The strict arrangement of formations and the various soldier types was the best way to stop the cavalry. Although the Great Xia Imperial Army fought bitterly, they finally managed to slow down the pace of the northern Ming cavalry. On the other side, Marquis Bloodrobed and Xiao Wanhua were engaged in a battle of life and death. The moment they made their moves, there was no leeway left. The ground continued to crack. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Great Xia Imperial Marquis. If it wasn't for the fact that he had killed too many people, he would have already stepped into the Xiantian realm. Around the two of them, true qi vibrated, forming a vacuum that no one could get close to. Soldier against soldier, general against general, their sharpness against sharpness, pressuring one's mind. Jingwu Duke and Fan Lingua looked at each other from afar, both of them calculating. This was the most crucial battle, and they couldn't afford to fail. Whoosh! A soldier of the Divine Wind Battalion stabbed his spear into the chest of a northern Ming cavalry. Blood spurted out of the wound, attracting the attention of many people. Gradually, more and more heavy cavalry soldiers were pierced by the spears, and the casualties of the northern Ming heavy cavalry began to increase. Clang! Not far away, a long spear pierced the body of a galloping heavy cavalry. However, it was forcibly broken and could not be damaged in the slightest. These two completely opposite situations made the officers and soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion somewhat confused. The three commanders began to realize that something was wrong, but it was already too late. In the next moment, 8,000 cavalry in black armor appeared. They avoided the Godwind unit and charged into the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps formation. The terrifying destructive power immediately messed up the formation of the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps. The Beiming cavalry took the chance to follow up, and the 70,000 soldiers trampled over the Great Xia camp. The situation changed in an instant. Before the Great Xia side could react, they had already sunk into the molten iron current. Half a day later, the battle ended. All the northern Ming soldiers who were trapped by the Divine Wind Battalion had died in the battle, and the 1,000 heavy cavalry soldiers who were used as bait were no exception. However, northern Ming had won the war. On the plains, the messy formation of infantry would never be able to defeat the strong iron cavalry. After this battle, 40,000 of the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps died, and they suffered a huge loss. The northern Ming side also suffered many casualties. However, compared to the Great Xia side, it was already a rare victory. 8,000 heavy cavalry, 60,000 iron cavalry, and 50,000 infantry once again went south. Compared to before, more than half of the 120,000 troops had been lost. However, the defensive line of Great Xia was also not much left. The heavy cavalry was difficult to defeat. Great Xia staked everything on one throw, using the Divine Wind Battalion to block them. However, this also allowed Fan Lingwei to find an opening to break through. Of the 9,000 heavy cavalry soldiers trapped by the Divine Wind Battalion, only 1,000 were real. They were used as bait to confuse the Divine Wind Battalion. Northern Ming had an abundance of horses, and each person had 2 horses. They would never mix the horses used in battle and in normal times. However, this time, the 8,000 infantrymen who acted as bait and followed the 1,000 cavalrymen were all riding secondary horses. The people of Northern Ming were good at riding and shooting. Even the infantry soldiers were very strong at fighting on horseback. However, facing the Divine Wind Battalion of Great Xia, these soldiers were all killed without a doubt. Under the night sky, when Ning Chun arrived and saw the scene of devastation, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. How is it? Do you still think that Great Xia will not fall? Xiao Wanhua appeared and looked at the figure under the moonlight. Why? What did Fan Lingwa promise you? Ning Chun raised his head and asked in confusion. He couldn't understand why the Beiwu Marquis had betrayed them. There was no reasonable explanation. There's no why. From start to finish, my heart has never turned away from Northern Ming, said Xiao Wanhua coldly. You're not from Great Xia. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. Surprised? Shouldn't you have thought of that long ago? Xiao Wanhua sneered. Ning Chen suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and slowly said, You've been waiting for me here, just to say this. Of course not. The military advisor wants me to tell you that the current you is no longer a threat. You are a cripple who cannot see the light of day. How can you defeat her? For the rest of your days, you will only be able to watch as the Grand Xiao walks towards destruction without being able to do anything. After saying this, Xiao Wanhua turned and left. After a few steps, he disappeared. Ning Chen clenched his fists so hard that they turned pale. He sat on the ghost sedan chair and headed east. He knew that Fan Lingyue was trying to provoke him. However, these words were also true. The current him was unable to help Great Xia reverse its situation. This was his last chance. He had to go to the end of the easternmost land. According to legend, the end of the easternmost land was also the end of heaven and earth. This time, he had to take a gamble. In his life, he rarely did things that he wasn't confident in, but this time he had no choice. The easternmost land was the easternmost part of the Divine Prefecture. It was more than 10,000 miles away from Great Xia. The ghost sedan chair sped along without hesitation. Half a night later, the ghost sedan chair was still heading east. It had no intention of turning back. The closer it got to the east, the more desolate it became. There were fewer and fewer people. After nearly 2 hours, there were no traces of people within 1,000 miles. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thinner and thinner, and the earth was also very barren. The legendary easternmost land was more like a land of death. Ning Chen didn't dare to tarry. He didn't even look carefully for traces of Ruoshui. He continued heading east, heading towards the end of heaven and earth. Dawn gradually appeared on the eastern horizon. At the last moment, the ghost sedan chair finally charged into the primal chaos sea. As expected, the heavenly flame didn't descend at the end of heaven and earth. Ning Chen walked out of the ghost sedan chair. Looking at the strange scene around him, his eyes flashed with amazement. The boundless primal chaos sea was constantly churning. It rose at sunrise and fell at sunset. It hadn't changed for thousands of years. Now it was high tide. The sea of fog was almost as high as the land. It was extremely strange. Ning Chen kept the ghost sedan chair. Walking above the sea of fog, he was indescribably shocked. There was an end to heaven and earth. What an unbelievable fact. After coming to this world, he had seen many unbelievable things. However, seeing this vast sea of fog, he couldn't help but be shocked. Suddenly, Ning Chen was stunned. He saw a figure in white sitting at the end of heaven and earth. He was motionless, as if he was waiting for something. He was in his 30s. His face was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. There wasn't even a trace of a warrior's aura. However, Ning Chen still felt an unprecedented pressure. For the entire day, Ning Chen didn't dare to approach him. He didn't know who this person was, but he was sure that even if there were 100 of him, he wouldn't be able to defeat this person. The figure in white didn't pay attention to Ning Chen. He still sat there quietly, waiting for something. When the sun was about to set, the sea of fog began to sink. Ning Chen pulled out his ink sword and stabbed it into the cliff. He then continued to wait for the night to come. At this moment, the figure in white glanced at the ink sword and then looked at Ning Chen. A trace of disappointment flashed through his eyes. What a waste of a good sword. Mubai muttered softly. His words were very soft. However, Ning Chen, who was thousands of zhang away, heard it clearly. Ning Chen's mood wasn't good. He wanted to reply, "None of your business." However, he didn't dare to say it. Not long later, the sky finally darkened. Ning Chen took the ink sword and climbed up the cliff bit by bit. He returned to the land. The sea of fog below him had already descended to an unknown place. It was gray and hazy. He couldn't see anything clearly. Ning Chen left on the ghost sedan chair and began to search for traces of Ruoshui in this vast and boundless land of the East. The first night passed peacefully. Ning Chen didn't find anything. When the eastern horizon lit up, he returned to the sea of fog. During the day, Ning Chun had nothing to do. He could only stand on the sea of fog and practice his sword while waiting for the sun to set. He didn't know that in the distance, Mu Bai was frowning as he looked at his clumsy sword. "Don't insult the sword in your hand again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing you," said Mu Bai coldly. Ning Chun was startled. The fury he had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted. "I'll practice my sword. None of your business." As a person of the future, Ning Chun had been suppressing his own nature every day. He was doing his best to help the Grand Xia pass through this calamity. However, the longer he suppressed it, the greater the backlash. For a youth who wasn't even 20 years old to maintain absolute calm was an extremely cruel matter. After Ning Chun finished cursing, he felt refreshed. At the same time, he also felt a bit of regret. He had been too impulsive. As expected, the distant Mu Bai frowned. His eyes flashed and the sea of fog churned. A ray of sword chi appeared out of nowhere and instantly arrived in front of Ning Chun. In that instant, Ning Chun felt an intense sense of danger. He subconsciously dodged, and the sword chi brushed past his right chest, leaving behind a terrifying wound. Your sword cultivation is a complete mess, but your reaction isn't bad. Mu Bai didn't attack again and gave an objective evaluation. Ning Chun didn't dare provoke him again. He courteously cupped his hands towards Mu Bai and said, "Thank you, Senior, for being lenient." He wasn't an idiot. He naturally saw that the attack just now didn't contain much killing intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand here so calmly. "How is Mu Qingxue? Do you remember the past?" asked Mu Bai indifferently. Ning Chun was stunned when he heard this question, and then his expression changed abruptly. Chapter 203. Mu Bai. Ning Chen's shock was indescribable. Without a doubt, the person sitting at the end of this world was Desolate City's sword. "Junior Ning Chun greets Senior Mu Bai. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now." After recovering, Ning Chen's back was covered in cold sweat. He respectfully bowed and apologized sincerely. When a person was unlucky, even drinking cold water would get stuck in their teeth. He hadn't expected that just cursing would provoke such a monster. "You still haven't answered my question," said Mu Bai indifferently. Ning Chun shook his head. "No, she still doesn't remember anything." Hearing that answer, Mu Bai stopped asking. He withdrew his gaze and continued waiting for the primal chaos fog sea to condense. Ning Chun didn't dare disturb Mu Bai any longer. He also didn't dare to practice his sword. He could only wander around the fog sea. The primal chaos fog sea was an extremely special place. It was like a sea of fog. Walking in it was like walking on water. After wandering around for half a day, Ning Chun slowly sank down, wanting to see what was below. The primal chaos fog sea was bottomless, and visibility was also frighteningly low. It was like being in a boundless sea. Gradually, the pressure coming from all directions grew stronger. Intense pain came from Ning Chen's body. He had clearly reached his limit. The undying body was completely useless here. The omnipresent pressure would crush everything into pieces. No matter what kind of special physique one possessed, it would be useless here. Just as Ning Chun was about to reach his limit and float up, he saw an exceptionally dense fog floating not far below him. It was extremely strange. This sudden sight piqued Ning Chen's curiosity. He endured the pain in his body and sank down once more. The closer they got, the clearer the fog became. The dark gray vortex, about 10 zhang in diameter, slowly rotated. At the center, snow-like things began to condense. It was extremely strange. Ning Chun stretched out his hand to touch it. However, when he touched the outermost part of the fog, he couldn't go any further. "What the hell is this?" A strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. This fog was clearly different from the surrounding fog. It was condensing from all directions toward the center. The pressure around him grew stronger. Ning Chen didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly floated up. It was already late in the world. Mu Bai was still sitting there, waiting. He paid no attention to anything else. Not long after Ning Chun came up, the sea of fog began to sink and soon disappeared from sight. When night fell, Ning Chun went out to look for Ruo Shui again. The easternmost land was too big. It was not possible to find a river in a day or two. That night, Ningchen also gained nothing. Before dawn, he returned to the sea of fog. Inside and outside the world, the two of them were like two parallel lines, neither of them paying attention to the other. Ningchen didn't dare, but Mubai didn't care at all. In the heart of the sword and desolate city, there was only the sword. Nothing else was important. During the day, Ningchen had nothing else to do, so he sank into the sea of fog and observed the changes in the fog. His intuition told him that this thing was definitely not simple. A martial artist's intuition was like a woman's sixth sense. Sometimes, it was more important than anything else. The fog vortex continued to shrink from 10 zhang to 8 zhang. The solidified part in the center was also increasing. It was obvious that this huge vortex must have been shockingly huge at the beginning, and now it was at its final moment. For the next 7 days, Ningchen would go out to look for Ruo Shui at sunset. When the day came, he would sink into the sea of fog to observe this strange phenomenon. On the 8th day, when the vortex had shrunk to 3 zhang, its speed suddenly slowed down. The gray solid in the center was gathering faster and faster, growing rapidly like an ice crystal. Light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Without a doubt, he had found something incredible. It should be very soon before this thing was fully formed. He also wanted to see what it would look like when it was fully formed. After another 3 days, Ning Chen had searched more than half of the easternmost land. Then he stopped for the night. He knew that the thing in the depths of the sea of fog would be fully formed tonight. At the end of the world, Mubai, who had been sitting quietly, also stood up. Looking at the sea of fog 30 zhang below, his aura slowly awakened. It was like a peerless sharp sword being unsheathed. Even the world lost its color. Ning Chen stood in the distance, looking at desolate city's unsheathed sword with a stern expression. In the world, if there was someone who had the deepest understanding of the sword, it would definitely be Mubai. At this moment, 30 zhang below, the sea of fog rose violently with the sunset. Not long after, it appeared in front of the two again. The sea of fog changed, and lightning descended. Terrifying lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, turning the sea of fog in front of them into a sea of lightning. In the next moment, Mubai moved. He only pointed a finger, and in an instant, everything seemed to have stopped. An indescribable sword light appeared. At first, it was very small, but as it moved forward, it became more and more powerful. In the end, it turned into a sword that could cut the sky. With a loud bang, it slashed apart the sea of fog and lightning. In the distance, Ning Chen looked at this shocking sword. He was extremely shocked. Is this the sword? If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao of the sword was so brilliant that it made people intoxicated. In the past, he didn't understand why so many sages spent their lives trying to prove their Tao. Today, after seeing Mu Bai's sword, he understood its endless charm. In the sea of fog that was slashed apart, an apricot tree-like dark gray ice crystal appeared. It was flawless and intoxicating. Ning Chen suppressed his urge to snatch it with great difficulty. His eyes burned as he looked at this unique treasure. In the distance, Mubai walked step by step in front of the ice crystal. With a wave of his hand, he scattered it. Ning Chen was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Isn't this a wastrel? Wrong again. Mubai lightly sighed. He waved his hand and sent the ice crystal back into the sea of fog. He then walked back and waited for the next appearance. Ning Chen found it hard to understand. He looked at Mubai and gathered his courage to ask, "Senior Mubai, why are you doing this?" Mubai indifferently said, "I want to forge a sword, not a tree." Hearing this reply, Ning Chen's heart still ached. He said, "When the sword reaches the pinnacle, can't anything be used as a sword?" Mubai looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. He slowly said, "Who taught you such nonsense? A sword is a sword. Nothing can replace it." Ningchen really wanted to say that it was written in the books of his previous life. However, he swallowed his words. There's so many things in the world. How long do you want to wait for a sword to appear? Ningchen couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Mubai shook his head and said, maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. There will be a day when it will appear. When the primal chaos took form, there would be a moment when it was at its weakest. This was also the only time to forge a sword. Unfortunately, after several attempts, he still didn't see the sword embryo he wanted. Ningchen didn't know what to say. This kind of perseverance was truly unique in the world. Sitting here waiting for a sword that might not appear was inconceivable. Senior Mubai, Junior wants to ask you, have you seen Ruo Shui in the easternmost land? Ning Chun didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to speak. He hurriedly asked. Mubai frowned. He thought for a moment and said, I think so. It's just that it's been too long and I can't remember where it is. Ning Chun was happy at first, but he was so angry that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. If that was the case, he would have to continue searching aimlessly. The easternmost land was too big. It was connected to the end of the world. It wasn't strange for Ruo Shui to appear anywhere. Senior Mubai, have you broken through to the Xiantian realm? It was already late. It was too late to go out and search. Ning Chan sat at the end of the world and asked the question that the whole world was wondering. I don't know, Mubai calmly said. Ning Chun was helpless. This kind of conversation was very difficult to continue. Senior Mubai, is my sword really that bad? It's unsightly. Mubai honestly replied. Senior Mubai, how do your 3 disciples' sword cultivations compare to mine? Ning Chun asked in boredom. Other than Jian Yi, the other 2 are about the same as you. Mubai replied. What about Mu Qingxue? Ning Chun asked. She doesn't walk the sword Dao. To her, the sword is just a sharp weapon. Mubai replied. Aren't you angry? Everyone has their own Dao. She's not suited to walk the sword Dao. She can't force herself to walk it. That night, Ning Chun asked many questions. Mubai was surprisingly patient and answered them one by one. Perhaps it was because he had been lonely for too long, or perhaps he found Ning Chun pleasing to the eye. Ning Chun couldn't say why. In any case, this kind of opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. In truth, his relationship with Desolate City really wasn't that good. Jian Luiying had tried to kill him several times. Jian Er had also fought with him, and even Mu Qingxue was waiting for the day he could kill him. Other than Jian Yi, who he had never met, he had fought with all of Desolate City's successors. Senior Mubai, have you ever hated Great Xiao? Ningchen calmed down and asked seriously. Dynasties change. That's unavoidable. Why would I hate it? Mubai asked back. Ningchen didn't know what to say. Everyone knew this principle, but if it really happened to him, who would be able to accept it? The sun was about to shine down from the east. Ningchen stood up and walked into the sea of fog. You can't see the light? This was the first time Mubai had taken the initiative to ask. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. Do you regret it? Mubai calmly asked. No. Ning Chen shook his head. Mubai nodded. You have the qualifications to use the sword. After saying that, Mubai didn't say anything else. He sat at the end of the world, waiting for the next manifestation to appear. Having obtained permission, Ning Chun began to diligently practice his sword in the sea of fog. With his current body, he was unable to cultivate, so he could only practice his sword. His ink sword's brilliance flashed through the sea of fog. Each move was merciless and cold, bringing with it a sharp, killing intent. The surrounding sea of fog was violently tossed and turned by the sword light. Suddenly, Mubai raised his hand. Heaven and earth froze. A sword appeared in front of him in an instant. Ning Chan was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but his body didn't listen to him. He was unable to move. The instant the sword touched his body, it completely dissipated. The restrictions on Ning Chen's body disappeared. His heart throbbed and cold sweat poured out. Just now, he had truly felt the aura of death. It had been so close. Many thanks for Senior's pointers. Chapter 204. Ning Chen stood in the middle of the sea of fog, carefully recalling the previous sword strike. Only after experiencing it personally did he know how terrifying it was. He couldn't dodge it, couldn't block it, and didn't even have the chance to react. At that moment, it was as if heaven and earth were frozen, not moving at all. Mubai didn't say anything. That sword strike was for Mu Qingxue, and it was also the only thing he could do as an elder. As for how much the young man in front of him could comprehend, it wasn't something he needed to consider. Ning Chen was indeed stumped. For an entire day, his brows were tightly knitted, not relaxing at all. After experiencing that sword strike, Ning Chen could no longer use the ink sword in his hand. He realized that he didn't know how to use a sword anymore. When night fell, the ink sword returned to its scabbard. Ning Chen went to search for traces of Ruo Shui. He didn't know how to use a sword, and carrying this sword would only increase his burden. In the following 3 days, Ning Chen didn't use the ink sword again. He stood in the middle of the sea of fog, recalling that sword strike. His brows were tightly knitted, and he didn't move at all, as if he was possessed. Where did he go wrong? Under the chaotic sea of fog, an even bigger whirlpool was constantly rotating, and something new was forming. However, he didn't know what it was this time. After that night, Mubai didn't say a word. He just sat there, quietly waiting. On the 4th day, Ning Chen tried to pull out the ink sword. However, after trying a few times, he still didn't know how to use it. Heaven and earth couldn't be frozen. He had this feeling, without a doubt. It was an illusion. At that moment, he also felt that his body was out of control, as if his spirit and body were separated. It was fast, but not completely. That sword strike was clearly slower than Mu Qingshue's, but he didn't have this feeling when facing Mu Qingxue. Just like the sword strike Mu Bai used to cut open the sea of fog, it was clearly weak at the beginning, but became stronger and stronger, and finally became an unstoppable sword strike. Time passed little by little. When the sun was about to set, Ning Chen, who had been silent all this time, slowly raised the ink sword in his hand. Immediately, the sea of fog began to churn violently. Before the sword was drawn, the sword intent had already taken the lead. A moment later, the sword swept out, and the 3 feet tall sea of fog was instantly separated. Oh! With a light sigh of praise, a hint of approval flashed through Mu Bai's eyes. Although his comprehension was ordinary, his concentration was not bad. After comprehending for so long, he finally managed to make his first strike. The true intent of the sword was fast, accurate, and focused. If one were to purely pursue moves, they would only go further and further. People in this world placed too much emphasis on moves and neglected the essence of the essence. The more complicated the sword move, the more energy it would waste. In the beginning, the true meaning of the sword only existed in this simple thrust. If he couldn't even execute the first sword move properly, it would be equivalent to learning nothing after 100 years of swordsmanship. 3 feet was the length of a sword. It was also the beginning of learning the sword. He had been learning the sword for 40 years, and only then was he able to open up 10,000 feet of primordial chaos. It was already not bad for this child to be able to open up 3 feet on his first strike. He remembered that in the past, Sword 2's first sword opened the barren river, similarly opening up 3 feet. Sword 3 still hadn't done it yet. Only Sword 1's comprehension was the highest, opening up 13 feet on his first sword. Mu Qingxue did not cultivate the way of the sword. However, his talent and comprehension were hard to find in the past and present. With one sword, he cut off the desolate river that was 1,000 feet long. Within the primal chaos fog sea, Ning Chen was naturally unaware of all this. He looked at the ink sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have understood some things, but there were still many things he didn't understand. He could open up 3 feet of primordial chaos, but it was only 3 feet. In front of the sword, he couldn't even open up an inch. On this night, after Ning Chen reached the land, he held his sword and bowed respectfully towards Mu Bai. Senior Mu Bai, this junior has to leave. Once again, thank you for your guidance. Last night, he had already discovered the traces of Ruo Shui. After tonight, regardless of whether he could find the Permitha flower or not, he would not return. Mu Bai did not reply. He had already said what he needed to say in one night. There was nothing else to say. Ning Chen sat on the ghost palanquin and left. He sheathed his ink sword and placed it behind his waist. In the extreme east, there was still a place he had yet to search. Last night, he saw the traces of Ruo Shui flowing through a canyon. However, there wasn't much time left, so he didn't go into search. The The ghost palanquin traveled in the southwest direction. When the bright moon was hanging high in the sky, they arrived at the canyon. There was nothing in the barren canyon. It was a desolate and boundless place. After 100 miles into the canyon, the surroundings became even more barren. There was no life, no sound. There was only an eternal silence. He was so familiar with this scene. It was almost the same as the underworld. It was cold, silent, and lifeless. Under the cliff of the canyon, there were traces of Ruo Shui flowing past. However, the Ruo Shui had already dried up. Ningchen was puzzled. If this was the source of Ruo Shui, why would it dry up? Ruo Shui was different from ordinary water. It would not evaporate. As long as no one moved it away, it would never disappear. After another 100 miles, the traces left behind by Ruo Shui started to move upwards along the cliff. It extended to a place where the eyes could not see. Ningchen had no other choice. He could only follow the traces of Ruo Shui and see if he could find the traces of the Permitha flower. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to travel. However, to the ghost palanquin, it didn't have much of an impact. After an hour, a bright red flower suddenly appeared on a rock far away. Under the night sky, it stood alone proudly. Ningchen's expression became joyful. He rushed forward. Almost at the same time, a familiar figure appeared and rushed forward. When the two of them grabbed the Permitha flower, they looked at each other and immediately sent out a palm strike without hesitation. God's child, Jiming Marquis. The two were knocked back at the same time, were surprised at first, and then boundless battle intent erupted. What an unexpected fate, sighed Jun Shaoqing. No matter what, he had never imagined that the young man he had knocked off a cliff with a single palm strike would cause such a huge commotion. God's child's glory is also unforgettable, said Ningchen calmly. It could be said that God's child had allowed him to experience the power of a martial arts expert for the first time. After that, thanks to God's child, he had been in a wheelchair for several months. You're also looking for the Permitha flower? Asked Jun Shaoqing. Yes. Ningchen nodded. The Permitha flower bloomed magnificently on the rock. The two of them were only 10 steps apart, but neither of them dared to move. If you hand over your birth scroll, I can let you have the Permitha flower, said Jun Shaoqing slowly. Do you think that's possible? Asked Ningchen. The two of them talked calmly without the slightest anger. It was like old friends catching up on old times. However, the conversation would always end. When they met again, the two of them were still enemies. Since we can't see eye to eye, let's see who's stronger. Jun Shaoqing's expression turned cold. The air pressure around them immediately dropped. A powerful aura surged and spread continuously. Its power was astonishing. Ningchen's expression also became serious. God's child had been known as the strongest person below the Khanate stage for a long time. Now that they met again, he seemed to be even stronger. He had seen many peak experts below the Khanate stage, such as Underworld Child, Xia Zi, and Mu Qianshang before he stepped into the Khanate stage. Among these people, God's child was undoubtedly the most outstanding. If it wasn't for that woman, God's child might be the strongest Heaven's Reach expert he had ever seen. The black sword behind Ning Chun trembled slightly. The aura around him slowly circulated, and the corresponding pain came with it. Since he couldn't fight for a long time, he would end it quickly. The aura of his sword finger was condensed. Ningchen's feet moved first. His sword finger broke through the air, drawing a silver flowing light, heading straight for God's child's heart. Jun Shaoqing moved sideways, and the silver flowing light changed direction at the same time. It streaked across, creating a dazzling snowy light. Ningchen used speed to meet strength, trying not to give Jun Shaoqing a chance to fight back. On his sword finger, the silver brilliance condensed into frost, sprinkling out one sharp killing light after another. Jun Shaoqing moved his feet, avoiding the sword light. At the same time, he gathered Jin Yuan in his palm and sent it out. Finger and palm collided. Ning Chun endured some of his injuries. Sword chi came out of his finger and instantly broke God's child's palm. Jun Shaoqing frowned. He circulated his martial arts and pushed Ning Chun away with a palm. You shouldn't be so weak. Jun Shaoqing said slowly. The foundation built by the life scroll was unparalleled in the world. But he couldn't feel the absolute power in Ning Chen's moves. In the world, almost all moves were driven by Jinqi. But Ning Chen gave him the feeling that although his moves were exquisite, they lacked momentum. Seeing you again, you have disappointed me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Shaoqing raised his hand and summoned a change in heaven and earth. Thunder and lightning covered the surroundings. Amidst the raging winds, another world-shaking move appeared. The god-child's hand rumbled with thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Its power was so terrifying that it wanted to tear heaven and earth apart. Dark thunder appeared again. Heaven and earth shook, and the world turned upside down. Above the canyon, the mountain collapsed. The opportunity had arrived. Behind Ning Chen, the black sword flew out. In an instant, Ning Chen dashed out, grabbing the black sword. 3 feet of forbidden ground. A sword slashed open the heavens. The sword pierced his heart. Jun Shaoqing grabbed the black sword. Enduring the pain, he used his right hand to forcefully counterattack. Thunder surged, and with a boom, he sent the person in front of him flying. Ning Chen landed on the ground and took a few steps back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and stabilized himself. Sword qi entered his body. Jun Shaoqing's blood and qi churned violently. He circulated his martial arts and forcibly suppressed the sword qi in his heart. "You've seen Baron City's sword," said Jun Shaoqing hoarsely. "Is that important?" Ning Chen leaned on the sword and said coldly, "I was careless this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Jun Shaoqing took a step forward and turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the night. Ning Chen didn't chase after him. Leaning on his sword, he walked step by step to the hurricane lily. He gently plucked it and left on the ghost palanquin. God's child was worthy of being called God's child. If it had been anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. Jun Shaoqing had been able to grab the black sword at the last moment. This kind of reaction time was rare in the world. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to get rid of him here. He was very clear that Godchild was very close to the Xiantian realm. If he missed this opportunity, the next time they met would be even more difficult. The ghost palanquin was extremely fast. It was different from when it had come. Now its back was facing the rising sun, so it would have more time. At the end of the world, the first rays of dawn shone on Mu Bai's body. Then, it quickly spread from east to west. The sky and earth began to light up from east to west. The ghost palanquin sped forward, racing against time. In the far east, the dividing line between day and night continued westward. At this moment, it was like the mortal world and hell. It seemed far away, but in reality, it was just inches away. Chapter 2:05. The first rays of the morning sun traveled to the west, and the ghost palanquin sped along, constantly racing between life and death. The surrounding scenery flashed by in the blink of an eye. The misty forest was right in front of them, and the first rays of the morning sun were getting closer and closer. The next moment, the sun shone on the ghost palanquin, and the heavenly fire descended. The moment the ghost palanquin rushed into the misty forest, flames ignited on Ning Chen's body, and he felt pain beyond his endurance. With a muffled groan, the surrounding blood energy was quickly consumed. The misty forest was strange and difficult to travel through. The ghost palanquin drove along a strange path, passing through layers of fog, and quickly rushed into another world. In the underworld, Ning Chen's body lit up with silver light, suppressing the heavenly fire. He leaned against the rock wall, panting heavily. The dark and quiet underworld was just as silent as ever. 2 powerful auras emanated from the depths of the underworld, sending waves after waves of oppressive might that struck fear into the hearts of all who saw it. Ning Chen poured out a handful of pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and closed his eyes to catch his breath. The ghost girl's seclusion this time was longer than he expected. It could be seen how difficult it was to break through to the Xiantian realm. If the ghost girl was here, she could help him suppress the spread of the netherworld poison. But now, he could only rely on himself. He didn't know how effective the spider lily would be, but even if it could cure the poison, he didn't dare to do so. His current life depended on the spider lily. Once the poison was cured, he wouldn't be able to live. Half an hour later, Ning Chun brought the spider lily to another stone room. After closing the door, he didn't come out. Time passed day after day, and the war between Great Xia and Northern Ming was about to reach its final moments. The Northern Ming army heading south was not far from Great Xia's imperial city. In the imperial palace, Xia Mingri had already sent countless dark dragon guards to the misty forest. However, no matter how many people came, there was no news. One could enter the misty forest, but not leave. This was a lesson learned for thousands of years, and the dark dragon guards were no exception. Great Xia was in a precarious situation. Compared to the lack of military strength, what was more serious was the fear of the people. More and more people believed that Great Xia would be defeated in this war. The Eternal Night cult in the west regrouped. Martial Monarch's injuries were mostly healed, and he led the cult's heavy cavalry to the east, fiercely clashing with Marquis, Triumphant Return's Blackwater army. Everyone knew that whether the world situation would change or not would be revealed soon. However, right at this moment, something unexpected happened to the Northern Ming army. While they were on their way, Fan Lingyue suddenly fell off his horse and fainted. The sudden attack caused the Northern Ming army to panic, and they did not know what to do. Fortunately, when the sun set, Fan Lingyue woke up and reappeared in front of the soldiers, stabilizing their morale. However, from this day onwards, whenever Fan Lingyue went out, he would spend most of his time in a wheelchair, and the number of times he coughed up blood also increased. Fan Lingyue also knew that he didn't have much time left, so he increased the speed of his army heading south again and again, doing everything he could to take down this powerful empire while he was still alive. The dark clouds of war grew increasingly gloomy. The soldiers that could be mobilized within Great Xia had already rushed to the north to assist. However, under the hooves of the Beiming Iron Cavalry, they quickly fell apart. Fan Lingyue's prestige had reached an unprecedented height. Apart from Great Xia, everyone wanted to see if the Beiming advisor could create such a miracle. When the invasion became popular, right and wrong no longer seemed important. Great Xia had been invincible for 1,000 years, bringing despair to the world. The situation of people coming from all directions might end soon. In the academy, the dean did not move, and neither did the teacher. It was as if they had never cared about this war. In the Confucian sect's Dragon Garden, Xia Mingri personally came and demanded the 4 palaces of the Confucian sect to send out Confucian experts to serve the empire. The coldness of the emperor was gradually revealed. The 4 palaces of the Confucian sect made him fearful, and he had no choice but to send out 3,000 Confucian disciples to serve the imperial court. The only good news for Great Xia was that the 100,000 reinforcements of the barbarian dynasty were not far from the battlefield in the north after nearly 2 months of trekking. After the defeat of Duke Jingwu and Marquis Bloodrobed, there were less than 70,000 of them left. Apart from the Divine Wind Battalion, which was still intact, the other battalions only existed in name. In Ascension Valley, the atmosphere was getting more and more oppressive. The innate experts who had been in deep slumber were waking up day by day. In order to urge the Realm Master to return to the world, they did not hesitate to consume their remaining lifespan. If there were people from hundreds of years ago here, they would definitely recognize these old monsters who had one foot in the grave. These were all experts of the human world who had disappeared for no reason. Legend had it that some people had passed away while others had disappeared. Unexpectedly, they were all here. Human nature was so ugly in the face of life and death. The longer one lived, the more they feared death. When faced with the temptation of immortality, they chose to betray without hesitation. The boundary between realms was not so easy to break. In this world, only experts of the 3 disasters realm had the ability to do so. Moreover, it had to be done at the weakest point of the boundary between realms. In Ascension Valley, there was such a place. However, the number of experts of the 3 disasters realm in the Divine Continent could be counted on one hand. Apart from the expert of the Three Disasters realm from the Eternal Night sect who had never appeared, and the Buddha who had disappeared after being defeated by Ning Chun, the remaining experts were even fewer. The purpose of Ascension Valley was to occupy the entire Divine Continent, and Great Xia was their primary target. In this way, it was undoubtedly impossible to get Dean Tian Tsang to help them. The greatest hope of Ascension Valley was only two people: the State Preceptor Beiming and the Eternal Night Martial Monarch. The State Preceptor Beiming's whereabouts were erratic. In the world, only Fan Lingyuan knew about it. However, no one expected Fan Lingyuan's attitude to be so unyielding. She used fierce and overbearing methods to kill one and injure the other of the two Xiantian emissaries of Ascension Valley. After that, the red-clothed woman also went to invite the Martial Monarch, but in the end, she also failed. The result was just as Fan Lingyuan said. As long as she was still alive, the Eternal Night sect would not dare to agree to this, seeing that the boundary was about to be broken, but they could not invite the expert of the Three Disasters realm. In the depths of Ascension Valley, terrifying auras were furious. They had waited for hundreds of years for this opportunity. As long as one expert of the Three Disasters realm cooperated with them, they would have the ability to break the boundary of this realm. It was extremely difficult for a second expert of the same realm to appear. They could not afford to wait. Go and kill that military preceptor Beiming. If two people are not enough, send 3 or 4. As long as the realm master descends, the immortality you all want will immediately be realized. Yes, on this day, 4 innate experts left Ascension Valley and rushed in the direction of the Beiming army. In the current situation, as long as they could kill the military preceptor Beiming, the Eternal Night sect would have no choice but to cooperate with Ascension Valley due to the pressure from Xia. At that time, the appearance of the Realm Master would be unstoppable. In the underworld, Ning Chun sat in a stone room, stuffing elixirs into his mouth. The elixir did not have much effect on the Yellow Springs flower, but it could alleviate the intense pain caused by circulating his vital qi. Ning Chun forcefully activated the luck scroll and continued to cultivate without caring about anything else. Accompanied by the pain and lingering blood mist, the strong Ning Chun almost went berserk because of the pain and distraction. Fortunately, with the help of a large number of elixirs, he managed to hold on. Gradually, the poison of the Yellow Springs flower began to erupt frequently. Every time this happened, Ning Chun would swallow a petal of the red spider lily to suppress the poison of the Yellow Springs flower. The red spider lily and the Yellow Springs flower were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Under the effect of the red spider lily, the poison of the Yellow Springs flower, which had always been invincible, began to gradually dissipate. While Ning Chun was surprised, he became even more careful about consuming the red spider lily. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would try his best not to consume it. The poison of the Yellow Springs flower in his body could not be cured unless he did not want to live anymore. After cultivating again, Ning Chun tried to break through to the innate realm again. When he used that sword in the chaotic sea of fog, he seemed to have touched that barrier. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was missing. Mu Bai's sword was always able to cross the gap between the innate realm and the acquired realm. It was unstoppable, as if it was never restricted by this barrier. What made him even more confused was that when Mu Bai used that sword to cut through the endless sea of fog, he did not use too much power. In the quiet underworld, the three of them were all in seclusion. Their auras were constantly fluctuating, and even the water in the distance began to sway. As time passed, in the underworld, the third aura became more and more powerful. The sword intent dispersed in all directions, drawing out streaks of sharp marks between the heaven and earth. The ownerless sword intent caused the Jiga sword to resonate. Rings of sword aura spread out, and similarly affected the figures in seclusion in the stone room. The two strongest swordsmen in the world, Mu Bai and King Yin, one verified the sword, and the other listened to the sword. They used the same sword but had different paths. At this moment, they were competing in different ways, which greatly benefited Ning Chun in the stone room. At the same time, in the Divine Continent, four innate realm experts were rushing towards the Northern Ming army. In the Tiansong Academy, the dean looked at the figures flashing across the horizon. He hesitated for a long time, but still did not make a move. He admitted that he was selfish. Subconsciously, he still did not want to see the great Xia perish. The military advisor of the Northern Ming was too powerful. In a small courtyard in the academy, the teacher sighed in disappointment. You should have made a move. The teacher's voice traveled across space. The dean was silent for a moment, and then said slowly, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The teacher did not say anything else. His old eyes looked in the direction of the Ascension Valley, and a light flashed in them. The change of dynasties was unavoidable since ancient times. For the people of the Divine Continent, there was not much difference who was the master. However, this was on the premise that the Divine Continent was still the master, and not enslaved by other realms. That junior of the Northern Ming, although his methods were a little fierce when he attacked the Great Xia, his treatment of the Ascension Valley had indeed made him look at him in a new light. At such a young age, he had such foresight. It was indeed rare in the world. In the Northern Ming camp, in the commander's tent, Fan Lingyue coughed violently again and again. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and there was no trace of blood on his pale face. Under the light, he looked so weak. At this moment, waves of extremely powerful forces rapidly approached from afar. They were vast and majestic, and shook one's mind. Fan Lingyue's expression changed slightly. He sat in a wheelchair and walked out of the commander's tent. Looking at the four figures coming from afar, a trace of coldness flashed across his beautiful face. Chapter 206. The auras of the four Xiantian experts combined to form an absolute suppression. Even hundreds of miles away, the Northern Ming soldiers felt a stifling pressure that made it hard to breathe. Fan Lingyue got up and waved his hand. Jingye Taichu flew in front of him. His sword was still in its scabbard, but it was already trembling. Military advisor, Xiao Wanhua, Qing Wuyo, and the others hurried forward worriedly. Retreat. These people aren't people you can deal with, said Fan Lingyue coldly. Xiao Wanhua, Qing Wuyo, and the others didn't dare to go against the order. Under the lonely night, Fan Lingyue stood alone in front of the camp, waiting for the enemy to quickly approach. The night wind blew, and her blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her hair was like a waterfall floating in the wind. No one could predict the future battle. The soldiers of Northern Ming still trusted their military advisor wholeheartedly. Even if the sky fell, they would not be shaken. Only Xiao Wanhua, whose strength was closest to Xiantian, was worried. The difference between Xiantian and Haute-Ian was unimaginable. No matter how strong the military advisor was, he couldn't deal with four Xiantian experts at the same time. The four arrived in the blink of an eye. 2 men and 2 women. They didn't look old, but their real ages were frighteningly old. Ancestor. Xiao Wanhua was startled when he saw one of the men. Was he mistaken? The person in front of him was actually the Xiao family's ancestor that he had been fortunate enough to see when he was young. Even after 30 years, he still vaguely remembered the ancestor's appearance. It was exactly the same as the person in front of him. Someone from the Xiao family? What a coincidence, said Xiao Pejuan indifferently as he looked over. Do you have any descendants? Don't be soft-hearted because of this, said the red-clothed woman coldly. Of course. Xiao Pejuan nodded. Fan Lingyue, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you cooperate with Ascension Valley, we'll immediately help you take down Grand Xia. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary, warned a blue-clothed middle-aged man. It's still the same. Whether we take down Grand Xia or not is my business. Ascension Valley doesn't have the right to decide the future of the Divine Continent, said Fan Lingyue coldly. Xiao Wanhua stepped forward and anxiously asked, Ancestor, how can you help Ascension Valley deal with the military advisor? Impudent. Xiao Pejuan's eyes turned cold, and his aura instantly pushed Xiao Wanhua back dozens of meters. I've long heard of a Xiao clan's defeated army. Now that I've met you today, I'm disappointed, Fan Lingyue said calmly. No matter how eloquent you are, You won't be able to live past tonight. The famous military advisor of Beiming is nothing more than this. You don't know how to adapt to the situation. You're not worthy of being called the wisest person in the world, the last yellow-clothed woman said sarcastically. There's no point in talking. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Linghua took a step forward. Instantly, white light rose up, illuminating the mortal world. Be careful. There's something strange about this white light. It's impervious to all techniques, and it can also consume your true chi. It's very difficult to deal with, the red-clothed woman warned. Are you scared? You're only at the peak of the Hodian realm. How strong can you be? Sneered the yellow-clothed woman. Granny Yin, if you want to die, no one will stop you. The woman in red coldly snorted. Stop arguing. If we can't complete this mission, it won't do anyone any good. The blue-clothed middle-aged man stepped forward and sent out a palm. His vast, true chi stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, crashing down. Fan Linghua slashed out with his sword. White light shone, and his true chi instantly disappeared. The blue-clothed middle-aged man was startled. His body twisted in the air, and he retreated dozens of meters. At the same time, Xiao Pujuan's saber slashed down. It was incomparably domineering. Keitu's saber. Fan Linghua narrowed his eyes. He didn't dodge, and his slender hand grabbed the edge of the Keita saber. The ancient Overlord Raha's saber had the ability to cut through the heavens. He hadn't expected it to be in Xiao Pujuan's hands. White light spread out from the Keita's saber like moonlight. Xiao Pujuan felt his true chi quickly leak out. Sword in palm. The red-clothed woman rushed forward and activated her palm energy, trying to rescue Wei from Zhao. Fan Linghua let go of the Keita saber and leaned to the side. His sword slashed out, creating a brilliant killing light. The red-clothed woman retreated quickly, unwilling to come into contact with the saber. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had already attacked for a round. The three innate masters joined forces, but they couldn't gain the upper hand. The yellow-clothed woman was shocked. How could a peak postnatal master be so strong? Attack together, or no one will be able to return tonight. The red-clothed woman warned again. This time, the yellow-clothed woman didn't refute. She clenched her right hand, and a sharp, ancient sword appeared. The sword was cold and piercing. The four of them surrounded and attacked together. Their powerful aura covered the sky and earth, suppressing everything. The battle of the five strongest cultivators was 4 against 1. In front of the northern Ming army, everything collapsed, and the earth was devastated. The white light around Fan Linghua rose to the extreme, raising his combat power to the extreme. White light covered the heaven and earth. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dripping on his blue dress. Fan Linghua's body couldn't bear the full release of his strength for a long time, and he started to show signs of exhaustion. In the Tiansong Academy, the teacher turned into the noble Confucian Qi and opened the sky expanding plate. Everything in the void rotated, revealing the secrets of heaven and earth. After a long time, the teacher stopped. He looked in the direction of the distant misty forest and said, Ning Chun, come to the academy immediately. In the netherworld, Ning Chun, who had been in seclusion for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes. The sword wool around him retracted, and he stood up and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the ghost's sedan sped towards the academy. In less than an hour, the ghost's sedan arrived at the academy. Ning Chun got off the sedan, and his figure flashed past, arriving at the teacher's courtyard. Teacher, Ning Chun bowed respectfully and greeted. There's one thing I want to tell you. The teacher said slowly. Teacher, please speak. Ning Chun said respectfully. The teacher briefly told him about the Ascension Valley. After that, he said calmly, you decide what to do. Ning Chun didn't say anything. He summoned the ghost's sedan and quickly went north. The teacher nodded, and a touch of relief flashed through his old eyes. These two young juniors were much more clear-headed than most people in the world. Not far away, the dean was silent. He didn't expect his tolerance to be worse than a young man. He really couldn't help the military advisor of Northern Ming. Although he had entered the three disasters, he still couldn't ignore the rise and fall of Great Xia. He hoped that the master of divine prefecture would be Great Xia, not Northern Ming. The ghost sedan sped up. In the sedan, Ning Chun took out the red spider lily, bit off a petal, and swallowed it. The battle later would definitely be extremely tragic. If the poison broke out at that time, he wouldn't even have the chance to take the red spider lily. He didn't expect that the first battle after coming out of seclusion would be to help Fan Lingyue. He wanted to give her a surprise, but now, Fan Lingyue gave him a surprise. In front of the Northern Ming army, the battle was getting more and more intense. Fan Lingyue, who was fighting with all her strength, was as brilliant as the moon in the sky, illuminating the whole world. 1 against 4, a battle that surpassed the innate stage and the acquired stage. The four were shocked. There was actually such a terrifying person in the world. However, no matter how strong Fan Lingyue was, facing the siege of 4 innate stage experts, she finally showed signs of fatigue. While she swung her sword to repel the attacks of 3 people, a palm strike came from behind. The white light couldn't dissipate in time, and the third layer of the martial arts was activated. Blood dyed the sky. Military advisor Qing Wuyo, Xiao Wanhua, and the other generals were shocked. They immediately went forward to help. "Back down!" Fan Lingyue shouted coldly and ordered. Qing Wuyo and the others paused. They didn't dare to disobey the military orders that had been accumulated for a long time. They retreated step by step. "Fan Lingyue, you have won the respect of Xiao Pejuan. Next move, I will take your life." After saying that, Xiao Pejuan raised the Kata's saber. The saber light soared into the sky, drawing a long bloody scar. The terrifying power shook the 9 heavens. Seeing this, the other 3 people raised their martial arts and coordinated their moves, wanting to end the life of the woman in front of them in one move. However, at this moment, a black sword appeared. Xiao Pejuan, who was focused on his move, couldn't react in time. While dodging with all his strength, the sword still pierced through his right chest. What a pity! Ning Chun pulled out the black sword. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Fan Lingyue. There was some regret on his face. He originally wanted to pierce through the heart in the left chest. The sudden change shocked everyone. Xiao Pejuan, who was injured by the black sword, immediately used his true qi to stop the bleeding. The other 3 also focused. Facing an unfamiliar expert who suddenly appeared, they didn't dare to be careless. "It's you," Fan Lingyue coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Are you surprised? I also didn't think that there would be a day when we would work together. However, can you still fight?" Ning Chun asked calmly. "Endless fighting spirit." Fan Lingyue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "That's good. Tonight, there is no difference between Great Xia and Northern Ming. Let's clean up these traitors of the divine prefecture first. What I hate the most in my life are traitors." Ning Chun looked at the 4 people in front of him and said with killing intent, "What is a traitor?" Fan Lingyue asked. "The language of my hometown. You won't understand even if I tell you," Ning Chun replied. "Huh." Fan Lingyue smiled faintly and said, "Then you don't have to say it. However, can your body take it? Don't drag me down. This is also what I want to tell you." Ning Chun replied and took a step forward. Sword intent appeared around him. A strange look flashed across Fan Lingyue's eyes. He was indeed different. "Looks like you're about to step into the Xiantian realm too," Fan Lingyue said calmly as he released a white light. "Just like you, I don't dare to take that step." Ning Chun moved, and the black sword split open the sky. An unparalleled sword intent directly crossed the boundary between the Xiantian realm and the Houtian realm and swept toward Xiao Pejuan and the yellow-clothed woman. The 2 of them were shocked. The Kata's saber and ancient edge cooperated and collided with the heaven-splitting sword. A shocking explosion sounded. The blood and qi in the 2 of them were affected by the terrifying sword intent and surged violently. A single sword against 2 edges. The moment the battle started, it was a matter of life and death. On the other side, with 2 less opponents, Fan Lingyue immediately felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. He released the absolute beginning of pure karma, and the white light was cold and dazzling. The red-clothed woman and the blue-clothed middle-aged man joined forces to fight, and the battle was also extremely intense. Yesterday's opponents, today's comrade-in-arms. Facing the invasion of the outer realm, the two of them temporarily put down their positions without reservation and fought with all their strength. Chapter 207. 2 against 4, Hotian against Xiantian. The originally unequal battle was forcibly narrowed by the two's sharp swords. Sword against sword, palm against palm, silhouette against silhouette, the battlefield changed several times. The splattered blood dripped onto the ground, dyeing it red. The white light turned into the myriad laws of heaven and earth, blocking most of the attacks. Ning Chun, with his sword in hand, had an unstoppable sword will. His attack was extremely terrifying, bearing most of the attacks. The most perfect cooperation, without any rehearsal. The two people who were the most familiar with each other in the world had demonstrated what trust and tacit understanding were tonight. Perhaps after this battle, the two of them would still be enemies, but at this moment, they were comrades in arms who had gone through life and death together. The four of them became more and more shocked as they fought. They couldn't break the white light, nor could they block the black sword. Suddenly, Fan Lingyue couldn't take it anymore. He staggered and vomited blood, dyeing the blue clothes in front of him red. A flaw suddenly appeared in the white light, and the woman in red seized the opportunity. She stepped forward and sent a palm strike. The black sword in Ning Chen's hand pushed away the two people in front of him. His figure flashed quickly, and his left hand turned over to meet the attack. There was a shocking explosion. Ning Chun took a few steps back, the corners of his mouth stained with ink. He waved his sword and slashed out again. The woman in red was blocked by the sword light. She could only temporarily dodge the attack. In a head-on clash of cultivation, Ning Chun was undoubtedly at a disadvantage and suffered heavy injuries. At this point in the battle, the six of them were all injured. Ning Chun had the immortal body, so he was fine for the time being. But Fan Lingyue's sick body couldn't hold on for long. Blood kept flowing from his mouth, and he could collapse at any time. No matter how brave the sword was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of 4 Xiantian experts. The fact that the two of them could fight to this extent had already surpassed the limit of heaven's reach. Can you still hold on? Ning Chen stood in front of Fan Lingyue and asked seriously. It's okay, I can still fight. Fan Lingyue struggled to stand firm and said slowly, It's good that you can hold on. I can't fight 4 people alone. Ning Chun said. Fan Lingyue suppressed his sick body. The white light spread out, once again enveloping a 10-meter radius. The 4 of them took turns to fight, 2 attacking and 2 defending. Ji Du and Gu Feng, with their Xiantian power, suppressed the enemy and shook the heaven and earth. Ning Chun focused 90% of his attention on offense and 10% on defense. His black sword was simple and unassuming, but it made the 4 of them feel a murderous aura that threatened their lives. In Fan Lingyue's hands, the pure night absolute beginning transformed into a continuous sword move. It was a soft and continuous move, white light lingering around it. The moment it came into contact with it, the opponent's true chi instantly dissipated. The 2 swords worked together to resist the strong enemy. One sword out, the other back, the head and the tail working together. There was no flaw to be found. In the distance, the northern Ming soldiers looked at the 6 figures crisscrossing each other on the battlefield. They were shocked beyond words. So, a battle could be like this. The 2 sword wills were connected. They did not communicate with words, nor did they use their eyes to signal each other. They only relied on their hearts to make their moves. Both of them had entered the realm of sword breath. Their murderous aura was intimidating. Prince Yin once said that Ning Chun had too many things on his mind, and his sword heart was not calm. It was unlikely that he would be able to feel the breath of the sword in his entire life. Fan Lingyue was the same. The two of them were so similar and had too many concerns. It was almost impossible for them to feel the sword aura. However, nothing was absolute. At the moment of life and death tonight, The two of them had no choice but to trust each other wholeheartedly. They trusted each other and also trusted the swords in their hands. The two of them used the same sword aura. Feeling the other's sword, their own swords followed suit. Two swords, two hearts, breathing and thinking at the same time. There was no difference anymore. Ji-Du's blade slashed over, the white light dissipating most of the attack. Fan Lingyue's sword light met it. At the moment of collision, Ji-Du's might was reduced by another 30%. The ink sword swept past. Xiao Pajuan withdrew his blade to block, but he felt a surge of sword will penetrate the blade and enter his body. With a bang, Xiao Pajuan flew out, his mouth dyed red again. "How are you?" The yellow-clothed woman's body flashed, and she waved her hand to support him. "I'm fine." Xiao Pajuan steadied himself and wiped off the blood on his face. His expression was cold. The four of them attacked again. The pure knight, absolute beginning, grabbed a gentle sword force. His true chi poured out from his palms and on the blade. Ning Chun arrived at the same time. The ink sword landed, and the sword moved at will, slashing out a brilliant light. The yellow-clothed woman took the sword head-on. The sword flashed with cold light, once again pressing towards her life. Fan Lingyue's left hand flickered with light. With a clang, the ancient sword was pushed away. Immediately after, his palm struck out towards the attacking red-clothed woman. Closely pressed, without any time to breathe, Ji-Du soared through the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, Fan Lingyue's palm shifted. Ignoring the attacking woman, he turned his palm to block the blade light. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. The red-clothed woman pressed forward. Her ink sword appeared at the same time. Snowflakes drifted down. One sword opened 100 feet in the sky. The red-clothed woman flew out. Her body was greatly shaken, blood splattering across the horizon. The night wind blew past. The smell of blood spread everywhere. The bloody night was peerlessly shocking. The four Xiantian experts fought in a sorry state. They fought in humiliation. They once looked down on the world, but today they were forced into a corner by two juniors. "Don't drag it out anymore. Let's end this quickly," the blue-clothed man said coldly. The other three nodded. Their true chi rose rapidly. They used their extreme techniques, wanting to forcefully break apart the two's cooperation. A terrifying pressure spread out. The ground cracked. Large pieces of debris rose up and then fell down with a bang. The strength of the Xiantian experts was fully displayed at this moment. The northern Ming soldiers who were slightly closer were unable to retreat in time. They were directly shattered into pieces by this terrifying power. At this critical moment, Fan Lingyue turned his palm. White light soared into the sky. The scroll of moon technique appeared in the world again. At the same time, Ning Chen's body flashed and appeared behind the former. His sword finger condensed frost. He used the scroll of life and poured his true chi into the latter's body. Scroll of moon, silent moonfall. Fan Lingyue condensed the two's techniques. The scroll of moon was pushed to the extreme. The divine moon shone and white light quickly spread out. The heavenly technique appeared in the world. In an instant, moonlight descended and the world was silent. It was as if the world had frozen. The four figures suddenly stopped and stopped moving. Ning Chun and Fan Lingyue rushed out. Their swords slashed across and the yellow-clothed woman's throat. The powerful sword intent destroyed the woman's life force. It chased after her soul and took her life. On the other side, Fan Lingyue swung his sword to kill Xiao Pajuan. However, he didn't expect Xiao Pajuan to break free at the last moment and meet him with his sword. With a loud bang, the two retreated more than 10 steps. Their bodies were dyed red. Retreat. The blue-clothed middle-aged man who came back to his senses saw that the situation was not right and ordered a retreat. Xiao Pajuan and the red-clothed woman retreated without hesitation. They disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. After the three retreated, Fan Lingyue staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, which spilled on the yellow soil. Ning Chun withdrew his sword and looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression. The feeling of the sword aura dissipated in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he couldn't feel it at all. The enemy retreated. The two were still enemies and not friends. Killing intent overflowed, and the atmosphere became extremely strange. Qing Wuyo and the others who had just breathed a sigh of relief immediately became alert again. They were ready to help at any time. In the end, the two didn't make a move. Now, neither of them had the confidence to kill the other. Moreover, the Ascension Valley was about to appear. This made the two more apprehensive. Fan Lingyue, retreat, Ning Chen advised again. Impossible. Fan Lingyue refused without hesitation. There was no room for negotiation. Ning Chen sighed softly. He knew the answer would be like this, but he still couldn't calm down and asked again. How do you plan to deal with the Ascension Valley? Ning Chen changed the topic. They need the help of 3 calamities. The Martial Lord is the only candidate. However, as long as I'm alive, the Eternal Night cult won't have the guts, Fan Lingyue said coldly. How long can you last? 1 month? 2 months? Why are you so stubborn? Ning Chen sighed. There's no need to say more. What you should do now is to pray that the Great Xia can last these 2 months. As for the Ascension Valley, I have my own plans, Fan Lingyue said calmly. Marquis Xiao, send the guest off. Yes. Xiao Wanhua walked forward and politely bowed. Jimmy Marquis, please. Ning Chen sighed inwardly. He waved his hand to summon the ghost palanquin and walked in. Fan Lingyue, I will definitely do my best to stop you. The final words echoed in front of the Beimeng formation. The ghost palanquin quickly left and soon disappeared. I hope you have the ability to do so. Fan Lingyue turned around and returned to her tent, leaving behind a land riddled with holes. Dust rose in the night wind and didn't settle for a long time. In the Netherworld Palace, Ning Chen looked at the stone room sealed by layers of restrictions. A lonely light flashed through his eyes. He might not be able to wait for her to recover her memories. Before the Xiantian realm, Fan Lingyue hadn't taken the final step, and neither had he. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he didn't dare. If he took this step, he would die. Or perhaps, Fan Lingyue was still half a step away. Because she had the Chaos Scroll, she could take that extra step. Just now, in the moment of one heart and breath, he saw the Chaos Scroll and that surging and vast true qi. A martial artist's realm couldn't be suppressed for a long time. However, the Chaos Scroll could conceal heaven's secrets, so Fan Lingyue was able to forcibly suppress her realm. In the past, he was very far away from the Xiantian realm. He always thought that there would be a day when he could break through. Now, he was so close, but he didn't dare to take that step. This step wasn't as easy as he imagined. The danger within it could only be felt when it was within reach. Only now did he understand why Fan Lingyue had never taken this step. With the killing karma she had created and the endurance of her body, as long as she took that step, she would definitely die. Now that it was his turn to make the decision, he couldn't take that step either. 300 miles away from the imperial city of Great Xia, the light cavalry of Great Xia, who had been training in camp, left their camp and headed north, making their final effort for this war. The leader of the army was Xia Zi. This prince of Great Xia, who came from the Confucian sect, had finally abandoned his benevolence. He put on his battle armor and headed north. When the night fell, Ning Chen came. After a long time, the two of them met again. The 30,000 light cavalry carried the heavy responsibility of eliminating the northern Meng heavy cavalry. They had endured for a long time, all for this upcoming battle. This was the final moment of Great Xia's counterattack. They couldn't afford to fail. Are we not waiting for the barbarian dynasty's reinforcements? Xia Zi asked solemnly. No. Ning Chen shook his head and continued. We can't afford to lose this battle. After all, the barbarian dynasty's reinforcements aren't under the command of Great Xia. Once there's a disagreement, our preparations will go to waste. Xia Zi nodded. The war of Great Xia ultimately depended on Great Xia itself. This was the most crucial battle. No matter what, they had to win. Chapter 208. The 30,000 cavalrymen heading north hurried through the night. They had already set off 2 days earlier to make ample preparations for this war. Of the 30,000 cavalrymen, About 5,000 of them wore armor that was different from the others. It wasn't as heavy as the northern Ming heavy cavalry, but it was heavier than the light cavalry. These were the heavy cavalry of Great Xia. Although there weren't many of them, they had a very important battle strategy. When the 30,000 cavalrymen headed north, the 70,000 imperial guards under Duke Jingwu also headed south. The two armies chased after each other, surrounding the northern Ming army. For days later, the Great Xia imperial guards finally caught up to the northern Ming army. The two armies were so close that the battle could erupt at any moment. The atmosphere of war shrouded the two armies as Great Xia attacked from both sides, forcing the northern Ming army to deal with it. In the northern Ming camp, Fan Lingyue was sitting in the commander's tent, looking at the reports sent by his scouts. Great Xia lacked horses, so cavalry wasn't their main force. Their combat strength was much weaker than the northern Ming cavalry. In a direct confrontation, 10,000 northern Ming cavalry was enough to deal with 20,000 Great Xia cavalry. Now, the 70,000 imperial guards behind the northern Ming army posed a greater threat. The Divine Wind Battalion was still intact, and their combat strength couldn't be underestimated. Military advisor, the commander of the Great Xia cavalry, is Xia Zi. His talent isn't inferior to anyone else, and he can step into the Xiantian realm at any time. We have to be careful, Xiao Wanhua said. You deal with him. I'll deal with Duke Jingwu personally, Fan Lingyue said calmly. Yes, Xiao Wanhua said respectfully. In King Haowu's camp, Xia Zi walked out of the commander's tent and looked at the northern Ming army in the distance with a grave expression. Now, Ning Chun had to think of a way to separate the northern Ming cavalry from the other 60,000 cavalrymen. The Great Xia cavalry wasn't a match for the northern Ming cavalry in a direct confrontation. In the Imperial Guard camp, Duke Jingwu, Marquis Bloodclad, and Ning Chun had been discussing in the tent for most of the night. Ning Chun only left when the sky was about to brighten. Beat the drums, attack. Once the sky brightened, the 30,000 Imperial Guards of the Divine Wind Battalion advanced in formation, with the remaining 40,000 following closely behind, ready to reinforce at any time. Marquis Bloodclad Marquis and the three commanders of the Divine Wind Battalion took the lead in fighting against Qing Wuyo and several generals of Northern Ming. Marquis Bloodrobe's battle prowess was unparalleled, suppressing everyone. The four swords fought, focusing on defense, barely holding back the martial Marquis of Xia. The elites of the Divine Wind Battalion were all sent out. On the contrary, Bei Ming was more conservative. 8,000 heavy cavalry soldiers just watched and did not participate in the battle. On the first day of probing, both armies suffered casualties. However, the casualties were not large. When the sun set, both armies retreated and peace was restored. When night fell, the Great Xia cavalry on the other side suddenly attacked the camp of the Bei Ming heavy cavalry. Xiao Wanhua reacted quickly and immediately sent light cavalry and infantry to meet the enemy head-on, covering the heavy cavalry that had already taken off their armor. The Great Xia cavalry attacked for a wave, and after seeing that they did not gain anything, they immediately retreated. Ning Chun stood in the distance and looked at the retreating Great Xia cavalry. His expression was calm, and he didn't look disappointed. Not gaining anything tonight was a normal situation. With Fan Lingyue's intellect, how would he not be wary of Great Xia sneak attacks? The advantage of heavy cavalry was that they could forcefully break through formations. In a head-on clash, they were invincible. However, they also had their own weaknesses. One of them was that the heavy armor could not be worn by the soldiers and the war horses. If not, both the soldiers and the war horses would not be able to take it. Wearing the armor before the battle and taking it off after the battle was an essential part of the heavy cavalry. However, the armor of the heavy cavalry was abnormally heavy and complicated to wear. Every time they wore the armor, they had to spend a lot of time taking it off. It was impossible for them to get on their horses and fight at any time like the light cavalry. Hence, when they were not fighting, the heavy cavalry would not be of any use. As for the other weaknesses of the heavy cavalry, it would depend on whether the Bei Ming heavy cavalry would make mistakes in the following battle. Xiaozi walked over and said, "Let's go." Ningchen nodded and left with the former. On the second day, the Divine Wind Battalion and the remaining 40,000 guards continued to attack. On the other side, 30,000 Great Xia cavalry were waiting to tie down the enemy. Fan Lingyue sat at the front of the formation and commanded the army to fight. As for the Great Xia cavalry, they temporarily gave full power to Xiao Wanhua. On this day, the heavy cavalry struck out and clashed with the Divine Wind Battalion. The two sides clashed head-on, and both sides suffered casualties. The heavy cavalry lost 400 cavalry, and the Divine Wind Battalion lost 2,000 soldiers. On the other side, without the threat of the heavy cavalry, the 5,000 heavy cavalry of Great Xia were fearless. They carried their specially made spears and attacked several times, causing the Beiming cavalry to be in a bad state. Although the Great Xia heavy cavalry was not as strong as the Beiming heavy cavalry, they still had a huge advantage against the Beiming light cavalry. At night, the Great Xia light cavalry attacked once more. Their target was still the camp of the Beiming heavy cavalry. After meeting resistance, they immediately retreated without hesitation. On the third day, the same situation happened once more. As long as the Beiming heavy cavalry went to deal with the Divine Wind Battalion, the Great Xia heavy cavalry would appear to disrupt the situation. Helplessly, Xiao Wanhua could only send someone to ask Fan Lingyue to temporarily move the heavy cavalry to deal with the 30,000 cavalry of Great Xia. After Fan Lingyue received the report, he agreed and moved the heavy cavalry over. However, he ordered that no matter what the situation was, the heavy cavalry could not move alone and had to be covered by the light cavalry. In the next 2 days, the attacks of the Great Xia guards came wave after wave, never stopping. On the other side, after the Beiming heavy cavalry moved over, the Great Xia cavalry calmed down a lot. However, the attack at night was still the same and did not stop for a single night. The Beiming heavy cavalry was annoyed. Sometimes, just as they took off their heavy armor, the Great Xia light cavalry would sneak up on them. They had no choice but to put it back on. Just as they were about to fight, the Great Xia cavalry would quickly retreat. During wartime, the situation could change in an instant. Fan Lingyue knew the importance of improvising, so she placed all her attention on the Great Xia guards. On the other side, the Great Xia cavalry was relatively weak, and she believed that Xiao Wanhua could temporarily deal with them. This time, the surprise that she gave Great Xia had arrived in time. On the night of the 6th day, a figure covered in black cloth appeared in the Beiming commander tent. Fan Lingyue sat on a wheelchair, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Abbot, how have you been?" "Umipa." With a loud Buddhist chant, the black cloth suddenly exploded, revealing the Buddha who had disappeared for a long time, the abbot of Dui Temple. On the other side of the Beiming army, in King Haowu's camp, 3,000 Confucian disciples appeared at the same time. This was the first time Ning Chun saw a Confucian abbot, and his first impression was very ordinary. Or rather, his impression of the entire Confucian sect was very ordinary. He respected his teacher, but that did not mean he had a good impression of the Confucian sect. The current Confucian sect had long forgotten the original reason why his teacher had founded it. His teacher had founded it to educate the people, not to let them rely on it to fight for power. The Confucians in the imperial court had done a lot for him to be cursed. He did not respond because he did not have the energy to deal with them. Xiaozi also knew that Ning Chun did not like the Confucian sect, so he wanted to ease the relationship between Ning Chun and the Confucian sect. "Ning Chun, this is the abbot's abbot. Your sword is cultivated by the abbot." "Many thanks." Ning Chun cupped his fists and bowed, maintaining a polite appearance. "I've long since heard of the Jiming Marquis' name. Now that I've met you, you truly are a young hero," said the abbot politely. "You praise me too much." Ning Chun did not say anything else. This abbot clearly was not a simple person. Things were different now, and he no longer had the energy to feign civility. Xiaozi sighed inside, knowing that he could not force him. He brought the abbot out of the tent and arranged a place for him to rest. "Jiming Marquis, a few days ago, Prince Yin and a girl called Wild came to the Confucian sect. That girl seemed to be looking for you, said the abbot as he was about to leave. Ning Chun trembled, his heart no longer calm. Why had that silly girl run out again? If his senior knew that he was in the underworld, then Wild should also know. Why hadn't Wild come? Ning Chen's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more he didn't understand. From ancient times until now, a woman's thoughts were not something a man could guess. No matter how smart a man was, no matter how simple a woman was. Far away in the wilderness, two figures were slowly moving forward, one in front and one behind. The woman in the back was wearing a beautiful dress, carrying an ancient sword rack on her back. On the rack, there were 4 swords, 3 of which belonged to her seniors, and 1 of which belonged to her. "Senior, let's rest for a bit," said Wild. She was unable to walk any further. "All right," Prince Yin responded softly and stopped in his tracks. Wild was not a spoiled brat. She found a rock and sat down. She took out 2 pears from her bag and gave one to her senior while eating the other. Prince Yin smiled and took the pear. He softly said, "Wild, do you want to learn the sword?" "I don't want to." Wild took a bite of the pear and straightforwardly replied, "Ha!" Prince Yin chuckled. Those who wanted to teach didn't want to learn, and those who wanted to learn couldn't learn. If Ning Chun had half of this girl's power of understanding, he would have entered the innate stage long ago. "Senior, where are we going?" asked Wild. "The far east," Prince Yin replied. "Why are we going there?" asked Wild curiously. "Tribulation transcendence," said Prince Yin calmly. After transcending the last tribulation at the 5th tribulation realm, one would trigger the taboo of the 3 calamities at any time. If the first calamity appeared, it might implicate the innocent. He didn't want to take the risk. In this world, there were only 5 people who had reached the 3 calamities realm. However, every one of them had brought about considerable calamities to the world after transcending the first calamity. The strength of the 3 calamities realm was built on the sacrifice of the innocent. Wild wasn't interested in cultivation. She chewed on her pear and thought about what a certain person was doing now. "Senior, I miss him," whispered Wild softly as she felt depressed for no reason. Prince Yin sighed inwardly and said softly, "When we return from the far east, I'll bring you to find him, all right?" "All right." Wild nodded obediently. A beautiful smile bloomed on her pretty face like a blooming flower. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Chapter 209. At dawn, before the sky was completely bright, the Beiming heavy cavalry were woken up by the sound of galloping horse hooves. Attacking twice in one night, the heavy cavalry soldiers could not suppress their anger. Great Xia's actions were really despicable. Beiming was prepared, and their infantry and light cavalry quickly got into formation to defend against the Great Xia cavalry. Such a scene had happened many times, and Beiming was used to defending against the Great Xia cavalry. They did not dare to be careless at all. However, this time, the Beiming army realized that Great Xia did not send the light cavalry. Instead, they were fully equipped heavy cavalry. The moment both sides clashed, the Beiming army that was not prepared fell into a passive state. After the Great Xia heavy cavalry, the light cavalry followed closely behind, charging wave after wave at the Beiming defensive line. The battle was abnormally intense, and the Beiming army quickly gathered up to deal with the attacks of the Great Xia cavalry. On the other side, the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps also launched their attacks. The Divine Wind unit attacked at all costs, trying their best to delay the Beiming cavalry. On the 2 battlefields, the 4 commanders all had different thoughts as they calmly looked on at the cruelty of the battle. The Beiming army was split into 2, and they faced the attacks of Great Xia on different battlefields. This battle quickly reached its climax in the morning. An hour later, the Beiming heavy cavalry finished their preparations and got into formation. Qing Wuyo held his halberd and stood in front of the formation. He raised his halberd and gave the order to charge out. The rumbling of molten iron flood was unstoppable, and the Great Xia cavalry could not block it. Not long later, they were at a disadvantage. Retreat. Under Xia Zi's order, The great Xia light cavalry quickly retreated, and the heavy cavalry followed closely behind in an orderly fashion. The Beiming heavy cavalry followed closely behind, venting their anger. Anyone who was disturbed day and night would find it hard to remain calm. Xiao Wanhua observed the situation, and a cold glow flashed in his eyes. With all the great Xia cavalry out, there would be no more ambushes. Today was a chance. Great Xia's distraction tactic was hard to defend against, and he could not passively defend. If not, once Great Xia succeeded, it would be too late to regret it. In a head-on clash, the combat strength of the Beiming heavy cavalry was invincible. He wanted to make use of this chance to crush all of Great Xia's resistance. Chase! With a single order, the Northern Ming heavy cavalry charged out in full force, their armor clanging as they chased after them. The fish has finally taken a bait. After they were far away from Northern Ming's camp, Xia Zi waved his hand and ordered the light cavalry to spread out. The heavy cavalry faced the heavy cavalry and prepared for a decisive battle. The mocking look in Qing Wuyo's eyes was extremely clear. The heavy cavalry of Great Xia could deal with normal light cavalry, but going head-to-head with the heavy cavalry of Beiming was like hitting a rock with an egg. Behind them, Beiming's 10,000 light cavalry were on standby, ready to reap the rewards of the battle. Xiao Wanhua remembered Fan Lingyu's order and did not let the heavy cavalry attack alone, sending light cavalry to cover them at all times. The battle between the two armies was about to break out at any moment. Beiming's heavy cavalry swiftly charged forward, followed by the 10,000 light cavalry as cover. Retreat. The battle went on for an hour, and Great Xia was once again at a disadvantage. Xia Zi came down, and the Great Xia cavalry retreated once again. Just like that, the Great Xia cavalry fought as they retreated, moving the Beiming heavy cavalry and 10,000 light cavalry far away from the Beiming camp. Xiao Wanhua gradually felt that something was amiss. At this moment, a scout rushed over from the distance and quickly reporting to the Marquis, someone is attacking the camp, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Xiao Wanhua's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "How many?" "Around 5,000 cavalry," the scout replied. "Retreat." Xiao Wanhua observed the situation and ordered. The Beiming army received the order and swiftly retreated like a flood. The back of the formation was the front of the formation. The light cavalry were faster, and they were led by Xiao Wanhua to reinforce the camp. In front of the Great Xia cavalry formation, Xia Zi acted at the same time and said, "Chase." The order was sent out, and the light cavalry that were spread out went around to stop the Beiming heavy cavalry from coming back. In the distance, the Beiming camp was ablaze, and one could see the eye-catching flames from far away. Time was of the essence, and Xiao Wanhua made the decision to order the personal guards beside him. "Send my order to Qing Wuyo. I'll bring the light cavalry back first. Tell him to stop fighting and quickly catch up." "Yes." The personal guards received the order and swiftly rode away. After the Great Xia light cavalry blocked the Beiming heavy cavalry, the Great Xia heavy cavalry at the back charged forward at the same time, stopping the Beiming heavy cavalry at all costs. "General Qing, Marquis, Xiao orders you to quickly catch up and stop fighting," Xiao Wanhua's personal guards ordered. "It's too late. None of you can retreat today." Before his words landed, a young man appeared, holding Mechi autumn water and blocking in front of Qing Wuyo. He abandoned the benevolent Xia Zi and charged over with killing intent. With one sword, he killed 13 enemy cavalry, causing blood and flesh to fly. The invulnerable Beiming cavalry were like paper, sliced apart by Mechi autumn water. Shameless boasting. Qing Wuyo could not hide his anger, and he charged forward, waving his halberd and chopping down. As the sword and halberd clashed, the wind howled. The warhorse could not withstand the huge force and knelt down on the ground. At the same time, numerous generals charged up and surrounded the newcomer. Xia Zi was not afraid at all. One man and one sword, he suppressed everyone. The galloping war horses passed by everyone, and the two sides clashed once more. This time, the formation of the Great Xia cavalry suddenly changed. They lined up into 5 horizontal lines, and each horizontal line was in a single file. The distance between each horizontal line was very wide, forming a front that was much wider than the northern Ming heavy cavalry. The first 2 horizontal lines were the Great Xia heavy cavalry, while the other 3 were the light cavalry. Apart from this, there were many other light cavalry that were doing seemingly meaningless movements on both sides. After the 2 sides engaged in battle, the Great Xia light cavalry immediately charged out from the huge gap between the front row of heavy cavalry and shot wave after wave with the specially made god-arm crossbows. After a few shots, the Great Xia heavy cavalry quickly retreated. In the battle, Xia Zi's sword pushed away Qing Wuyo and the 4 generals. Looking at the 2 armies in the final battle, his eyes were cold. They had prepared for this battle for a long time, and they would not allow any accidents to happen. Within the Netherworld house, Ning Chun looked toward the north. He was also worried about this crucial battle. The biggest advantage of the heavy cavalry was their unparalleled ability to break formations. In the era of cold weapons, the integrity of the formation was the crux of the battle. Whether it was the Great Xia or the Northern Ming heavy cavalry, it was equally important. The first weakness of Northern Ming's heavy cavalry was that both the men and their horses were covered in heavy armor. Therefore, it was not a bad choice to use light cavalry to attack the camp at night. Even if they could not kill the heavy cavalry, they could still cause a lot of trouble for them. The other weakness of the heavy cavalry was their speed. Although the horses of Great Xia were not as fast as those of Northern Ming, the speed of the light cavalry was much faster than the heavy cavalry. They could make use of this point to drag down the heavy cavalry of Northern Ming. Of course, the prerequisite of this plan was to separate the heavy cavalry from the light cavalry. Using both the real and the fake was the best method. Great Xia's god-arm crossbows were also an important support. Regardless of whether or not they could break through armor, they would cause a lot of damage to the Northern Ming heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry also had a fatal weakness, which was that once the soldiers fell off their horses, it would not be easy for them to get back on their horses. In a battle between cavalry, once one fell off their horse, it meant death. Furthermore, after the Northern Ming heavy cavalry were shot at, it would be hard for them to quickly retaliate. They had to maintain a tight formation and push forward. Otherwise, they would not be able to use their advantage to kill. The Great Xia cavalry only needed to attack repeatedly. Once the Northern Ming heavy cavalry attacked, they would immediately split up and regroup. As the gap between the cavalry of Great Xia was large and they were far apart, they did not need to be too tight. It was easy for them to regroup once they were far away from the Northern Ming heavy cavalry. Such a charge could continue indefinitely. The Northern Ming heavy cavalry could not endure such a battle. Once the Northern Ming formation was messed up and their morale was shaken, it would be their chance. Xia Zi looked at the charging and retreating Great Xia cavalry with a cold expression. He believed that this time, victory would belong to Great Xia. On the battlefield, the repeated charges of the Great Xia cavalry had already caused the Northern Ming heavy cavalry to suffer casualties. The heavy armor could not cover every part of the Northern Ming heavy cavalry, and there would always be gaps. Whether or not one could survive a battle depended on luck. Some of the Northern Ming heavy cavalry did not have such luck, and the arrows from the crossbows pierced through their eyes and killed them. As for the other Northern Ming heavy cavalry, even if they were not injured by the arrows, the repeated shots caused their blood to boil, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Exhaustion was slowly revealed in this highly tense battle. The Northern Ming heavy cavalry, who had not had a good rest because of Great Xia, started to feel their stamina run out. Their morale was also becoming more and more unstable. As more and more people fell off their horses, a huge flaw appeared in the Northern Ming heavy cavalry formation. Charge! The Great Xia heavy cavalry, who had been waiting for a chance, charged at the flaw of the Northern Ming heavy cavalry without any regard for their lives. They did not hesitate to pay the price of their lives to break through the unbreakable formation of Northern Ming. The Great Xia light cavalry swiftly gathered together, using their high speed to pull the ropes and drag the exhausted northern Ming heavy cavalry off their horses one by one. In the next moment, the slaughter began. The dismounted northern Ming heavy cavalry found it difficult to move. Some were trampled by the panicked war horses, unable to get up. Some were smashed to death by the combined blunt weapons of the Great Xia cavalry. There were also some who were tied up by the Great Xia heavy cavalry and knocked to their deaths, dragging them hundreds of feet away. The cruelty of war was fully revealed at this moment. On the battlefield, no one was merciful, and it was either you die or I live. Xia Zi's autumn water was stained with fresh blood, dripping onto the ground below. Great Xia's Haowu king, who was filled with killing intent, was not weaker than any of the geniuses. The autumn water glistened. It was unstoppable. Its killing intent shocked everyone. Qing Wuyo had died in battle, and the 4 generals had also died under the autumn water sword. The order to retreat was not given out in the end. Half a day later, the invincible northern Ming heavy cavalry was completely wiped out. Chapter 210. On the other side of the battlefield, Beiming's main army was fighting with the Great Xia Imperial Army. The battle was equally intense. Fan Lingwell looked at the stalemate between the Beiming cavalry and the Great Xia Divine Wind Battalion. He said calmly, "Abbot, it's your turn." Umipa. With a Buddhist proclamation, the abbot of Du Yi Temple walked out. His footsteps were steady, and every step he took shook the heavens and the earth. The sudden change shocked the Great Xia soldiers. The Buddha descends to the mortal realm, and a vast power spread out. In the academy, the dean felt the power of the Transcendent's 5 tribulations in the distance. His expression changed. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by a huge palm. "Dean, your opponent is me." The golden staff rang, and the imperial tutor of Beiming appeared, blocking the dean. In King Haowu's camp, the military head also felt the vigorous Buddhist power. His expression changed, and he immediately used a secret technique to summon the other 3 heads. Even with the Confucian sect's heaven-trapping formation, he could not defeat the Buddha alone. On the northern battlefield, the Buddha descends to the mortal realm. The Great Xia Imperial Army was immediately defeated. In the world, no matter how strong the formation was, it could not stop the Transcendent's 5 tribulations. When the Buddha descends to the mortal realm, the ground collapsed and huge rocks flew. It was extremely terrifying. Retreat. At the moment of crisis, Marquis, blood-robed, walked out. Blocking the Buddha descends to the mortal realm. The panicked Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps reacted and retreated without hesitation. The Beiming cavalry caught up, and a flood spread out, quickly drowning the Great Xia Imperial Army. Marquis, blood-robed, who was blocking the abbot of Du Yi Temple, did not have the energy to care about anything else. After fighting Marshal Lord Yongye, this Great Xia Marshal Marquis was once again facing a Transcendent's 5 tribulations expert. Facing an invincible opponent, Marquis Bloodrobe's expression was calm. His blood-red clothes fluttered in the wind, and he stood tall like a mountain. Marquis. The hundreds of personal guards who had followed Marquis blood-robed through life and death for more than 10 years had tears in their eyes. They were unwilling to leave. Retreat. Marquis blood-robed ordered again. They could not disobey and could only retreat. The moment they turned around, tears stained their clothes as they bid farewell to Marquis blood-robed. Marquis blood-robe's hands quickly flipped, and blood chi spread out. Amipa. There was no expression on the withered face of the Buddha in the mortal world. After he chanted the Buddha's name, his whole body shone with golden light. The shocking Buddha's move reappeared in the world. Amidst the rumbling collision, the 3 kilometers long ground was completely devastated, and dust shook the sky as it completely drowned the figures of the 2 people. After this day, the Marquis of Bloodrobed did not return. After the Marquis of Wangchuan, another Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty had died in battle. The place where the 2 armies faced off against each other had been completely turned into ruins, telling the story of how tragic this battle had been. By the time the 4 Confucian sect heads and the 300 strongest experts of the Confucian sect arrived, the battle was already over, and not a single person was left alive. After this battle, Beiming and Great Xia both suffered heavy losses. The Beiming heavy cavalry was wiped out, and Great Xia's Godwind unit suffered heavy losses, losing more than 60% of their men. Since the start of the war between the two dynasties, Beiming's invincible golden body was broken for the first time. However, due to the death of Marquis blood-robed, no one was happy. When night fell, after Ning Chun heard the news, he fell completely silent and did not say another word. In the distant palace, after receiving 2 battle reports, one happy and one sad, Xia Mingri sighed deeply. His heart was extremely complicated. In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun looked out of the window, a trace of loneliness flashing in his eyes. This war had changed too many things. The Marquis of Great Xia, like him, and the Marquis of Blood-Robed were true heroes. At the same time, in the west, northwest, north, and southeast of Great Xia, all the Marquis of Great Xia poured a cup of wine in the direction where the Marquis of Blood-Robed had died. Yellow springs first, and one day we will meet in hell. Perhaps it was heartless, but Ning Chen quickly recovered from his sadness. He once again picked up the army map and made the next step of the plan. Beiming still had close to 60,000 cavalry and 50,000 infantry, and they were still a great threat. Moreover, the reinforcements of Beiming outside Heaven's Gate were getting closer and closer. Marquis Ziyang and the others were also struggling to deal with them. Once these reinforcements broke through the defense line and entered Heaven's Gate, the situation of Great Xia would immediately become irreversible. In Beiming's camp, Fan Lingyue sat in a wheelchair, looking at Xiao Wanhua and the other generals kneeling in front of him. After a long time, he sighed his heart and said, "Get up." Now was the time to use people, and she couldn't kill all the generals. The defeat of the heavy cavalry this time was a lesson. He indeed didn't disappoint her, and in the end, he even became her strongest enemy. Now that the heavy cavalry was completely wiped out, it would take some effort to deal with the incoming reinforcements. "Abbot, I still have 2 requests. After you complete them, I will set you free," Fan Lingyue said calmly, glancing at the Buddha beside him. "Ba, I hope you will keep your word," the abbot of Duiki Temple said. "Of course." Fan Lingyue's eyes flashed coldly as he replied. In King Haowu's camp, Ning Chen looked at the army map and pondered for a long time. He slowly said, "For the next step, Beiming's target is 70% the reinforcements of the barbarian dynasty, and 30% is the remaining imperial army of Great Xia. We have to take a gamble. Why not my cavalry? We just defeated the heavy cavalry of Beiming, so we should be seen as a thorn in their side," Xia Zi asked. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "Our opponent is Fan Lingyue. She sees it clearer than anyone else. Although we defeated Beiming's heavy cavalry, almost all of our heavy cavalry were destroyed, and we also lost more than 7,000 light cavalry. The fact that Great Xia's cavalry can't defeat Beiming's heavy cavalry won't change because of this victory. Relatively speaking, the biggest threat to Beiming now is the 100,000 reinforcements of the barbarian dynasty and the remaining imperial army of Great Xia." Xiazi nodded and said seriously, "It's not easy. Our opponent is the abbot of Duiki Temple, an expert who has surpassed the 5th tribulation. He will always be a huge threat." Ning Chun turned around and came to the front of the tent. He looked at Beiming's camp in the distance, and the light in his eyes kept flickering. The current situation was indeed not optimistic. Today, the dean didn't come in time, which meant that he was restrained by someone and couldn't leave the academy. Moreover, the headmaster wouldn't interfere in these matters, and the senior was missing. Great Xia's combat strength above the 5th tribulation was at a complete disadvantage. One could only understand how terrifying a 3 tribulation expert was by experiencing it personally. He was a real monster that couldn't be defeated by thousands of soldiers and horses. Ning Chun turned around and asked, "You know more about the Confucian sect than I do. Can we stop the abbot of Duiki Temple with the sky-trapping formation set up by the 4 heads and the 300 strongest experts of the Confucian sect? We can fight, but we need time, Xiazi replied. How long? Ning Chun asked seriously. The longer, the better, Xiazi said. The sky-trapping formation of the Confucian sect was passed down by the headmaster. It was extremely exquisite, and the longer the formation was set up, the stronger its power would be. However, this formation also had its limitations. It needed time to set it up. When the formation was first set up, its power was relatively weak. It didn't have a high chance of trapping an expert like the Buddha in the mortal world. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This was really troublesome. Now that he didn't have a weapon like the Blood-Vein Sword, he definitely couldn't be a match for the Buddha in the mortal world. Ning Chen thought for a long time. He walked to the table and wrote a letter. He handed it to Xiazi and said, "Send someone to send it back to the palace as soon as possible." Xiazi read the letter and frowned. However, he didn't say anything. He immediately walked out of the tent and handed the letter to the guard beside him. He said, "Send this letter back to the palace immediately." Yes. The guard received the order and quickly left. It was getting late. Ning Chun didn't stay any longer and left in the ghost carriage. Thunder rumbled in Ascension Valley. The aura that was blocked by the realm was still extremely terrifying. Waves of pressure spread out, making people feel a bone-deep fear. A bunch of trash. The angry roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the ground to shake. The valley shook, and huge rocks fell down. The woman in red and the others were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They lowered their heads deeply to hide their expressions. Calamity King, please calm down. Fan Ling Yue's strength is not bad, and there are constantly experts helping him. If we want to kill him, there are too many variables if we can't kill him in one strike. The middle-aged man in blue raised his head and said. There was a moment of silence in the realm. After a long time, the void shook violently. A green arrow penetrated the realm and arrived in Ascension Valley. This is the heaven-pardoning arrow. It can help you. As for the bow, the Zhao family left a bow in the eastern state a long time ago. You can use this arrow to find it. Remember, I don't want to hear any news of your failure this time. Yes. The middle-aged man in blue, the woman in red, and Xiao Pejun bowed respectfully and replied. The three of them left with the heaven-pardoning arrow. In the netherworld, Ning Chun didn't know that the target of Ascension Valley had temporarily shifted to him. He also didn't know that the broken death bow in his hand was the bow that the Zhao family left in the eastern state a long time ago. Back then, the disabled young man mentioned the Zhao family before he died. However, Ning Chun didn't care. There was no Zhao family in the Divine Prefecture. Or rather, there was no Zhao family that he was afraid of. After Ning Chun returned to the netherworld, he had been thinking about how to deal with the abbot of Dewey Temple. When night fell, Ning Chun left the netherworld and headed towards a few small cities far away from everyone's sight. He didn't trust anyone. He could only do it with his own hands. In the distance, the barbarian army was getting closer and closer. There were a total of 100,000 soldiers, and they were coming in a mighty manner. They seemed so huge when both Great Xia and Northern Meng were heavily injured. In Northern Meng's camp, violent coughing sounds came from the commander's tent. In the tent, a delicate figure sat in a wheelchair. She covered her mouth with her right hand, but she couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Her beautiful and gentle face was extremely pale at this moment, and it was hard to see a trace of blood. Bright red blood kept dripping on her blue dress, dyeing it red. Then it dyed the ground red. The wisest person in the world, the military advisor of Northern Meng, the first person below the Khanate realm, was finally coming to the end of his life. He was like a candle flame in the cold wind and rain, and could be extinguished at any time. The war between Great Xia and Northern Meng had been going on for too long. No matter who won or lost, it was time to end it. Chapter 211. 7 days later, the barbarian army finally stepped into the north of Great Xia, getting closer and closer to the front lines of the war. The Northern Meng army moved south faster and faster. In the final stage of his life, Fan Lingyue endured his illness and stubbornly carried on with the Northern Meng's great cause. Marquis, blood-clothed, died in battle, and Marquis Taiping, who was transferred back to the imperial city, could only go north again to help Duke Jingwu resist the Northern Meng army. After a series of battles, less than 50,000 of the 210,000 imperial guards were left. Since the establishment of Great Xia, this was the first time they had been beaten so badly. Northern Meng's 60,000 cavalry were still invincible, and with the support of 50,000 infantry, the crisis of Great Xia was not over yet. Most importantly, Fan Lingyue was still alive, and this was the real threat. In the Northern Meng army, the worry on Xiao Wanhua's face grew stronger by the day. He had personally arranged for 19 guards to guard the commander's tent day and night, and no one was allowed to approach without permission. The commander really might not be able to hold on any longer. Marquis Xiao. A tired voice came from the tent. After hearing the summons, Xiao Wanhua immediately entered the commander's tent. In front of him, Fan Lingyue's face was full of fatigue. Although her face was still beautiful, there was no trace of blood. "How far is the barbarian army?" Fan Lingyue asked. 300 miles. Xiao Wanhua replied. Fan Lingyue's expression did not change. She nodded and said, "I know. You may leave." "Yes." Xiao Wanhua bowed respectfully and left. Cough, cough. Fan Lingyue coughed and wiped the blood from her mouth. She tiredly raised her head and looked at the distant south. The final moment was finally coming. On the road to the north, one carriage after another rushed forward. After coming out of the Great Xia Palace, they had not stopped for several days and nights. When the horses were tired, they changed horses. When the people were tired, they changed horses. The horses did not stop and traveled north at the fastest speed. In the netherworld, Ningchen also rested for several days and nights, doing his best to prepare for the upcoming battle. Outside the fog forest, Xiao Pajuan and the others who came out of Ascension Valley found this place with the help of the heaven-pardoning arrow. However, this feeling disappeared 5 days ago. 5 days ago, Ning Chun went out of hell for the last time. For the next few days, he didn't take a single step out of hell. The connection between the heaven-pardoning arrow and the broken death bow was cut off by the underworld and lost their effectiveness. The three of them did not know what was going on. After waiting for 5 days, the three of them still didn't find anything. They had no choice but to search elsewhere. Ning Chen didn't know that he had been lucky enough to avoid a disaster for the time being. When the war came, he would be able to focus on fighting. In the easternmost region, two figures slowly walked over step by step. The sun rose and set, constantly approaching the end of the world. The person sitting in front of the primal chaos fog, C, was still waiting quietly. It was unknown when a sword embryo that could be used to forge swords would appear. A few days ago, Man's cultivation had muddle-headedly stepped into the 5th grade natal realm. Even Yin Qin Wang could not help but laugh, not knowing what to say. The sea of primal chaos roiled, and when the two of them approached, a man saw Mu Bai sitting at the end of the world. Shock appeared on her little face, and she pointed. "Senior, there's someone over there." "Yes, I saw it." Prince Yin replied softly and continued walking forward. The two peak experts of the world met once more. There was nothing special. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. It could be considered a greeting. "Waiting for the sword?" asked Prince Yin. "Waiting for the sword," replied Mu Bai. After the short battle in Beimeng, the two of them met again. It was still as calm as water without any ripples. The Battle of the Sand Sword had already become a thing of the past. No one cared about it. A man looked at Mu Bai, then at Prince Yin. She couldn't understand what was going on between the two of them. Mu Bai also noticed a man behind Prince Yin. After looking at her, he nodded. A genius in the sword. What a pity. This little girl's sword heart was clear, and her talent was truly extraordinary. She was a rare genius, not the slightest bit inferior to Mu Qingxue. It was a pity that she didn't have any sword intent. That meant she hadn't stepped onto the sword path. "Let nature take its course," said Prince Yin calmly. "Uncle, here's a pear for you." A man ran forward and took out a pear from her little bag. Ning Chun had taught her that she should give something to an elder the first time she met one. A man didn't understand why, but she still did it. Mu Bai was startled. He looked at Prince Yin in confusion. You taught her? Prince Yin shook his head. No, Ning Chen taught her. Huh. Mubai was relieved. That little brat really was a rare freak. A man cutely extended her hand to take the pear. Mubai took the pear and softly asked, What's your name? A man. A man obediently replied. Mubai faintly smiled. A man, Uncle can't take your pear for free. How about this? I'll give you a sword. A trace of red appeared on Mubai's finger. He touched a man's forehead and disappeared a moment later. Thank you, Uncle. A man brightly smiled. She was a bit naive and a bit happy. She didn't realize just how valuable that sword was. A pear in exchange for a drop of desolate city's sword blood. Only a man could encounter such a good thing. Ning Chun had been afraid a man would be taken advantage of, so he had taught her a bunch of random things. For example, giving things to an elder. The meaning was very obvious. A junior girl had given something, so as an elder, how could you not reciprocate? Of course, if Ning Chun had done it himself, Mubai wouldn't have bothered. There were differences between people. No one would deny this. After giving the gift, Prince Yin brought a man away from Mubai and the other swords and waited for the fifth tribulation to arrive. He had a feeling that the last tribulation would come soon. Compared to the peace at the end of the world, in the north of Great Xia, the atmosphere of war was getting heavier by the day. It was so heavy that everyone couldn't breathe. With the threat of Du Yi Temple's abbot, the Great Xia Imperial Army, light cavalry, and barbarian reinforcements didn't dare to gather together. They were afraid that once they lost, they would be completely wiped out. The four heads of the Confucian sect and the 300 strongest Confucian sect experts hid among the barbarian reinforcements, patiently waiting for an opportunity to attack. They had to be very careful when facing an existence above the fifth tribulation. Ning Chun and Xia Zi bet on the barbarian reinforcements. They believed that compared to the Great Xia Imperial Army, Fan Lingwei should be more concerned about the threat of the barbarian army. Ning Chun was no stranger to the commander of the barbarian army. He was the barbarian king's third son, a man's elder brother, and the current crown prince barbarian. Compared to the luxuriant branches of the Great Xia imperial family, the barbarian king had fewer children. A man was the youngest princess and had been the apple of the barbarian king's eye since she was young. She was deeply loved by her brothers. Therefore, the crown prince barbarian didn't like Ning Chun. Due to his relationship with a man, Ning Chun could only turn a blind eye to the crown prince barbarian's unfriendly attitude and pretend he didn't see it. On the 15th night, the bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the world as bright as day. In the distance, the northern Ming army rumbled over, their cavalry clanging and clanging. The condition of Fan Lingyue's body was kept a secret. Very few people knew the truth. On northern Ming's side, Xiao Wanhua was now in command of the three armies and had full authority to deal with everything. As for Fan Lingyue, unless it was necessary, he almost never showed himself. However, Ning Chun could see from the increasing speed of the northern Ming army that Fan Lingyue might not be able to hold on much longer. Time was an extremely important matter for the two armies now. The two armies clashed, the cavalry against the barbarian soldiers, the sound of drums shaking the heavens, and the sound of battle deafening. The abbot of Du Yi Temple appeared. Step by step, Buddhist light spread for 3,000 zhong, shaking heaven and earth. Wherever the Buddhist power passed, the barbarian army formation within several hundred zhong collapsed, and the cavalry behind them charged past. In the army, Ning Chun covered his face with a devil mask and blocked the path of the Du Yi Temple's abbot, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. He didn't believe that the Buddha in the mortal world was still as invincible as before. How could he be completely fine after being nailed to Mount Mijia and burned for so many days? Amitabha, benefactor, we meet again. How have you been? The abbot of Du Yi Temple recognized the face behind the mask at a glance and chanted. You're too polite, Ning Chun replied coldly. Behind him, the four masters of the Confucian sect and the 300 experts of the Confucian sect quickly set up a formation. In an instant, an awe-inspiring righteousness rose and swept away all the soldiers within 1,000 jong radius. With a series of bangs, countless large chests were brought over by Xia Zi's personal guards. Each of them was placed far away in front of the Buddha in the mortal world. Do you still recognize these things? Ning Chun asked indifferently. The chests were opened one by one, and scrolls of ancient books came into view. The Buddhist kingdom's thousands of years of inheritance were all placed inside. The abbot of Du Yi Temple frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a loud bang. The chest closest to him suddenly exploded, and scraps of paper and bamboo flew all over the sky. Gunpowder. Have you heard of it? I also forgot which chest contained it, and I also don't remember when it will explode. It just depends on whether the abbot is willing to try his luck, Ning Chun said unhurriedly. The abbot of Du Yi Temple's abbot's eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, there was another loud bang, and a chest of ancient Buddhist books disappeared between heaven and earth again. I forgot to tell you that the Buddhist sect Sarara and the first copy of a Vajra indestructible body are also inside. I just forgot which chest they are in, Ning Chun said coldly. The abbot's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of a chest 300 jong away. Just as he was about to reach out, another explosion rang out. A huge shockwave spread out, and even someone as powerful as the Buddha in the mortal world couldn't help but take half a step back. His ears were stinging. Ning Chun sneered as he watched the abbot of Du Yi Temple rush between the chests, trying his best to prevent the Buddhist sect's thousands of years of hard work from being destroyed. Explosions rang out one after another. Fuses of different lengths caused continuous explosions. Every time the Buddha in the mortal world was lucky enough to save a chest, more would be destroyed. Taking advantage of this time, the experts of the Confucian sect continued to operate the formation, and the awe-inspiring righteousness became stronger and stronger. Boom! Another loud bang rang out, and flames soared into the sky. The abbot of Du Yi Temple took 2 steps back, and a trace of red appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2:12. The debris floating in the air was a symbol of the powerlessness of the Buddhas, and also a catalyst for the anger of the Buddhas in the mortal world. The furious abbot of Du Yi Temple shouted angrily, and the light of Buddha around him shot towards Ning Chun. The terrifying power of Buddha shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the righteous chi crashed onto the Buddhas in the mortal world. This was the first time in 1,000 years that Buddhas and Confucians had a battle above the innate realm. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth collapsed, and everything was turned into ruins. The earth flipped over, and huge rocks and large pieces of land flew up, exploded, and scattered all over the sky. The 4 leaders of the Confucians held the 4 sages of Confucianism and attracted the righteous chi to their bodies. They caused the heavens to collapse, and they fought against the Buddhas in the mortal world. The abbot of Du Yi Temple put his palms together, and golden light rose. The swastika turned into golden chains, and the light of Buddha shone brightly, supporting the world of Buddhism. The 300 most powerful cultivators of the Confucians used the power of the formation to suppress the increasing power of Buddha. The battle between Buddhas and Confucians was earth-shattering. The illusory figures were the 4 leaders moving quickly. The white, righteous chi rolled and vibrated, and it crashed onto the golden chains around the Buddhas, making clanging sounds. Outside the formation, the bow of death in Ning Chun's hand shone brightly, and it was still aimed at the Buddhas in the mortal world. After releasing his power for a long time, blood mist appeared on his body. However, Ning Chun did not dare to put down the bow in his hand, because he knew that he only had one chance, and he had to seize it. Even if the heaven-trapping formation could trap the Buddhas in the mortal world, it could only trap them this time, and there would be a next time. He could not delay for so long every time, and he had to solve this problem in this battle. Xia Zi stood behind him, and with a flip of his palm, he injected his genuine chi into Ning Chun's body. Suddenly, the silver arrow shone brighter, and everyone present was shocked. The abbot of Du Yi Temple felt a sense of danger. He looked at the arrow in the distance. and his eyelids twitched. When the bow of death appeared, the heaven-pardoning arrow sensed it from afar, and it turned into a ray of green light and flew towards the north. Xiao Pajuan and the rest were stunned for a moment, and immediately followed, heading north. In the north, the battle between northern Ming and the barbarian army was getting more and more intense. The steel cavalry was obviously superior. In addition, the abbot of Dui Temple had destroyed the barbarian army's defensive formation. After the steel cavalry charged in, the barbarian army was even more overwhelmed. It was obvious that the northern Ming army had no intention of continuing the battle. After breaking through the barbarian soldiers, they continued to advance southward. Soldiers were constantly clashing and withdrawing, and in between, there was an even more desperate battle between the Buddhists and Confucians. Some of the Confucian sect's 300 experts began to fall. After being swept by the Buddhist energy, their bodies exploded and they died. The 4 sect masters were also injured, in a battle between the strong and the weak. Even if the sky-trapping matrix was extraordinarily exquisite, the people in the matrix still found it difficult to withstand the terrifying pressure that surpassed the 5 tribulations. The abbot of Dui Temple formed a seal with his fingers. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light. The seal of the swastika was scattered between heaven and earth. The chanting of Sanskrit was heard. While everyone was shocked, the world-revered one's chanting appeared again. Oh mine I ba miho. The world-revered one's chanting, the mantra of Dui. The 6 huge golden words condensed the supreme holy power of the Buddhist sect and pressed down. The 4 sect masters' expressions were solemn. Their 4 palms intertwined, and a vast righteous aura rose rapidly. In the next moment, the golden scroll unfolded, and golden words appeared one after another. The dazzling golden words emitted an extremely bright light. Immediately, the wind and clouds changed, and the powerful pressure multiplied again. The Confucian sect's secret technique appeared again in the world. Boundless learning. The 2 extremes collided, and a loud explosion sounded. In the chaos, the blood of the Confucian sect experts exploded, dyeing the world red. The 4 of them were all injured. They retreated several steps, and their mouths were red. The abbot of Dui Temple also could not withstand the powerful collision, and he retreated 2 steps. Now, in the distance, Ning Chun, who had been watching the battle, released his right hand. The silver arrow whizzed forward, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the Buddha in the mortal world. The arrow entered the abbot's body, and he retreated several steps. The abbot of Dui Temple clutched his chest, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ning Chun shot another arrow, but unfortunately, it was shattered by the Buddha in the mortal world who reacted. Abbot, you are indeed not as strong as before, Ning Chun said with a cold smile. The abbot of Dui Temple found it difficult to maintain his Buddhist heart. His anger rose, and he moved his feet. He wanted to break through the heaven-trapping formation and tear the person in front of him into pieces. Hatred was always the most terrifying thing that covered reason. The Buddha in the mortal world who had lost his reason became even more ruthless, and the pressure on the surrounding Confucian sect experts increased. However, the price for the ruthlessness of his moves was the sudden increase of his flaws. The 4 Confucian sect heads took the opportunity to trap the sky with their orders. 4 sky-piercing chains appeared and swept through the holy orders. After the first one passed through the chest, it immediately disappeared. The abbot of Dui Temple trembled. Before he could react, the Buddhist power around him froze, and he could not circulate it. At this moment, the other 3 sky-piercing chains formed a triangle around the Buddha in the mortal world. They flickered a few times and then disappeared. Damn it! The abbot of Dui Temple shouted angrily, and the Buddhist power of heaven and earth exploded. In an instant, the earth and sky within 1,000 feet were destroyed. Everyone was affected, and they were heavily injured. The sound of people vomiting blood rang out one after another. As the dust fell, the Buddha in the mortal world disappeared without a trace. Ning Chun and Xia Zi instantly entered the formation. They waved their hands to disperse the dust, but they could no longer see the Buddha in the mortal world. Ning Chun's expression became unsightly. They had still let him escape. Don't worry. With the sky-piercing chains around him, he won't be able to use his cultivation for a short period of time. It won't be a matter of a day or two if he wants to break free, Xia Zi consoled. Ning Chun nodded. Quickly helped the barbarian army regroup. Northern Ming's army is moving faster and faster. We also need to speed up. Yes. Xia Zi nodded. They really did need to hurry. Northern Ming's army was currently moving like a madman. If they weren't careful, they would disappear right in front of their eyes. After cleaning up the battlefield, the remaining Confucian sect experts also left to recuperate. After this battle, the 4 Confucian sect heads and the other Confucian sect experts had suffered disastrous losses. They urgently needed time to recuperate. Ning Chun and Xia Zi were the last to leave. Xia Zi wanted to return to his camp, while Ning Chun also wanted to return to the underworld. However, at this moment, 3 powerful auras pressed down from the distance, startling the 2 of them. It's you guys again. It's you. Xiao Pujuan's group and Ning Chun hadn't expected that they would meet again so soon. It really was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. So that bow is in your hands, said Xiao Pujuan coldly when he saw the bow in Ning Chun's hand. Ning Chun frowned. He still didn't understand what was going on. There's no need to waste words with him. We can settle old and new grudges at the same time, said the red-robed woman hatefully. The 3 of them automatically ignored Xia Zi. After all, not all Hotian experts were strong enough to cause Xiantian experts to fear them. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good. They had once again come at the wrong time. If he had come a little later and allowed Xia Zi and Ning Chun to separate, Ning Chun would have died without a doubt. They didn't know that if it weren't for Ning Chun's arrow, Xia Zi would have already stepped into the Xiantian realm. In the past, the Grand Xia's Crown Prince's talent didn't lose to anyone. His only weakness was that he cared too much about relationships. They're from Ascension Valley? Asked Xia Zi. He had also guessed their identities. Yes, replied Ning Chun. They really came at the right time. Xia Zi's hand moved, and the 1-meter autumn water appeared in his hand. His figure moved, and the autumn water filled the sky. Xiao Pujuan was startled. His Kata's saber met it head-on. With a bang, heaven and earth exploded. Ning Chun also took out his ink sword. His sword swept out, and his sword intent cut through heaven and earth. The remaining 2 hastily used their techniques to block this terrifying sword. The former Marshal Marquis and the former Crown Prince had both changed. Ning Chun had become stronger, and Xia Zi was no longer as benevolent as before. When the battle began, the 3 of them immediately fell into a bitter struggle. They couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Xia Zi and Ning Chun's cooperation wasn't as seamless as Ning Chun and Fan Ling Yue's, and they couldn't feel their sword auras. However, Xia Zi's body was at its peak, and his battle strength wasn't weaker than anyone else. 2 against 3, but the minority actually had the upper hand. The 3 of them were shocked. When did the younger generation of Heaven's Reach become so powerful? They didn't know that they were just unlucky. The people they met were all the most stunning people in the world. Above the autumn water, the sword light carried the overwhelming righteous chi that hadn't completely dissipated. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, and the 3 of them were in an extremely difficult situation. In that moment of carelessness, the heaven-pardoned arrow automatically flew out, sweeping towards Ning Chun. Oh no! The 3 of them were startled. Just as they were about to stop it, they were stopped by a waterfall of autumn water. They had no choice but to counterattack. Ning Chun grabbed the heaven-pardoned arrow, and the death-breaker bow on his back immediately reacted. The bow and arrow cried out together, reuniting after countless years. Many thanks for the generous gift. Ning Chun pulled the bow and arrow. In an instant, thunder roared, and heaven and earth changed. Bolts of angry thunder descended, and a green brilliance flourished. It roared and surged, shaking the 9 heavens. Retreat! The blue-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. He stamped his foot and immediately fled. Xiao Pajuan and the red-clothed woman were also shocked by the terrifying power of the arrow. They turned and fled. There had never been a moment when the three of them were so fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen sneered and put away the Deathbreaker, bow, and heaven-pardon arrow. He only had one arrow, and there was no need to waste it here. I'm leaving. Ning Chen summoned the ghost palanquin and quickly left. Xiaozi also left, returning to his own camp. The desolation after the great battle lingered on the ground. The cold wind blew, and it was bleak and desolate. Many old soldiers said that being able to die on the battlefield was also a good thing. However, who would want to die? They only had things they wanted to protect. Sometimes, those things were even more important than their lives. The Northern Ming army was heading south, heading straight for the Grand Xia's imperial city. The flags of victory fluttered in the dark night. Fan Lingyue sat in the carriage, surrounded by information and maps. Other than that, there was nothing else. Xiao Wanhua followed closely beside the carriage, not willing to leave even half a step. He was waiting for orders from the carriage. They weren't far from the Grand Xia's imperial city. Success or failure, it would be decided in less than a month. Whether it was man's will or heaven's will that couldn't be defied, perhaps the answer would be revealed soon. Chapter 213. The autumn wind started to cool down. 3 days later, the north of Great Xia, which rarely rained during summer, started to rain heavily. Both the Northern Ming and Great Xia armies stopped as it was difficult for them to move. At this most critical moment, there was a temporary pause in the war. The commanders of the armies looked at the rain in silence. Ning Chun saw the rain and also didn't leave the underworld for 3 days. Looking at the heaven-parting arrow in his hand, hesitation flashed across his eyes. The rain continued for 2 days. After 2 days, the rain gradually lessened. In the Northern Ming camp, Fan Lingyue came out of her tent for the first time. Sitting in her wheelchair, she looked at the sky outside. Her once beautiful and bright eyes had now lost 80 to 90% of their radiance. She coughed lightly and blood fell, flowing into the distance along with the rain. In the tent, Jingye Taichu kept crying out as if he felt his master's end. The 19 personal guards stood to the side, not saying a word as they quietly guarded their military advisor. Unknowingly, the rain had stopped and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Fan Lingyue raised her head and said softly, "Break camp and move out." "Yes." The 19 guards bowed respectfully and went to pass down the order. Night fell. In the underworld, Ning Chun saw the rain stop. After a long silence, he kept the heaven-parting arrow and left on the ghost carriage. The remaining 70,000 soldiers of the barbarian dynasty, the Great Xia Guards, and 18,000 light cavalry quickly headed south. The light cavalry sped up and circled to the front of the Northern Ming army, restricting their pace. The Great Xia Guards traveled day and night, rushing toward a city in the distance. This was the last barrier before the Great Xia Imperial City, the place where the final battle would take place. In the Northern Ming Palace, the festive atmosphere could be felt everywhere. The marriage of the emperor was a big matter for the entire Northern Ming court. After the Donglin Wang family entered Northern Ming, they quickly took root. With the support of the royal family, they quickly became a strong competitor for the 11th aristocratic family. The Wang family had no roots in Northern Ming and had to choose to work with the royal family. The two had a mutually beneficial relationship, and it was a good way to suppress the other aristocratic families. Su Fian entering the palace as the empress was something that couldn't be changed. Fan Lingyue pushed for this matter, and her attitude became stronger day by day. Even Ming Yu couldn't do anything about it. Heaven Gate Pass. Yang Hong, who had always been guarding this place, left for the first time. He came to Northern Ming's camp and left with Fan Lingyue. In the evening, a letter was delivered to King Haowu's camp. Xiaozi waited for Ning Chun to arrive before handing him the letter without asking any questions. After Ning Chun finished reading the letter in his hand, he didn't say anything and directly rode the ghost palanquin up north. In Beiming Imperial Palace, in a brightly lit palace, Mingyu sat in front of a mirror. All the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace had been dismissed. Fan Lingyue stood behind Mingyu, her beautiful face filled with gentleness as she carefully dressed Mingyu. The figures in the mirror, one big and one small, were equally beautiful and peaceful. One's beautiful side would only be revealed in front of the most important person. At this moment, Fan Lingyue was no longer the #1 military advisor of Northern Ming, but an elder sister who was grooming her younger sister. To Fan Lingyue, the marriage of Mingyue was extremely meaningful. It was finally time for the little girl he had brought up by himself to get married. Sister Lingyue, do you think the bad guys will come? Mingyu asked softly. I will. Fan Lingyue smiled warmly. A happy smile appeared on Mingyu's face. If her sister said that he would come, then he would definitely come. After grooming her, Fan Lingyue helped Mingyu put on the dragon robe and crown. The little girl, who was still pretty just now, immediately looked a little like an emperor. The two walked out of the back palace hand in hand and walked towards the front palace. In the main palace, all the important ministers of Northern Ming had arrived, as well as the patriarchs of the 10 great families. At this moment, they were all sitting respectfully in the palace, not daring to be the slightest bit impolite. Everyone present knew that she had returned. Northern Ming's military advisor had returned. Fan Lingyue's status and prestige in Northern Ming imperial court had long surpassed all the emperors since ancient times. Emperors had powerful ministers, treacherous ministers, and jesters. However, in the 8 years that Fan Lingyue was in power, all the ministers prostrated themselves, and no one dared to overstep their boundaries. The almost deified military advisor of Northern Ming relied on her existence alone to intimidate the entire Northern Ming imperial court, forcing everyone to suppress the thoughts in their hearts. The moment Fan Lingyue appeared with Mingyu, everyone subconsciously straightened their bodies and sat more properly. On the other side, Su Fian, who was dressed in red, was also supported by palace maids into the main palace. Her head was covered with a red veil, covering her beautiful face. Fan Lingyue nodded in satisfaction, then walked towards one of the 2 empty seats in the main palace. After an emperor was married, the etiquette was very complicated. Mingyu didn't like trouble and resolutely objected. The old minister in charge of all the affairs in the imperial court had no choice but to remove most of the complicated etiquette, leaving only the most important part. The guests had all arrived, the emperor and empress were in their seats, and the ceremony was about to begin. However, the person that Mingyu was waiting for hadn't arrived yet. The little girl was a little anxious, looking at Fan Lingyue on the seat with a questioning look on her face. Fan Lingyue smiled, indicating that there was no need to be anxious. At this moment, in the palace, a ghost palanquin rushed over. Before the patrolling guards could react, they were shocked by the sword intent coming from the palanquin. The ghost palanquin came to the front of the main palace. Ningchen walked out, waved his hand to keep the ghost palanquin, and walked in directly. Everyone present was stunned. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, they immediately realized who the person was. This time was different from the past. The portrait of the great Xia Jiming Marquis had already spread throughout the entire Northern Ming imperial court. In addition, there were very few people in the world who could break into the Northern Ming imperial palace. After thinking about it, it wasn't hard to guess. After seeing Ning Chun, Mingyu's anxious little face immediately smiled happily. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't be too casual in front of so many people, she would have already pounced on him. Sit. Fan Lingyue looked at the seat beside him and said calmly. Ning Chun didn't refuse. He walked forward and sat on it. Many of the officials were dissatisfied, but no one dared to object. Only the old minister nodded at Ning Chun with a smile as a greeting. Ning Chun also nodded in return. He had seen this old man before. The last time he kidnapped little Mingyu, this old man was the most furious. Under the red veil, Su Fian felt Ning Chen's aura. Her slender hands clenched until they turned white. Just as she was about to hold it in, she heard a cold snort. She was so shocked that she immediately retracted her killing intent and forcefully suppressed her hatred. Only then did Fan Lingyue retract his cold gaze. He looked at Ning Chan beside him and said calmly, "Everything will be dealt with in the future." Ning Chan nodded. He also realized who the girl under the red veil was. However, today was Ming Yu's wedding day. Everything had to be dealt with in the future. The ceremony began. Ming Yu and Su Fian had a toast to the elders. Originally, the first cup of wine was to be toasted to the imperial father and imperial mother. However, when Ming Yu was just born, the old emperor and empress had already passed away. This cup of wine could only be toasted to the other elders. There were still many relatives in the imperial family, and there were also many who were of extremely high seniority. However, Ming Yu's first cup of wine was still toasted to Fan Lingyue. An elder sister was like a mother. In Ming Yu's eyes, Fan Lingyue was both her elder sister and her mother. This cup of wine was a matter of course. None of the officials present said anything. Even the few elders of the imperial family were silent. They really didn't dare to accept the first cup of wine from His Majesty. In this world, only Fan Lingyue could accept it. Fan Lingyue took the cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. The warmth in her eyes was so thick that it couldn't be dissipated. From today onwards, even if the little girl had grown up, she could finally leave in peace. For the second cup of wine, Ming Yu still didn't toast to the few elders of the imperial family. Instead, she walked in front of Ning Chun and passed the cup of wine over. The old minister was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped. Fan Lingyue lightly shook her head. Her meaning was clear. Let her be. Ning Chun didn't care what others thought. He took the cup of wine and subconsciously reached out to rub the little girl's head. However, he discovered that Ming Yu had once again put on the crown. Ning Chun smiled lightly. He had almost forgotten that little Ming Yu was now the emperor again. The wine in his mouth was a bit spicy, a bit bitter and astringent, but also a bit mellow. It was a complex mix of flavors, making one unable to tell if it was bitter or sweet. The third cup of wine was toasted by Ming Yu to the old minister. This old man, who had always been at odds with her, was really getting older and older in these 2 years. The old minister's eyes immediately became wet. He trembled slightly as he took the cup of wine. He said good a few times. So many years of hardship and tiredness. With this cup of wine, it was all worth it. Ning Chun looked at the old minister and sighed softly in his heart. With such an official, Ming Yu's future path should be much easier. The next cup of wine was finally the turn of the few elders of the imperial family. Following that, it was the turn of the various relatives. Ming Yu's speed of toasting was obviously much faster. One cup after another, she quickly finished the formalities. More than half of the Z-hour had passed. It was time for the emperor's wedding to come to an end. The officials left one after another. Su Fian was also brought to the bedroom. Not long after, only Ning Chun, Fan Lingyue, and Ming Yu were left in the entire front hall. Ming Yu could no longer hold back and hugged the little girl. Ning Chun laughed lightly and patted the little girl's back. Ming Yu has grown up. You even have your own empress. You're also laughing at me. Ming Yu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said unhappily, Huh. Ning Chun gently pushed the little girl away and laughed. The jade pendant I gave you. Do you still have it? And Ming Yu took it out from around her neck. She had been wearing it all this time. The jade pendant was in the shape of a half moon. It was a gift from Zhang Sun. It was also the thing that Ning Chun valued the most. Later on, he gave it to Ming Yu. Looking at the jade pendant, Ning Chun bit his finger and activated his martial arts. A drop of dark red blood dripped onto the jade pendant and instantly entered it. Wear it well, Ning Chun said softly. And Ming Yu obediently nodded and replied. At the side, Fan Lingyue looked at Ning Chun's finger. The black blood was faintly discernible. There was no longer a trace of red. The two of them accompanied little Ming Yu for a while. In the end, it was time for them to leave. Ning Chun wanted to return to the underworld. Fan Lingyue could no longer suppress his illness. In the midst of little Ming Yu's tears, the two of them left together. The moment they left the imperial palace, Fan Lingyue staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood dyed his blue robes.